Yuika starts the morning off right by offering Shu some freshly brewed coffee, and he readily agrees, prompting her to get right to serving it. She brings the coffee over and Shu thanks her as she hands it over, setting up what feels like the cozy beginning of a joyful married life. He notices she prepared it exactly how he likes, with 1 sachet of milk and absolutely no sugar, proving how well she already knows his tastes. His best friend Karasuma Yuika prefers a much sweeter cup, dumping 2 full packets of sugar into her own drink. After a gaming session, they find themselves perfectly tied at 25 wins and losses, each, with Yuika pointing out they are still as evenly matched as ever, addressing Kano Shuichi by the childhood nickname she gave him a decade ago. Shu admits he is surprised she is still into fighting games after all these years, but Yuika does not see anything unusual about continuing a hobby she genuinely enjoys. Shu reflects on how it has been 10 years, and how most girls usually drift away from gaming to pursue more traditionally feminine hobbies as they grow up. Yuika leans in and presses him to finish his sentence, demanding to know exactly what he meant by that. Looking at her closely, Shu suddenly feels like treating her as an ordinary girl might change everything between them, so he quickly backs down and plays it off as nothing. He tries to recover by teasing her about how easily and quickly she usually gets bored of things, hoping to steer the conversation back to safety. Shu continues to ponder their connection, noting that there is another undeniable factor keeping them so closely in sync. She remains quiet but flashes a knowing smile, hinting that there is definitely more to the story of why they are so close. Yuika casually mentions how she has always liked things like this, reminding Shu that they have been absolutely inseparable as best friends since childhood. After she eagerly challenges him to a rematch, Shu drops the ultimate bombshell. Despite being normal high schoolers, these 2 lifelong best friends are actually husband and wife, a bizarre situation that requires taking a trip down memory lane to their 2nd year of high school near the end of winter to fully explain. Back on March 2nd, someone politely approaches Kano-kun at school to apologize for bothering him. Shiratori-san approaches Shu to remind him that he is the only student who has not submitted the career advancement questionnaire. But he calmly informs her that he already handed it directly to the teacher, leaving her to realize her reminder was not needed after all. Usain Academy is an escalator school for elite children of massive conglomerate families, where students smoothly transition through grades without hurdles, leaving a nervous Shiratori-san to seek reassurance after doing her absolute best. Shu comes from an exceptionally prestigious family of high status and honor, which apparently makes him seem so unapproachable that his classmates whisper about his aloof aura, wishing he would just be a little friendlier. Suddenly, another girl swoops in, calling out to him with a highly casual and overly familiar nickname. Shu is used to classmates approaching him for networking reasons, often pushed by their ambitious parents, so when she asks to talk for a moment, he flatly asks her what she could possibly want. Shu realizes this classmate is Amami-san, someone he has never actually spoken to before. She points out that their 2nd year is ending soon, creating a scenario that might look like a sweet interaction between a bubbly girl and a quiet loner to outsiders, despite the fact that they are total strangers. Shu immediately catches her off guard by asking if she wants to start a new business venture with her friends. He wastes no time setting boundaries, clarifying that his personal funds are extremely average and his family would never agree to back any financial requests he might make on her behalf. He flatly tells her that he cannot assist with any investments, though he still politely wishes her luck and hopes her new business succeeds. Amami-san gets completely flustered, stumbling over her words, before finally admitting that she cannot deny she was hoping to discuss some kind of investment. She insists that her primary goal was actually just to have a genuine conversation with him, but Shu remains completely silent and unconvinced. Shu politely but firmly shuts the conversation down, apologizing and stating that he would rather focus on reading his book at the moment. Accepting the defeat, she apologizes for bothering him and departs, leaving Shu confident that she only wanted to build a strategic relationship with him, since she never would have brought up the business venture if he had not forced the issue first. He reflects on how making constant decisions about every little social interaction is far too exhausting, which is why he decided to avoid them altogether, to keep things simple. This detached approach is a survival tactic that Kano Shuichi has adopted since starting high school to keep people at a safe distance. Through all this time, he has never opened his heart to a single soul with the sole exception of one special person. That one person was his childhood best friend with whom he unfortunately had to part ways about 10 years ago. Looking back to their childhood, his future best friend approached him to ask why he was always playing by himself, and when Shu admitted it was because the other kids did not like him, she found the whole situation completely bizarre. Since the other kids were avoiding him, she enthusiastically proposed a simple solution: he should just become friends with her instead. Though initially startled, he introduced himself as Kano Shuichi, which she happily acknowledged with instant friendly familiarity. Young Shu was highly skeptical at first, assuming that just like the opportunistic adults who tried to butter up his powerful father and grandfather, this kid was only seeking attention and trying to use him for his family status. She completely shattered his cynical expectations by casually deciding to call him Shu-kun and introducing herself as Karasuma Yuu, making it clear she had zero hidden motives. Surprised but deeply touched, he asked if he could call her Yuu-kun in return, and she enthusiastically agreed, expressing how thrilled she was to finally be his friend. In that very moment, Shu realized that Yuu-kun was completely different from everyone else, confirming his growing intuition that she was truly special. His intuition proved absolutely correct, as she immediately dragged him off to build a secret hideout on the hill behind them, launching them into an era of unforgettable adventures. From that point on, what felt like the most enjoyable days of his life continued to happen every single day right up until the bittersweet moment when Yuu-kun had to move abroad. Shu answers a call and immediately tries to shut it down, correctly guessing that the caller wants to talk about an arranged marriage since he is turning 18 this summer. His grandfather explains that those set to inherit the family leadership must marry as soon as they are of age, asking if he even has a girlfriend before ending the call. Though the ancestral traditions are frustrating, Shu feels a duty to protect his lineage from messy disputes, which makes it even more stressful when his grandfather reveals he has already arranged a meeting with a prospective spouse, despite Shu having absolutely no friends. His grandfather reassures him that he only needs to meet with them, and Shu reasons that since the actual issue is still far off, he is unlikely to be ostracized just for not marrying the second he turns 18. He decides to employ a delaying tactic to buy himself time and simply agrees to the meeting, which his grandfather accepts. As the call ends, Shu reflects on how unusual it is for his grandfather to be so incredibly persistent about this matter. A few days later, Shu arrives for the meeting feeling a wave of guilt because he already intends to reject the prospective spouse and hates the idea of wasting everyone's time. He silently wonders if he should have asked to see her photo beforehand, as they greet each other with the other family, politely assuring them they only just arrived themselves. Shu begins his polite introduction by stating his name, starting to introduce himself as Kano Shu. He is suddenly struck by a completely unfamiliar feeling, freezing in absolute shock as he comes face to face with his arranged partner for the very first time. Shu is completely captivated by how incredibly beautiful she is, briefly wondering if he has fallen in love at first sight, though he quickly tells himself it must be something else as he struggles to name this strange new feeling. Shu shocks her by immediately recognizing her as Yuu-kun, prompting her to admit her plan to surprise him has completely failed since she did not expect him to figure it out at a single glance. He stammers that she definitely succeeded in surprising him, almost blurting out his shock that he thought she was a boy, but he quickly catches himself, realizing how incredibly rude it would be to say that out loud. When asked why she is suddenly there, she casually explains that she came for the marriage interview with Shu, sending him into a complete internal panic, as he realizes he is too shaken by the news to think straight. His grandfather smugly asks if the two have met before making Shu click his tongue in frustration, as he realizes his grandfather knew her identity all along and was just playing dumb during their phone call. The adults suggest skipping the formalities and swiftly take their leave so the young couple can catch up, leaving Shu mentally grumbling about how meticulously planned this whole setup actually was. Left alone, Shu awkwardly stumbles through introducing himself as Kano Shuichi all over again, which only makes her giggle as she reminds him that she already knows exactly who he is. She agrees that of course she knows, but decides they should officially start over with a fresh and proper introduction. She formally introduces herself as Karasuma Yuika and offers a warm greeting but quickly transitions into teasing him about how much he has grown since they last saw each other, prompting Shu to reflexively crack a sassy joke before instantly worrying about his own lack of filter. Yuika tells Shu that he has become a lot cooler, and after he sheepishly thanks her, he admits he almost didn't recognize her either because she has grown so beautiful, which makes her laugh and thank him in return. She playfully asks if he is certain he won't mistake her for a boy anymore, leaving Shu wondering if she simply took his compliments as polite pleasantries, even though she handled it incredibly well. Shu formally apologizes for his past misunderstanding, but Yuika warmly tells him to drop the formalities, admitting that back then she actively tried to make everyone think she was a boy anyway, so it is no wonder he was confused. She explains that she was in a rebellious phase against her strict grandmother when they were kids, which Shu realizes is why she hesitated to her full name back, then especially since she strongly disliked how feminine her name sounded at the time. She expresses how happy and grateful she was for his sympathy during those childhood days, while Shu wrestles with his own thoughts, finding himself deeply confused. Because even though he can still spot traces of his old friend, she seems so incredibly feminine now. She suddenly shifts the topic, catching Shu completely off guard. She leans in close and proposes that they should practice together, leaving him utterly baffled by what she could possibly mean. When Shu asks for clarification, she explains that since both of their families are pressuring them to marry, immediately choosing a stranger would basically be like gambling their entire lives away. Shu questions if she is taking marriage too lightly, but she counters that overthinking it only causes paralysis, a point he privately concedes as he reflects on his own decision to go through with this. Shu realizes that she might actually be his perfect lifeline out of his family's marriage pressure, even though they have been separated for an entire decade. Shu internally realizes that even after a decade apart, his childhood best friend is still the only peer he feels truly comfortable around, while she affectionately points out that his old habit of pinching his ear when deep in thought has not changed a single bit. Remembering that she was actually the very first person to ever notice that little quirk back in the day, he snaps out of his daze as she playfully asks if he is done thinking things over, prompting a quiet agreement from him. She wastes zero time and immediately tries to pop the question herself, but Shu frantically cuts her off in a panic. When she pouts and asks if he is rejecting her, he quickly clarifies that he just absolutely insists on being the one to actually say the words. Gathering his courage and blushing furiously, he formally addresses her by her full name to set the proper mood for his big moment. Taking a moment to steady his nerves, he makes sure he has her complete, undivided attention before taking the absolute biggest leap of his teenage life. With total sincerity, he asks her to marry him, leaving her wide-eyed and completely captivated by his earnest proposal. She responds with an enthusiastic and immediate yes, perfectly sealing their promise right then and there. As the meeting wraps up, the grandfather happily urges them to get the ball rolling on the marriage arrangements as soon as possible. Yuika eagerly agrees to the accelerated timeline before sharing a sweet casual farewell with Shu as she heads for her ride. Shu stays behind with his grandfather to see her off, wrapping up a wild day that unexpectedly flipped his entire world upside down. Safely out of sight in the back of her car, Yuika completely loses her cool in a massive fit of ecstatic, victorious giggling. She happily reflects on how the reunion completely derailed from her original master plan, yet somehow ended up being infinitely better than she could have ever imagined. Sitting in the car, Yuika is completely overwhelmed with joy as she replays Shuichi's proposal in her head, unable to believe he actually asked her to marry him. She reflects on the emotional roller coaster of their meeting, recalling the brief moment of despair when he hesitated, followed by the sheer triumph of his sudden proposal, which she considers her absolute finest performance. Her mother immediately breaks the romantic mood by teasing her, pointing out how amusing it is that Yuika managed to hold back her silly smile despite wanting to marry Shuichi ever since they parted ways. Flustered by the teasing, Yuika begs her mother not to tell Shuichi about her excitement to avoid looking needy, prompting her mother to assure her that she wasn't planning on saying anything anyway. Yuika convinces herself that keeping her desperate side hidden is the best strategy, believing Shuichi will like her much more if she conceals her true colors. She reflects on her childhood, realizing that the romantic feelings that sparked when they were kids have remained completely unchanged to this day. While her feelings are actually stronger than ever, she knows Shuichi still only views her as a friend, making her realize that now is not the right time to reveal her true intensity. Her mother sighs over how needy her daughter is despite setting the groundwork for Shuichi to choose her, while Yuika remains determined to keep looking cool in front of him no matter what. They arrive at a towering apartment complex, taking a moment to fully absorb the reality that this massive building is where their new life together officially begins today. Checking out their spacious new place, Yuika notes that while they were just going with the flow during the engagement and family meetings, moving in makes their marriage feel completely real. Shu tries to get her attention, but she quickly cuts him off to point out something seriously concerning about how he is addressing her. She playfully scolds him for using formal honorifics like they are total strangers, demanding he drop them immediately. Shu awkwardly complies, calling her simply Yuika, which earns him some smug praise before he finally manages to remind her that the movers are about to arrive. Shu quickly points out that since he dropped the formalities, it is only fair she does the exact same, but Yuika smugly counters that her current nickname for him has a great ring to it, blaming him entirely for not calling her something cuter back when they were kids. Defeated by her bulletproof logic, Shu sighs and admits that this particular battle was clearly lost over a decade ago, prompting a sudden realization from Yuika. Pivoting the conversation entirely, she casually brings up the one major domestic issue they surprisingly have not discussed, yet the bedroom arrangements. She boldly asks if he wants to sleep in the same bed just like they used to do when they were little kids, a suggestion so unexpected that it makes Shu practically choke on his own breath. She innocently reasons that it would be incredibly fun to stay up late talking together in the dark, while a sweating Shu desperately tries to convince himself that she is just messing with him, remembering all too well how wild she used to be during their childhood sleepovers. Trying to keep things grounded, Shu firmly suggests they stick to separate bedrooms for now, reasoning that, while sharing a room is perfectly normal for average married couples, taking advantage of the extra guest room makes the most logical sense for their current dynamic. He proposes they just see how things naturally develop before making any final decisions on sharing a bed, leaving a highly amused Yuika giggling to herself as she jokingly wonders if she is actually going to be okay living with him. Shu is convinced he just saw a mischievous, almost devilish look on her face, while Yuika internally laments that she is so unused to smiling like this that her cheek muscles are starting to cramp up. Shu decides it is time to check out the rooms and make sure basic utilities like the waterworks are sorted out before the moving company arrives, a suggestion that Yuika nervously agrees with while trying to catch her breath and compose herself. As they look around, Yuika starts letting her imagination run wild, wondering what would happen if they ended up sharing a bed, and whether Shu would have dodged the topic if she pointed out that married couples normally sleep together. Her thoughts quickly spiral into a vivid fantasy of them winding down for the night and sleeping side by side, which instantly causes her to panic and try to wash away the embarrassing thoughts at the sink. Yuika lets out a bizarre squeak of surprise, prompting Shu to ask if she said something, which only makes her frantically deny everything in an effort to hide her intense blushing. Shu notices her bright red face and worries she might have a fever, but she quickly plays it off as simple excitement over their new home. He warns her not to push herself too hard, leaving her to silently wonder if the day will ever come when they truly abed. After wrapping up most of the heavy unpacking, the two sit down to enjoy a traditional meal of house-moving soba, finishing up with a quiet word of thanks for the food. Shu points out that they still have a lot of essential shopping to do for furniture and home appliances, which Yuika gladly agrees to tackle the very next day while pouring him a fresh cup of tea. An intense silence fills the room as Shu quietly sips his tea, with neither of them knowing quite what to say next. Both of them continue drinking their tea in agonizing silence, mutually realizing just how incredibly awkward the atmosphere between them has suddenly become. The reality of their new arrangement sets in with a heavy, uncharacteristic silence, leaving both of them acutely aware of how rare these awkward pauses used to be. Although she is genuinely thrilled to finally be living under the same roof as him, she cannot help but feel the nervous tension of how much has changed. As they quietly drink their tea, they both privately acknowledge that 10 long years have inevitably created a barrier between them. It is a sobering realization that things are simply not the same as they were back when they were carefree kids, forcing them to face the gap left by their time apart. Hoping to break the ice, she asks him how he spends his days off, only to receive a quiet, reserved answer about how he mostly just reads. The underwhelming response leaves a silent beat between them, making her realize just how much their daily routines have drifted apart. She playfully points out how much of an indoor person he has become, teasing him about how he used to run wild outside and constantly get scolded by his aunt for returning home covered in mud. Her trip down memory lane coaxes a gentle smile from him as he reflects on those messy, hyperactive days. He turns the tables by reminding her that she was actually the ringleader who always dragged him all over the place back then. When she blushes and asks if those adventures were at least fun, he readily agrees that they absolutely were. He quietly reflects on how her wild energy back then opened up his world, taking him to beautiful places he never would have dared to visit on his own. He remembers how her companionship introduced him to completely new experiences that he never would have dared to try if he had stayed in his lonely shell, even if it meant getting scolded together afterward. He looks at her and warmly confesses that his childhood was infinitely more enjoyable because she was in it, offering her a sincere thank you that sends her heart into overdrive. Trying desperately to stay calm and keep her racing heart under control, she softly returns the sentiment, confessing that she only had that much fun because she was by his side. With the ice finally broken and their gratitude bringing them closer, a sudden shift in the atmosphere prepares them for what comes next. The conversation naturally flows into reminiscing about their past adventures, recalling how they used to do reckless things like riding their bikes as far as they possibly could without ever bothering to tell anyone when they would be back. Shu laughs as he remembers mistaking an orange for a beautiful rock they had discussed earlier, leading Yuika to cheerfully admit that she ended up just telling everyone she ate the orange. Yuika points out how utterly puzzled he looked when she randomly asked him if he had eaten the rock, and Shu readily agrees that the whole situation felt incredibly bizarre from his perspective. Their playful banter comes to a sudden halt when Yuika glances at the clock and realizes how much time has passed. She is genuinely surprised to see how late it has gotten while they were completely lost in their conversation. Yuika decides they should wrap up their trip down memory lane for the day, and Shu warmly agrees, noting that since they are living together now, they have all the time in the world to chat whenever they want. Getting back to practical matters, Yuika offers to handle the dishes while asking Shu to prep the bath, which he agrees to, since he was thinking the exact same thing, leaving only one minor detail left to figure out. Yuika quickly claims she wants to finish unpacking her things and insists Shu take the first bath once the water is ready, leaving him impressed by how fast she beat him to the punch before she suddenly adds one more thought. With a completely straight face, Yuika boldly asks Shu if he wants to take a bath together, sending him into an absolute state of pure panic. Shu nervously stutters that he will just go in first, prompting a teasingly disappointed response from Yuika, as he desperately tries to calm down, internally screaming that her old mischievous habits mixed with her current beauty are absolutely terrible for his heart. Yuika suggests they hurry and clean up, while Shu gets completely flustered in his own thoughts, silently dwelling on the fact that they are about to bathe together. Shu's overactive imagination runs wild as he pictures her offering to wash his back in the shower, causing him to internally panic and freak out over how incredibly lewd that would actually be. Time flies quickly, and before long the night has already slipped away past 10:40. Yuika confronts Shu with a minor grievance, complaining that he is being far too considerate of her. She points out that he usually enjoys taking long baths but rushed out incredibly fast tonight simply because he didn't want to make her wait. Shu tries to claim his long baths were just a childhood thing, but Yuika instantly destroys his excuse by revealing she already checked with his family. She also notes that he cleaned the tub and refilled it with fresh water just for her, prompting him to admit he assumed she wouldn't want to use a guy's bathwater, even though she reminds him she never minded it during their childhood sleepovers. She assures him that she truly appreciates his thoughtfulness, but since they are going to be living under the same roof, she needs him to make her a specific promise. She details exactly what is strictly forbidden, causing Shu to worry if she is being a bit too excessive. She explains that as his best friend, her main goal in marrying him was to keep things completely relaxed and easy, assuming he wanted the same thing. She warns him that being too formal and mindful of her actually defeats the whole purpose of their living arrangement. Shu points out that they might have different ideas of what is considered excessive, but she cheerfully suggests that they can easily resolve those differences by simply talking things out just like they are doing now. Shu accepts her proposal, silently agreeing that she is generally right and that they can make this setup work together. With the ground rules for their new living arrangement wrapping up, Yuika finalizes the details by establishing that they will leave the bathwater as is when taking turns. Shu readily agrees to the plan, and with their discussion officially concluded, Yuika bids him a pleasant good night, which he calmly returns. Just as she is about to leave, Yuika suddenly pauses and playfully asks if he is going to give her a good night kiss, catching Shu completely off guard and leaving him entirely speechless. Shu manages to maintain his cool and laughs off her bold request. Observing his relaxed reaction, Yuika giggles to herself, silently noting that he is not going to lose his composure as easily as she had hoped. Shu asks her what she is even talking about, prompting Yuika to quickly back down and claim she was only joking around. After a brief, quiet pause between the two of them, Yuika offers a final polite farewell, before stepping out of the room and closing the door behind her. The very instant they are out of each other's sight, both of them immediately drop their cool facades and collapse in sheer exhaustion. Both of them freak out in private over how incredibly close they came to cracking under the pressure. While Yuika desperately hopes she managed to look completely unbothered, Shu tries to catch his breath, realizing that although they have mostly returned to their familiar, comfortable dynamic, the romantic tension is becoming impossible to ignore. Yuika silently admits that her heart was beating incredibly fast the entire time, especially since she had deliberately unbuttoned her collar in front of the mirror earlier to look more alluring. Meanwhile, Shu struggles to process his own racing thoughts, finding her casual jokes about bathing and kissing strangely provocative, especially given how defenseless she looks in her pajamas. Shu reminds himself that Yuika only agreed to this marriage because she trusts him to act as her supportive best friend first and foremost, making him resolve to keep his feelings in check so he does not betray her trust. At the exact same time, Yuika deals with her own embarrassment, confessing to herself that the impulsive request for a kiss was just a sudden whim, and she was desperately praying the entire time that she would not start blushing in front of him. As they walk, Shu tries his best to keep his composure and prevent any wild thoughts from taking over, completely unaware that Yuika is secretly celebrating her success in making his heart skip a beat. While Yuika is currently content with keeping things strictly in the best friend zone, she secretly hopes that taking things one step at a time will eventually close the gap between them, dreaming of the day they can truly become a married couple. The moon rises over the city, bringing an end to their very first night under the same roof and easing them into their new routine. The next morning marks their second day of living together, and the duo heads out to a local electronics store to shop for essential home appliances, with Yuika immediately spotting something that catches her eye. Once inside, Yuika eagerly points out a highly unique Daruma-shaped air cleaner, completely thrilled by the unusual device, and asking Shu if he thinks it is as amazing as she does. She starts rattling off its surprisingly advanced specs, including high-tech features like smartphone control and rapid air purification, leaving a baffled Shu wondering why a traditional-looking doll needs to be so ridiculously high-tech. To seal the deal, Yuika demonstrates its signature feature by showing how it wobbles and immediately stands back up when tipped over, proudly presenting it as the ultimate selling point. Yuika insists that a regular air cleaner simply will not do anymore, while nearby shoppers coo over how adorable and innocent the young couple looks, prompting a deeply embarrassed Shu to quickly agree to the purchase just to escape the public attention. As they carry their new purchase home, they draw plenty of admiring stares from the crowd, making Shu self-conscious, while Yuika casually suggests hitting the supermarket next to show off her home cooking, which only makes him worry that her culinary skills might be just as overly sweet as they were when they were kids. Upon returning home, Shu is completely stunned to find a beautifully prepared traditional spread waiting for him, and though he initially suspects she must have ordered takeout, Yuika proudly assures him it is all her own handiwork, before telling him to dig in. They finally sit down to begin their meal together, giving their thanks before digging into the impressive homemade spread. Shu takes his very first bite and is instantly blown away by how incredibly delicious the food actually is. He happily praises her cooking as he continues eating, prompting Yuika to excitedly urge him to try all the other dishes she prepared. She happily notes that his praise makes her entire 10 years of culinary effort completely worth it, but quickly backpedals and claims it was just a joke when Shu questions the bizarre timeline. She frantically tries to cover her tracks, babbling that there is absolutely no way she was some desperate 8-year-old who spent a decade training just to become his perfect wife, leaving Shu a bit bewildered but mostly agreeing with her logic. Shu admits he assumed she simply took a few recent cooking classes to prepare for their arranged marriage, completely amazed by her rapid improvement, and how perfectly the food matches his exact tastes, which she smoothly credits to just thinking about him while she cooked. Taking a sip of his soup, Shu privately concludes that a decade of secret training actually explains her master class skills much better than a sudden cooking class, though he immediately dismisses the thought as totally absurd. Yuika happily confesses that she actually got the exact recipes and seasoning secrets directly from his mother to ensure everything was flawless, hiding a very suspicious little secret notebook in her back pocket, while Shu insists she could easily become a professional chef. She eagerly offers him the fish next, absolutely thrilled to see him enjoying the meal so much. As he enthusiastically promises to clean his plate, she secretly celebrates her flawless strategy of winning his affection through his stomach. A brand new morning kicks off with both Yuika and Shuichi letting out massive synchronized yawns as they struggle to shake off their sleepiness. It has been a few days since they began their new cohabitation, and while they have mostly gotten used to exchanging casual morning greetings and planning breakfast, seeing Yuika look so relaxed and defenseless in her pajamas still secretly makes Shuichi's heart beat incredibly fast. At the breakfast table, they prepare themselves for a major milestone, as today marks their very first day of heading to school together. Shuichi seriously reminds Yuika that since she is transferring to his school, they must keep their marriage an absolute secret, warning her that a poorly timed leak about a high-profile union between their powerful families would trigger massive, chaotic media headlines. To minimize any risk of being spotted, Shuichi suggests they leave the house at completely different times, advising Yuika to head out first since she needs to stop by the teacher's staff room for transfer procedures anyway, a thoughtful suggestion she happily accepts. Yuika then asks if he still struggles to open up to others, prompting Shuichi to frankly admit that his social avoidance has actually gotten much worse, leaving him a certified loner, without a single friend at school, though he quietly wonders if she is genuinely worried about his isolated school life. Upon hearing that he has no one to talk to, Yuika instantly brightens up and extends her hand, enthusiastically offering to fill that void by becoming his very first friend at school. An hour later at school, Yuika's arrival immediately causes a massive stir in the classroom, with eager classmates instantly swarming her to ask about her prestigious family background, her previous school, and even trying to recruit her into their clubs. Shuichi observes the chaotic scene from his desk, noting that most of their classmates are driven by opportunistic motives, but he is far more preoccupied with the absolute shock of her ending up in his exact class, seated directly in front of him. While Shuichi silently questions whether this incredibly convenient seating arrangement was pure luck or the meddling work of their grandfathers, Yuika suddenly spins around to play her part, casually asking if he is Kano-kun, to keep their secret relationship perfectly hidden. The classroom falls into an incredibly tense silence as all eyes lock onto the pair, with their classmates buzzing in suspense over what will happen next. Shu realizes his classmates are deeply anxious that he might brutally reject the clueless new transfer student and crush her feelings. Meanwhile, she cheerfully announces to the room that her ultimate goal is to become fast friends with absolutely everyone in the class. With a dazzling smile, she directly asks if he would be willing to get along well with her, leaving him completely cornered as he frantically tries to figure out how to respond without causing a scene. This awkward scenario triggers a memory of their private debate at home, where he had warned that interacting at school was far too risky. She had easily shut down his concerns, arguing that acting like complete strangers would actually look way more suspicious, and that playing the role of simple friends would serve as the perfect excuse to hang out. Back in the present, he reluctantly agrees to get along, though he privately worries that the entire premise of him suddenly making friends is incredibly unnatural and bound to raise immediate suspicion. Right on cue, the gossip mill instantly explodes as their classmates wildly speculate whether he has finally opened his cold heart, possesses a massive weakness for pretty girls, or is just playing high society politics due to her family's elite status. Later that night, the focus shifts back to their apartment complex as they wrap up their stressful day, both immensely relieved that their elaborate public introduction did not completely blow up in their faces. While she tries to spin their classroom debut as a successful start, a highly serious Shu points out that the actual struggle begins now, questioning how on earth they are supposed to fake a normal, convincing friendship at school. She tells him to relax and stop stressing over the details, explaining that they only need to do simple things like making casual small talk, walking between classes together, and sharing lunch to sell the act. He reluctantly accepts her simple game plan, unaware that she is privately smiling to herself, knowing that while keeping up appearances is a great excuse, it is only half the real reason she wants to be close to him at school. Umaku reflects on the other major reason for her plan, admitting that she simply cannot stand the thought of Shu spending his final year of high school completely alone, even if he would normally just shrug it off as nothing. Smiling, she encourages him to just enjoy their new daily life together, openly confessing that she also cannot deny her simple desire to be close to him at school, leaving Shu entirely speechless. Shu repeats her words in complete disbelief, questioning what exactly she means by just enjoying it. He takes a quiet moment to process her incredibly straightforward attitude, trying his best to keep his cool. She firmly reaffirms her point, and Shu reluctantly concedes, admitting that he supposes she has a point after all. Shu realizes it is finally time to go prepare the bath, and Umaku agrees, though she suddenly remembers there is still one crucial thing she has not discussed with him, yet deciding she will just bring it up some other time. A few days later at school, Umaku happily bids farewell to her classmates as they part ways at the end of the day. Shu notes to himself that her circle of friends has already grown, deciding he should take his usual alternative route to kill some time, while a classmate quietly remarks on how Shu is heading off on his own once again. Shu identifies the classmate as Takeuchi Ida, noticing that every single day Ida waits until Umaku leaves her seat before standing up himself. Deciding to investigate just to be safe, Shu suddenly finds himself in an incredibly awkward face-off when Ida spots him watching. Ida greets him with surprising warmth and directly asks if Shu is having fun trailing him around, catching Shu completely off guard with his incredibly casual attitude. Shu confronts his classmate about following Karasuma-san, but the classmate dismissively tells him that his actions are none of Shu's concern. Shu irritably fires back that he will be the one to decide whether it is his business or not, which genuinely catches the classmate off guard. The classmate warns Shu that he is the type who completely ignores family status and tells him that he can run along and cry to his parents later. Shu easily brushes off the threat, questioning who would actually do something so lame, while privately noting that his classmate clearly knows about his prominent family. An intense silence stretches between them as they stare each other down, waiting to see who will make the next move. The classmate suddenly bursts out laughing and apologizes, admitting that he was completely joking and just wanted to play around with Shu. He explains that he was actually trying to test what kind of person Umaku-chan's partner really is, leaving Shu utterly shocked by the sudden revelation. Shu immediately steps in close and demands to know if his classmate actually knows about their secret arrangement. Shu desperately wonders how his classmate could possibly have found out, but then he pauses as a sudden realization begins to dawn on him. Shu remembers that Takeuchi's family is historically connected to Karasuma Umaku's house. When Shu mentions his name, Takeuchi is surprised that a lone wolf, who usually avoids everyone, would actually bother to learn his classmates' names, though Shu calmly replies that he at least makes an effort to know who is in his class. While Shu silently tells himself that it is not like he is completely uninterested in other people, he quickly steers the conversation back to the main point and starts to state his theory about Takeuchi's true role. Shu asks if he is actually Yuika's bodyguard, which Takeuchi cheerfully and playfully confirms. Ida casually blabbers on about how his older sister used to be her bodyguard, before explaining that he coincidentally got selected for the job because she transferred to his school. The listener can only marvel at how incredibly carefree he is about the whole situation. Ida boasts that protecting a girl for the sake of justice feels like a pretty sweet side benefit, which leaves his client walking ahead in complete exasperated silence as she listens to him brag. Back in the present, Shu finishes explaining the story of how they met, remembering how Ida's overly familiar sense of personal space was downright suffocating, especially when the flashy guy suddenly grabbed him and loudly insisted that he should also become a bodyguard. Hearing the absurd story of how Shu got dragged into this bodyguard business is too much for Yuika to handle, and she completely bursts into loud, uncontrollable laughter over her meal. Yuika apologizes for giggling but admits she finds his bizarre interactions with Ida absolutely hilarious, especially when she starts imagining all the goofy nicknames he could call his new friend, leaving a defeated Shu to admit he was already ready to give up at that point. After letting out a sigh of relief, Yuika offers him a warm and sincere thank you for looking out for her, though Shu sheepishly admits he actually thought the guy guarding her was a creepy stalker and picked a fight with him for absolutely no good reason. Yuika insists she is actually the one who should apologize because she completely forgot the crucial details with him beforehand, though she reasons it all worked out since they are on the same page now. Shu decides he will just try to treat Ida like a regular friend going forward, even if he still has no clue what qualifies as normal for a guy like that. Yuika gently reassures him that having an upbeat friend like Ida around is actually a really great thing for him, leaving Shu momentarily silent as he considers her words. She vouches for Ida's character, explaining that, despite his flashy looks and casual attitude, he is actually an incredibly honest, duty-bound, and loyal guy who would never use anyone or harbor hidden motives, primarily because he is just a massive good-natured idiot. Yuika reiterates that Shu can absolutely trust him since Ida has been training at his family's dojo since childhood, which brings Shu some relief knowing the Karasuma family approves of him. Yet even as he laughs off the guy's goofy nature, Shu is suddenly overcome by an unfamiliar restless sensation tightening in his chest. Yuika warmly praises a bodyguard named Ida, calling him a highly skilled and diligent worker who excels at his job. Her enthusiastic praise causes Shu's expression to cloud over as he quietly questions just how well she actually knows this guy. Noticing his sudden drop in mood, Yuika calls out his name but is only met with a stubborn silence. As she studies his face, a sudden realization begins to dawn on her, and she wonders if he could possibly be feeling a certain way. With a playful smirk, she boldly asks if he is actually jealous of Ida, a tease so accurate and sudden that it leaves Shu completely speechless and wide-eyed. Unable to deny his feelings any longer, Shu sheepishly confesses and mutters a quiet apology, admitting that it certainly seems like he was indeed acting jealous. She warmly assures him that there is absolutely no need to apologize, while secretly hiding the fact that his sudden burst of possessiveness is actually making her incredibly happy. She steps in to reassure him, declaring that he is undeniably her absolute #1 best friend in the entire world, even as she privately sighs over needing far more courage to say how she truly feels about him. He quietly thanks her for the reassurance, prompting her to let out a soft, satisfied giggle as the warm, cozy atmosphere settles over their apartment. Shu shifts the conversation to her school life, noting that she seems to be getting along just fine with Takahashi-san. She confirms she is trying her best, though she admits that navigating these new high school friendships is actually proving to be a bit of a challenge. She thinks back to earlier that day in the classroom where she was innocently daydreaming about what she should have for lunch as her classmates chatted all around her. Her peaceful daydreaming was suddenly interrupted when a group of girls approached, catching her completely off guard by bluntly asking if she already has a boyfriend. In the middle of the classroom, a brave classmate tries to nominate himself to be close to Yuika, but she instantly shuts him down with a flat rejection. The other classmates waste no time ruthlessly teasing him for aiming far too high above his league. When another classmate eagerly invites her to visit a newly opened cafe managed by her family, Yuika politely declines by claiming her family has incredibly strict rules against making any detours on the way home. Shu silently observes the interaction from his desk, noting her quick excuse. Watching her from a distance, Shu reflects on how Yuika might seem extremely sociable and polite on the surface, but she is actually maintaining a strict emotional barrier. He realizes that compared to her lively self at home, her school persona feels completely empty, as she keeps everyone at arm's length. Shu's friend points out that both Shu and Yuika a very similar distant vibe, likely due to their elite family backgrounds, and even manages to read Shu's mind about her daily routine. A flustered Shu immediately tells his friend to stop reading minds and blabbing his thoughts out loud. Shu ponders how their prestigious families both carry a high social value that people try to exploit, which is why he completely rejects others, while Yuika opts to maintain a polite distance. Just as he notes there is always an exception to every rule, Yuika casually bids farewell to her classmates. Out of nowhere, a desperate scream echoes through the hallway as a classmate frantically charges forward and tackles Yuika to the ground in a chaotic, unexpected collision. The panicked girl desperately clings to Yuika, crying out for her academic assistance and explaining that her mother will cut her allowance in half if she fails even a single subject on the upcoming midterm exam. When Yuika asks why she resorted to a tackle, the girl enthusiastically explains she wanted to raise her favorability rating, first prompting Yuika to dryly note it only caused physical damage. Shu recognizes the girl as Takahashi Hina, a rare student from a regular household, who is now begging the academically gifted Yuika for help. Yuika is highly surprised to recall that Hina was actually the top-scoring student during the entrance exams 2 years ago, meaning her academic abilities used to be incredibly impressive back when she first enrolled. Hina proudly declares that those high grades are just past glory and boasts about ignoring her studies for 2 years to prioritize enjoying her high school youth to the absolute fullest. While Shu and his friend watch in disbelief, a bewildered Yuika wonders how someone could possibly drop from the very top to failing grades so quickly. Yuika casually proposes holding a study meeting, catching Takahashi-san completely off guard with the sudden invitation. Thrilled by the idea, Takahashi-san loudly declares her love for Yuika, highlighting her rare, unbiased nature in a school where everyone else walks on eggshells, leaving Yuika's usual social defenses completely useless. Then, Takahashi-san suddenly gets another idea. Takahashi-san spots Kano-kun and Takuchi-kun walking down the hall and immediately calls out to them, leaving both boys totally startled. She boldly invites both boys to join their study meeting, using the logic that since they are Yuika's friends, they are naturally friends of hers too, though she jokingly admits she is mainly counting on Shu's excellent grades. Shu and Yuika a silent look, and Yuika simply giggles to herself, highly amused by the unfolding situation. After Shu checks to make sure Yuika is comfortable with the plan, both boys agree to go with the flow and join, sending a delighted Takahashi-san into a state of pure celebration. Takahashi-san brings up the rumor that Kano-kun lives alone, a popular topic at school, forcing Shu to awkwardly confirm it while internally sweating, because he is actually living with Yuika now and knows it would be a massive problem if anyone found out. Takahashi-san eagerly asks if they can host the study meeting at Shu's place, since she wants to see what living alone is like, catching both Shu and Yuika completely off guard. Shu decides the best way to refuse is to simply tell the truth that he does not actually live alone anymore, while Takahashi-san and Yuika continue discussing the general hardships of independent living. Just as Shu begins to speak up and deliver his planned refusal, Yuika suddenly cuts him off to enthusiastically agree with Takahashi-san's plan, completely ruining his exit strategy. Hearing that Takahashi wants to see his place, Yuika eagerly chimes in that she wants to see it too. Shu wonders if this is his cue to invite them, so he reluctantly agrees to host their study session at his house, much to the girl's absolute delight. Shu walks along silently, pondering that Yuika must have her own calculated reasons for pushing for this home visit, though he admits he has a few private motives of his own as well. Shu recalls Yuika encouraging him to make good friends at school. As the girls walk ahead, wondering what his room will look like, Shu quietly hopes that Takahashi will turn out to be a genuine supportive friend for Yuika too. Takahashi casually rattles off Shu's exact apartment name and room number, shocking him because he only recently moved. When he demands to know how she found out, Takuchi pops up to explain his relocation is already major gossip around school, leaving Shu completely exasperated by the total leak of his private information. With Takahashi coming over for a study session tomorrow, the couple declares it official cleaning day. They work hard to tidy up the place and hide any domestic traces so the apartment looks like a standard bachelor pad, though Shu secretly wonders why Yuika is so obsessed with maintaining the lie that he lives completely alone. Although Yuika playfully claimed she only agreed to this because she wanted to see Shu look surprised, Shu cannot shake the nagging feeling that she has a much more devious ulterior motive up her sleeve. Deciding not to overthink it, Shu instructs Yuika to stash all of her personal belongings safely in her room. Armed with a cleaning tool, he gets straight to work, even though Yuika points out that his normal cleaning routine is already exceptionally thorough. Shu holds up a stray strand of long hair found on the couch, firmly pointing out that they have to eliminate every single obvious clue like this if they want to keep their secret marriage safe from their classmate. Yuika is surprised when Shu spots something on her head, asking if he is really that worried about minor things, to which he admits he is just to be safe, making her decide that as long as he is satisfied, she is happy to go along with it, while admiring his intense focus. They work together diligently to get their living room completely organized and tidy. They keep up the steady momentum, sorting through the remaining items to put everything in its proper place. The unpacking progresses smoothly as they slowly but surely near the final stages of setting up their new home. Shu admits that he got too fired up at first and now finds the chores a bit boring, prompting Yuika to remind him how they used to do a lot of weeding together as kids, which Shu agrees with as he fondly recalls being punished whenever they came home covered in dirt. Yuika recalls how they used to sing to distract themselves, humming their old song about their friendship lasting forever, which Shu joins in on until she suddenly cuts herself off and calls out his name. Yuika holds up a stray strand of hair and asks him in a chillingly blank tone whose hair it is, completely shocking Shu into a state of panic. She points out how incredibly suspicious this is, since only the two of them and the movers have been inside the apartment, accusing him of hosting someone else while she was away and forcing him to frantically plead with her to hold on. Shu desperately swears he knows absolutely nothing about it and begs her to consider other logical possibilities, which she counters by noting the movers all had short hair, only to suddenly burst into fits of laughter and admit she was just playing a cruel joke on him. Yuika calmly deduces that the hair actually belongs to Takahashi, recalling how her friend aggressively tackled her with a massive hug the other day, which easily explains how the stray strand ended up transferred onto her own uniform. Yuika proudly defends her acting skills, confessing that she only pulled the boyfriend stunt as a little prank. An exhausted Shu sighs that her jokes are genuinely terrible for his heart, but she teasingly tells him he should have been far more prepared for a baseless rumor, leaving him to mutely complain about how terrifying she can be. She continues to joke around, assuring him that she is the furthest thing from a high-maintenance wife and would even tolerate him straying once or twice. Shu immediately cuts her off with absolute seriousness, swearing that he only needs her and that his devotion will never change for the rest of his life. Her heart completely skips a beat at his sudden fierce sincerity, sending her into a quiet blush. Quickly trying to hide her racing heartbeat, she playfully praises him and declares that his loyal attitude is highly praiseworthy. Excusing herself to go put her things away, she hurriedly retreats into her bedroom. Once safely inside, she collapses in a fit of ecstatic giggles, internally screaming that his romantic sneak attacks are completely unfair, and reaffirming that he is the only one she has ever wanted since childhood. The very next day, their peaceful domestic life is suddenly disrupted when their classmates, including Takahashi-san, unexpectedly show up at the apartment door to visit. The sudden invasion catches Shu completely off guard as they enthusiastically invite themselves inside to look around. A curious Takahashi-san immediately asks what is inside one of the closed rooms. Shu quickly lists off the bedrooms and storage rooms, firmly warning them not to open it because it is currently a dangerous mess, though she playfully suspects he is hiding something juicy. Takahashi-san wanders around the spacious living area, questioning the bizarre Daruma doll and asking Shu if he was the one who picked it out. He nervously plays along while she moves on to admire their massive refrigerator, pointing out that it is big enough to feed an entire family. Their blonde male classmate quickly jumps in to defend the massive fridge, arguing that growing boys need to stock up on massive amounts of food anyway. Grateful for the handy excuse, Shu and Yuika swiftly steer the group toward the seating area to get everyone settled. Hoping to kick off the gathering, Takahashi-san eagerly pulls a board game out of her bag to start the fun. Her choice immediately sends Shu into a silent panic, as he questions why she would bring a game notorious for ruining friendships, while Yuika desperately tries to remind her that they are supposed to be studying. The group eventually gets down to business, with Takahashi-san loudly celebrating, as she finally understands a difficult study problem. While Yuika points out that it was the exact same concept she struggled with earlier, their male classmate has already completely given up and fallen fast asleep on the table. Takahashi-san easily solves a tricky absolute value math problem during their study session, surprising everyone with her sharp mathematical logic, as she explains how she split the cases to find the correct answer. Everyone compliments Takahashi on her intelligence, pointing out that she was clearly smart from the beginning. This leaves Yuika to wonder why she ever neglected her studies in the first place, though Takahashi can only laugh sheepishly in response. With a solid chunk of studying out of the way, Shu suggests taking a well-deserved break and volunteers to grab some refreshments, which the group eagerly accepts. During their break, Yuika asks Takahashi why she always speaks so formally, prompting Takahashi to reveal that her polite speech pattern actually stems from a specific piece of advice her father gave her when she started high school. Takahashi explains that her father's career would be in serious jeopardy if she ever insulted anyone influential, so he instructed her to speak politely as a safety measure. This extreme precaution leaves Yuika dryly pointing out that her father basically assumed she was going to be rude from the start. Takahashi complains about her father's lack of faith, insisting people would easily forgive her mistakes, and pointing out that Yuika already forgave her. This catches Shu off guard, making him wonder what exactly transpired between the two girls. Takahashi recalls their very first meeting, where she dramatically knelt down to introduce herself to Yuika. Yuika, however, remembers the bizarre interaction with embarrassment, questioning what kind of person Takahashi actually took her for. Takahashi defends her over-the-top greeting by explaining an upperclassman warned her she would be considered rude otherwise. Yuika sighs and advises her to be a bit more skeptical of the questionable advice she receives, noting that her dramatic introduction just made her look ridiculous. Takahashi admits she usually gets too excited and completely forgets to perform her introductory ritual anyway, praising everyone for being so forgiving. This leaves Yuika utterly speechless, conflicted over whether to call out her gullibility or admire her sheer audacity, just as Shu returns with the drinks. As Shu begins handing out the refreshments, Takahashi looks up and is suddenly struck by a wave of confusion. While looking around, Takahashi-san innocently points out that despite living alone, Shu still has matching mugs in his kitchen, sending Shu into an immediate fit of panic. Shu internally panics over his slip-up, but Ida quickly steps in with a smooth cover story about how people often buy mugs in pairs, even when living alone, which Shu quickly plays along with, successfully convincing Takahashi-san. While Shu and Yuika try to keep their guard up, Takahashi-san suddenly gasps as she finds something else near the television, instantly sending Yuika into another round of nervous sweat. Takahashi-san is surprised to discover that Shu plays video games, prompting Shu to admit he actually plays quite a lot, which catches her off guard. When Takahashi-san observes that both controllers look heavily used, Ida steps in once again, claiming they are worn out from his own intense gaming battles with Shu, and casually boasting that he visits the house all the time. Fired up by the gaming talk, Takahashi-san eagerly demands to challenge someone, first promising a total beatdown, leaving Shu to reluctantly agree to a quick gaming session during their study break. Despite her massive trash talk, Takahashi-san turns out to be a total beginner, leading to a loud, chaotic match where her button mashing is quickly shut down. After their guests finally head home for the night, Shu is completely exhausted, and notes he needs to properly thank Ida for saving them, while Yuika agrees that their bodyguard is surprisingly thoughtful, despite fundamentally being an idiot. As they unwind over tea, Yuika asks if he enjoyed having his friends over, leading Shu to realize she might have planned the entire home gathering just so he could experience that kind of fun, though she playfully accuses him of overthinking it, before offering to help him move his things back to his room. Following her into her room, Shu notes that this is the first time he has ever stepped inside, while Yuika silently hopes she was not being too pushy and wanting him to make lasting memories with his classmates, confident that her tidy room is perfectly ready for him to see. Seeing her most valued childhood treasure carefully preserved in a protective display case, Yuika is deeply touched that Shu still keeps it, while he sheepishly admits that of course he could never throw it away. Shu's mind drifts back to the bittersweet day they parted as children, recalling how he quietly asked if she was leaving that day, and she confirmed she was moving right after school, prompting a heavy silence before he reached into his pocket to give her a parting gift. Shu insisted on giving her his absolute rarest and most prized toy figure as a farewell present, but she instantly protested, arguing that she could never accept something that he valued above everything else. Shu firmly pressed the toy into her hands, telling her that he wanted her to keep it as a reminder of him, so she would never forget their friendship, leaving her heart pounding in her chest. She passionately promised that she would never forget him no matter how many years passed, but she quickly realized she could not accept the gift empty-handed and frantically searched her own pockets for something she could trade with him in return. She proudly held out a completely ordinary little pebble, only to immediately freeze in sheer horror, as she realized how incredibly ridiculous it was to offer a random rock on the very day she was moving away. Refusing to back down, she boldly told him to think of the pebble as her, and Shu tearfully accepted it, declaring the tiny stone to be the ultimate proof that their bond would never break even while separated. Shu beamed with genuine happiness as he held his new treasure, completely unaware of the quiet, complex emotions swirling in her mind as she looked back at him. She silently noted that he still believed she was a boy because of her rebellious, tomboyish attitude, but she vowed to change everything and make her true feelings known the next time they crossed paths. Red-faced and determined, she suddenly blurted out a passionate promise for them to stay together forever for the rest of their lives, leaving young Shu completely startled by her sudden intensity. Shu recalls that fateful day when they enthusiastically promised to always stay together, sealing their bond with a heartfelt childhood vow. As they unpack their things, Yuika silently stares at him, wondering if he will truly stay by her side for the rest of his life, just like they promised back then. When Shu notices her staring and asks what is wrong, she quickly plays it off by asking if he has probably thrown away that silly pebble from their childhood by now. While Yuika internally panics that she cannot possibly ask him such a deep question without looking like a clingy girl, Shu catches her completely off guard by asking if she really failed to notice pulling out a key to show her. Yuika gasps in surprise as Shu proudly reveals he has always kept that very same childhood pebble attached to his key ring, explaining that even during his loneliest days, when he did not have a single friend, Yu-kun was always right there by his side. Overwhelmed with emotion and feeling like she is about to cry, Yuika struggles to find her voice. Shu then awkwardly scratches his head and begins to speak about their childhood promise of staying together forever, leaving a stunned Yuika wondering what he is about to say next. Holding his keys, Shu admits that back then he never in his wildest dreams could have imagined how that simple childhood promise would actually turn out. Shu smiles warmly as he finishes his thought, confessing that he never imagined they would end up bound together forever in actual marriage, which immediately makes her blush. Yuika happily laughs along with him and cheerfully tells him she completely agrees, though she silently admits to herself that this playful response is just a cover for her true, overwhelming emotions. Looking at a little trinket, Yuika internally confesses that back when they made that childhood promise, she said it with the genuine hope and intention of becoming Shu-kun's wife if they ever managed to meet again. With exams starting the very next day, Shu decides to take a quick study break and heads to the living room. There he finds Yuika relaxing on the couch with a box of chocolates, and she happily invites him to join her and points out a cute heart-shaped piece. Yuika feeds him the heart-shaped chocolate as they discuss his study progress, which suddenly inspires her to propose a special challenge. She dares him to a bet on who can get the higher score on the upcoming midterms, declaring that the winner gets to do whatever they want to the loser. Shu instantly recognizes this high-stakes rule, reflecting on how they have used the exact same format for their competitive matches since they were kids. Because neither of them ever demanded anything extreme, it had always been a harmless way to hype up their games. Shu questions why she is so incredibly confident when she barely studied, but she refuses to reveal her secret strategy. Shu quickly realizes that letting Yuika win and do whatever she wants carries a whole new level of risk now that they are married. Shu's imagination immediately runs wild as he envisions her nonchalantly asking him for a casual massage. He worries that since she has always been highly relaxed about physical boundaries, her potential requests might be far too intense for his racing heart to handle. The two agree to give the test their absolute best, prompting Shu to resolve to study harder than ever. Left alone, Yuika stretches and quietly admits to herself that she actually expects to lose, since Shu has been working so incredibly hard. With a playful smile, she decides that losing might actually be a great excuse to give Shu a little reward, though she hums happily and promises herself she still won't purposely throw the match. The day of the midterm score announcements finally arrives, and Yuika and Shu head to the hallway to check their grades. Their quiet review is suddenly interrupted by a loud, desperate shout as Takahashi-sen comes rushing toward them. Before Yuika can even react, a thrilled Takahashi-sen slams into her with a massive, grateful tackle, screaming her thanks at the top of her lungs for helping her survive the exams. Hina is ecstatic that she avoided failing any of her exams, meaning her allowance is completely safe and she can keep slacking off. She immediately suggests they all celebrate by going out, an idea that Yuika eagerly supports since she also wants to forget about exam stress and just have some fun. When Hina invites Kano-kun and Yuika-san to join them, Ida declines on behalf of his buddy, suggesting he is no good with social outings and leaving it to them instead. Shu is left completely baffled about why they are even asking him, but Yuika gently advises him to stop worrying and just accept the invitation. Hina eagerly suggests they go to karaoke since she happens to have a coupon for it. Ida is scolded by Hina's friend for trying to bail out while Shu can only watch the chaos in sheer disbelief. Ida jokingly claims that rich kids like Shu probably have no idea what a coupon is, prompting Hina to painstakingly explain the basic concept of a discount. Shu sheepishly reassures them that he absolutely knows what discounts are, which somehow leaves Hina deeply impressed that even wealthy elites appreciate the glory of saving money as they finalize their after-exam karaoke party. Hina proudly highlights that their group includes the school's absolute top 2 scholars, with Kano ranking first and Yuika taking second place on the exams. She loudly congratulates them both on their incredible 1-2 academic sweep, excitedly declaring that it is officially time to party. As they walk, a classmate mentions that Shu has held the top spot since first grade, which surprises Yuika since she is hearing it for the first time. Shu argues that volunteering his rank would just sound like shameless bragging, and when Ida whines about being jealous of his natural intelligence, Yuika immediately steps in to correct him. Yuika fiercely defends Shu, explaining that his top rank is the result of tireless daily study sessions that last until midnight rather than some effortless natural talent. While Ida quickly apologizes, a classmate is suddenly deeply confused, questioning how Yuika could possibly know Shu's private study schedule. Yuika frantically covers her tracks by claiming she was merely guessing, seeking confirmation from Shu, who awkwardly agrees to keep their cover intact. He privately reflects that Yuika is the true genius who scored second with barely any effort, while he views himself as a totally ordinary person who must rely on sheer hard work to compensate for his weaknesses. Shu reflects on his past of always studying in lonely isolation, realizing that having someone this close who truly understands and appreciates his hard work is making him much happier than he ever could have imagined. During their group study session, Takahashi wonders why Shu works so hard since his spot at the university is already completely guaranteed, prompting Shu to privately note how well she knows his situation. While both girls worry about their parental expectations if their grades drop, Yuika suddenly spices things up by challenging Shu to a midterm test, wager declaring that the high scorer gets to make the loser do whatever they want. As the group arrives outside the karaoke venue, Yuika quickly plays off her sudden challenge as a harmless joke when Takahashi becomes curious about what she said. Shu also steps in to assure their classmate that it was nothing important, though Takahashi remains playfully suspicious about the secret banter between them. When Ida announces that their room is finally ready, Takahashi eagerly asks him what he plans to sing first, to which Ida casually suggests some Vocaloid songs. As the group heads down the hallway to enter their booth, Yuika quietly leans in to grab Shu's attention for a private chat. Determined to get to the bottom of his motivation, Yuika presses him to reveal his true reason for studying so intensely. Shu tries to brush her off by repeating that it is not a big deal, but she expresses mild frustration, questioning why he refuses to the secret with her. She firmly reminds him of their mutual promise never to hide things from one another, making him feel a bit guilty. While he knows he could easily tell her, he secretly hesitates because he does not want her to know his actual motivations just yet. He resolves that he wants to become a proud, capable man who can stand as an equal beside her, fearing that revealing such intense feelings right now might overwhelm or scare her. Choosing his words carefully, he promises to tell her everything when the right time comes, prompting her to happily accept the delay and look forward to the big reveal. After their singing session wraps up and they return to their apartment later that evening, Yuika admits that her throat is a bit sore from all the singing. Sitting nearby, Shu dryly agrees that his throat is feeling the exact same strain from their long session. She points out that this was actually his very first time ever visiting a karaoke bar, which he sheepishly confirms by reminding her that he never had any friends to go with before. Intrigued by his serious confession, she eagerly asks him what his first ever karaoke experience was like. Shu honestly admits that it was infinitely more enjoyable than he had originally anticipated and confesses that he would love to go back again soon, which brings a warm, happy smile to her face. She suggests that they should continue to experience plenty of first-time activities together from now on, which he readily agrees, though he privately chuckles over how her suggestive phrasing sounded a bit inappropriate for a brief moment. Yuika happily congratulates Shu on securing the top rank. He casually accepts the praise and thanks her for the kind words. She playfully complains that it is completely unfair of him to hide the fact that he has been ranked number 1 since the first grade, though he easily brushes it off by pointing out that she simply never bothered to ask. When he questions if this revelation means she will finally stop challenging him, she laughs off the idea, declaring that a stronger opponent only fires her up more, as she formally concedes this round to him. With her defeat officially established, she asks what he wants as his winning prize. Shu easily requests a simple side dish of fried chicken for tomorrow, prompting an exasperated Yuika to shoot down the boring idea and urge him to pick something a little less ordinary, since she can cook that for him anytime. Shu promises to give it some more thought, completely unaware that his backup idea is just another basic food request. Sensing his utter lack of imagination and worrying her offer was not appealing enough, Yuika decides to escalate the stakes of their little bet. She boldly ups the ante by suggestively offering to let him do absolutely whatever he wants to her as his ultimate reward. Her provocative proposition leaves Shu completely speechless. Trying to maintain her composure while secretly wondering if her bold tactic actually worked, Yuika quickly shifts the subject and asks if he happens to be free tomorrow, to which he awkwardly admits he has no plans. Seizing the opportunity, she eagerly suggests they go out together, strictly emphasizing that it will be just the two of them. Shu internally notes that she has been acting strangely forward lately, but he quickly dismisses the thought as his own overactive imagination. He easily agrees to the weekend outing, realizing he did not even bother to ask for the destination, because simply spending time alone with Yuika is more than enough to make him incredibly happy. The next morning, Yuika is buzzing with nervous excitement, privately admitting that she barely slept and is far more anxious than their last outing. As they exchange their usual morning greetings, she is suddenly taken aback by his appearance. She is completely caught off guard, privately marveling at how incredibly dazzling he looks today. When Shu notices her staring and asks if something is wrong, she frantically plays it cool and insists that absolutely nothing is the matter. Shu suddenly leans in close and calls out to her, sending Yuika into an absolute state of blushing panic. Shu peers closely at her and gently asks if she might be feeling under the weather, which only makes her heart race even faster. Yuika frantically backs away and completely denies it, insisting she is absolutely fine, though Shu points out her face is undeniably red. When she playfully claims her flushed face is only because he is just too charming, Shu immediately shuts down her teasing. Shu ignores her confused protests and firmly insists on checking her temperature, telling her to just cooperate. Right as Yuika tries to argue and prove that she is completely fine, the thermometer lets out a loud beep to reveal the truth. The thermometer confirms she has a slight fever, leaving a defeated Yuika to groan in annoyance. While Yuika silently wonders if the fever is the reason Shu suddenly looks different to her, she stubbornly claims she is still perfectly fine to go to school, prompting an exasperated reaction from him. Shu firmly tells her she needs to rest because pushing herself will only make her condition worse, and when she tries to protest, he brings up their previous bet and officially orders her to stay home quietly for the day. Though she pretends to begrudgingly accept his order, she is secretly overjoyed that he is taking such good care of her, thrilled by how she is being pampered under the terms of their bet. Shu notices that Yuika is feeling unwell even before she realizes it herself, quickly reassuring her that he is not angry but is just genuinely worried about her health. His serious, direct concern serves as comforting proof to Yuika that he is constantly paying attention and deeply cares about her well-being. Receiving such direct, straightforward concern from the person dearest to her fills Yuika with a sense of comfort, leaving her to happily conclude that she couldn't possibly be any happier than she is right now. Shu brings a snack to her room and knocks to check if she is awake, recalling how lively she had been earlier during lunch and silently hoping she is still feeling okay as she groggily replies that she is indeed awake. Since her fever spiked in the evening and left her looking exhausted, Shu sits by her bedside and kindly offers her some sliced apples, explaining that they should be much easier for her to swallow while she is sick. Blushing and exhausted, Yuika lets her guard down and childishly asks him to feed her, a sweet request that Shu readily agrees to, as he fondly realizes that her habit of acting incredibly spoiled whenever she is sick has not changed a bit since they were kids. She happily accepts a bite of the fruit from him, enjoying the sweet treat as he carefully feeds her. After happily declaring how delicious it is, Yuika immediately gets excited and childishly asks for the next bite, bringing a warm, relieved smile to Shu's face as he watches over her. Once she finishes the snack, Yuika sincerely thanks Shu for taking care of her, emphasizing how grateful she is both for the sliced apples and for his sharp intuition in noticing her fever in the first place, while he warmly replies that it was absolutely no trouble at all. Yuika mentions that if they had actually gone out, she would have ended up immobilized and just caused him trouble. Shu assures her he would not have minded either way, noting that if it had happened while they were out, her condition would be much worse, reminding her that she has been prone to sudden fevers like this ever since they were little. Shu explains that it was not because she was frail, but rather because she had a habit of always pushing herself way past her limits, to which Yuika offers a weak laugh and agrees with his assessment. Resting quietly, she admits that she has probably been a little too lively and energetic over the past few days. She confesses that she is genuinely enjoying her current life and expects it to stay this fun at least until they graduate. Shu agrees that he feels the exact same way, but advises her to keep her liveliness in moderation, which she cheerfully promises to do right, before letting out a soft yawn. Noticing her sleepiness, Shu decides to head out to the living room, telling her not to hesitate to call out if she needs anything. Yuika is caught off guard and asks if he is leaving already, though she acknowledges his helpful offer. Seeing her reaction, Shu changes his mind and offers to stay by her side until she completely falls asleep, which she accepts with a sleepy content hum. Shu patiently waits until she is fully asleep, quietly wishing her a good night before finally stepping out of the room. Sometime later, Shu is relaxing in the living area when he glances at the clock and realizes just how late the night has gotten. His quiet time is suddenly interrupted when he hears a pained groan coming from the bedroom, making him wonder if Yuika is calling out to him. He quickly opens her door to check on her condition, asking if she is okay, and she responds by weakly calling out his name. Shu desperately asks what is wrong and what she needs him to do, only for a feverish Yuika to groan under the covers that she is burning up. Shu immediately apologizes for his lack of awareness and frantically looks around for the air conditioner remote, though she weakly tells him that is not the issue. Still groaning in discomfort, she weakly calls out to him, prompting Shu to assume she simply wants to change out of her clothes and offer to leave the room. She immediately stops him, weakly explaining that his assumption is completely wrong. Struggling to find any relief from her intense fever, she desperately tries to loosen her tight clothing to help herself breathe. In her heavily feverish state, she directly begs him to help her take her clothing off. Her incredibly bold request catches him completely off guard, leaving him in a state of absolute stunned disbelief. He frantically questions whether he is somehow mishearing things, or if his mind is playing tricks on him, desperately hoping it is just an illusion. Meanwhile, she grows increasingly impatient and urges him to hurry up and help. She softly repeats her plea for him to help undress her, leaving Shu completely speechless as he tries to process the situation. Realizing she needs to change out of her sweat-soaked clothes, Yuika suggests that Shu take them off for her, which instantly sends him into a flustered panic, as he stammers that going that far is way too inappropriate. Yuika whimpers in discomfort and complains about how hot she feels, leading Shu to realize her fever has left her far too weak and hazy to even unbutton her own pajamas, forcing him to steel his resolve and agree to help. Telling himself that he absolutely must do this solely for her well-being, Shu quietly warns her that he is going to help her unbutton her pajamas. Shu frantically tells himself that he just needs to look away to respect her privacy as he works on the buttons while Yuika sits in silent, embarrassed anticipation. To make things less awkward, Shu decides to help her from behind, though a highly flustered Yuika simply begs him to hurry up. Shu gently lets her know that he is about to slide the shirt off, and she quietly whispers her agreement. As Shu prepares to grab her fresh pajamas, Yuika complains that her skin feels completely sticky and gross from the sweat, making Shu realize that putting new clothes on her right now would just ruin them immediately. Shu quickly decides to run and grab a towel to help wipe off the sweat first, leaving a silent Yuika waiting in the room. As he gently dries her off, Yuika begins offering her heartfelt thanks for absolutely everything, expressing her deep gratitude to him for always staying by her side, accepting her, and ultimately marrying her. Deeply touched by her sincere words, Shu quietly replies that he feels the exact same way about her. Shu is caught completely off guard when Yuika suddenly blurts out that she really loves him, sending his heart into a sudden panic. Shu sheepishly agrees and admits that he feels the exact same way, but she immediately shoots him down by telling him he is completely wrong, even though the thought of it is a bit embarrassing. She clarifies that her version of love is entirely different from his, leaving him utterly baffled by what she could possibly mean. A tense silence stretches between them as she quietly smiles to herself, leaving him to wonder what she is thinking. She sleepily mutters for him to go ahead and wipe her front next, sending Shu into a total internal panic as he frantically questions whether this situation is getting way too inappropriate. When Shu tries to hand her the towel and tells her to do it herself, she lazily insists that he should do it for her, trapping them in what he frantically fears is a never-ending infinite loop. Overwhelmed by her stubbornness, Shu finally throws in the towel and tells her that he gets it and will do it. He tells himself he just needs to get it over with thoroughly, but his brain completely short-circuits when she casually asks if he is going to remove her pants to wipe those down too. By completely turning off his sense of touch and repeating to himself that he is just empty air with no physical form, Shu successfully manages to finish wiping her down and completes his final harrowing mission of changing her into pajamas. Just as Shu breathes a sigh of relief and tries to bid her a hasty goodnight, she suddenly pulls him back and sleepily tells him no, catching him completely off guard once again. Shu is completely thrown into a panic when a delirious, feverish Yuika suddenly and softly begs him to sleep with her. Shu stands frozen in absolute shock as she stumbles sleepily over her words, continuing to mumble her request for him to stay by her side. Before he can even react, Yuika tightly grabs hold of his arm and quickly drifts off to sleep, leaving him completely trapped and sweating in absolute panic. Fearing that any sudden movement might wake her up after she finally managed to fall asleep, Shu decides to remain completely still, repeatedly whispering a quiet chant to himself through the night that he is just thin air and has no physical body. The following morning, A fully awake Yuika greets him with a cheerful morning, prompting a tired and completely exhausted Shu to quickly ask how she is feeling. Yuika energetically declares that she has completely recovered thanks to a great night of sleep, but she immediately notices that Shu looks totally exhausted and worries he might have caught her cold, which he quickly denies. Shu admits to her that he is simply a little sleep-deprived while internally wrestling with intense awkwardness over the previous night, assuming she probably only viewed his help with her fever and their sleeping arrangement as nothing more than a best friend doing a favor. Yuika brings up the events of the previous night, remembering that he fed her apples, but when Shu nervously presses her to find out if she recalls anything that happened immediately after that, she struggles to remember. Yuika innocently assumes she must have simply fallen fast asleep and remained out for the rest of the night, asking him with a puzzled expression if anything actually happened after she drifted off, which leaves a sweating Shu completely speechless. Realizing that her high fever must have completely wiped her memory of her late-night confession, Shu quickly plays it off as nothing and excuses himself to go wash his face, quietly deciding to let the matter rest, even though he remains highly curious about the mysterious things she mumbled while delirious. Despite trying to play it cool, Yuika internally panics as she realizes that she actually remembers absolutely everything from her feverish episode from the very beginning to the humiliating end. She is completely mortified, realizing her memory of the entire incident is crystal clear. She wrestles with a flood of embarrassing memories, remembering how her fever made her lose all filter and leak her innermost thoughts, not to mention how she practically forced Shu to nurse her while she was in her underwear before falling asleep clinging to him. Hoping to keep up a calm front, she warmly thanks him for taking care of her until she went to sleep. Determined to save face, she decides to act as though nothing happened while a highly flustered Shu laughs it off and tells her not to worry about it. Although Shu plays along with the denial, he privately remembers every single second of it. She tries to convince herself that memory is entirely subjective, concluding that if she simply claims she has no recollection of the event, then in her mind it never happened. She frantically suggests they just drop the subject and leave it at that. Shu casually admits that her childlike behavior during the fever was actually quite cute, which immediately sends her into a defensive panic, as she demands to know if he is implying she is not normally cute. With complete sincerity, Shu confidently disarms her by declaring that she is normally the absolute cutest girl in the entire world. His incredibly direct and unexpected compliment, completely short-circuits her brain, leaving her totally stunned and speechless in a state of pure shock. She is secretly ecstatic over his romantic ambush, giggling to herself about how weak she is to such smooth lines. She even jokingly wonders if she should get a fever more often to make herself seem even cuter, until Shu calls out her name in a firm, serious tone. He earnestly pleads with her to take better care of her health, holding her hand to emphasize just how deeply worried he was. As she shyly agrees, she can feel his intense determination to make sure she never falls dangerously ill like that ever again. Trying to ease the intense romantic tension, she quickly changes the subject to more practical matters while Shu continues to look at her with a protective, serious expression as they prepare for the day ahead. Declaring that she is finally feeling completely recovered, Yuika excitedly suggests they head out to celebrate, but Shu immediately stops her and insists they stay in to take it easy just to be absolutely safe, leaving a slightly disappointed Yuika to realize her little plan backfired on her. Though she is slightly disappointed, she privately admits to herself that she probably deserved his overprotectiveness anyway, and decides she should just be honest, readily agreeing to his plan to stay home. Yuika smiles warmly to herself, deeply touched by his concern, because she knows his protective words prove he is genuinely keeping her well-being in mind. Yuika wonders what they should do for their indoor day, brainstorming ideas like playing video games, watching movies, or playing board games, but Shu quietly interrupts and asks her if they can talk for just a moment. Shu seriously tells Yuika that there is something important he needs to, catching her off guard and leaving her to wonder why he has suddenly become so incredibly solemn. When Shu remains completely quiet, Yuika nervously jokes that his silent intensity is starting to scare her, pleadingly asking if he is about to hit her with a massive lecture. Reflecting on her feverish words of gratitude from the previous night, Shu decides that even if she was too hazy to remember saying them, He still wants to voice his own feelings, softly thanking her as he looks at her. His sudden gentle words of gratitude catch Yuika completely off guard, leaving her totally stunned and wide-eyed with surprise. Shu takes the opportunity to express his feelings, properly looking her straight in the eye and offering his sincere thanks to her for coming back into his life and choosing to marry him. Shu reflects on how he never could have envisioned enjoying this cozy newlywed lifestyle so soon. Meanwhile, Yuika happily tells him how calm and fun every single day is with him around, especially since she has someone who is her passion so close by. Yuika giggles and tells him he is exaggerating, but quickly admits she feels exactly the same way and returns his warm sentiments right back to him, leaving a happy Shu to quietly take in her sweet confession. As Yuika heads off to grab a board game to play, she silently admits to herself that she is actually still feeling incredibly worried about their arrangement. Yuika thinks back to her inner doubts, remembering how she used to worry that Shu only chose her as a last resort and might still be holding back his true feelings. Despite those lingering fears, she resolves to do whatever it takes to contribute to his happiness as long as he is truly happy. She reminds herself that making Shu happy is her greatest joy in life as they wind down their cozy evening with a game. Fast forwarding to the next weekend, the couple finally gets to go on their postponed outdoor date, with Yuika handing over the freshly prepared lunchbox as they finalize their departure plans. As Shu packs the backpack with all the picnic essentials like the water bottle and blanket, Yuika asks if there is anything else they need, prompting him to ask where exactly she is planning to take them today. With enthusiasm, Yuika proudly announces that they are embarking on a special tour of their most memorable childhood locations. Their tour officially kicks off at an ordinary street gutter, where Yuika playfully teases Shu about the time he got his foot stuck and nearly cried, while Shu sheepishly downplays the memory as just a totally average spot. As they continue their trip down memory lane, Yuika takes in the beautiful breezy weather, ready to make even more unforgettable memories together during their special outing. The nostalgic tour continues as they stroll through Shu's old neighborhood, soon running into a familiar face in the form of a dog named Pess, whom Yuika is thrilled to find doing absolutely fine. Shu can only watch with a mix of amusement and nerves, quietly wondering if she has finally clued in that he knows her real identity. Reminiscing about how some parts of the town have stayed completely untouched while others have been replaced by modern buildings, they soon reach the border of Shu's family estate. Although the property is technically private, Shu mentions that the deeper mountain areas are mostly neglected, setting their sights on the next landmark. Yuika confidently navigates the dense brush to locate an old animal trail they used to frequent as children. She is overjoyed to find that the hidden path has barely changed at all, eager to lead the way to the precise spot where they once built their beloved secret base. As they encounter a steep incline along the trail, Shu climbs up ahead of her and reaches out to offer a helping hand. Yuika playfully pouts, but gladly takes his offer, gripping his hand tightly to let him pull her up. Shu points out how much things have changed, noting that she used to be the one pulling him along when they were kids. She agrees with a warm smile, recalling how much she used to look up to him back then, as they easily make their way up the slope. While Yuika gets a little flustered, realizing how naturally they just held hands, she tries to focus on her excitement about seeing their old base. However, as they push through the final thicket, she suddenly freezes in absolute surprise at what is waiting for them. To their utter amazement, the old hideout is still standing and looks almost exactly the same as it did in their childhood. They quickly realize that a new generation of kids must have taken over and maintained the spot, marveling at how their creation has survived the years. Taking a closer look at the stack of comics and play equipment left inside by the neighborhood's current children, they a good laugh over how their legendary hideout has successfully been passed down as a local secret. Feeling a funny mix of pride and mild embarrassment that their once secret hideout has been completely exposed, they a quiet, wordless understanding. Since they are the official founders of the base, they decide it is only fair to step inside and check it out. Settling into the cozy, cramped space of their old sanctuary, they sit close together on the ground. Surrounded by the familiar walls of their childhood, they fall into a comfortable silence, enjoying the nostalgic peace of being together. Shu and Yuika find themselves sharing an incredibly tight, cramped space. While Yuika seems perfectly content with the situation, Shu is an absolute nervous wreck trying his best to focus, so she does not realize just how much her close proximity is throwing him off. The extreme closeness is not just getting to Shu, as Yuika is also internally panicking, her heart racing, as she realizes just how narrow the gap between them really is. Yuika's heart is pounding so fast she is worried that a sudden silence will make things awkward, so she desperately tries to keep the conversation going by asking Shu if he remembers the day she rebelled against her grandmother, ran away from home, and waited for him in their secret fort. She admits that during those troubled childhood days, the only time she felt like she could truly be herself was when Shu warmly called her Yu-kun. However, she confesses that a sudden worry began to plague her back, then making her wonder if Shu only hung out with her because he thought she was a boy, and she feared he would end up hating her if he ever discovered her true identity. This fear drove her to ask a crucial question back, then nervously wondering what he would do if she actually turned out to be a girl. Shu instantly reassures her by repeating his exact words from that fateful childhood day, reminding her that whether she was a boy or a girl, she would always be his cherished friend. Yuika is deeply moved that he still remembers his childhood promise, while Shu casually notes that the moment left a lasting impression on him, too unaware of how much those words truly meant to her. She sincerely tells him that his kind words completely saved her, and though Shu laughs it off as an exaggeration, she silently reflects on how his acceptance back then gave her the ultimate hope that he would eventually accept her as a woman too. Shu humbly explains he did not have any deep, complex motives back then, but is genuinely glad his words helped her, before suggesting they climb down from the treehouse before the local kids show up, which Yuika softly agrees to. Yuika remarks that the stream water still feels rather cold, while Shu reflects on how their awkward conversation back at the base has left a bit of a tense atmosphere between them, though he readily agrees when she suggests it is the perfect time to sit down for lunch. Setting up their picnic, Yuika suddenly gasps in dismay, leaving Shu to ask what is wrong before she reveals she completely forgot to pack a second set of chopsticks. She suggests they just take turns eating, but Shu confidently declares he has a much better idea and urges her to come sit right next to him. Shu immediately offers her a bite of her own homemade food, which she happily and affectionately accepts. Shu questions the sudden feeding arrangement, but she happily explains that she made the sweet fried egg herself, leaving him to clarify that he was definitely not talking about the flavor. She playfully argues that sharing a single pair of chopsticks is simply more efficient anyway, teasingly reminding him they did it all the time as kids, and leaving Shu to wonder if he is just being far too self-conscious. Shu finally decides to dig in and warmly praises how delicious the food is, completely unaware of Yuika's sudden wave of guilt, as she privately worries that he is far too gullible, wishing he won't get deceived by bad people, while acknowledging she has no right to judge since she is currently the one playing tricks on him. She secretly reveals to herself that she intentionally packed only a single pair of chopsticks as the perfect scheme to feed him and sneak an indirect kiss at the same time, before happily declaring that she is going to have some of the food now too. Although she acts completely unbothered, she internally confesses that she is actually incredibly nervous and needs to maintain her focus to hide her racing heart as she takes a bite using the exact same chopsticks. She cheerfully declares that the dish turned out fantastic, even though she privately admits her extreme nervousness was making it completely impossible for her to actually taste the food properly. Reminding herself that her romantic master plan is still far from complete, she immediately targets the hamburger next and feeds Shu another bite. As he quietly chews and notes how cute she is, she happily takes her own bite, silently cheering over successfully securing yet another indirect kiss, while Shu watches her, slightly puzzled by her sudden high spirits. Shu suddenly leans in close and points out that she has got a bit of ketchup left on her cheek, completely freezing her in absolute surprise as he gently reaches out to help. Shu tastes something and casually remarks on how delicious it is, which instantly sends a flustered Yuika into a panic, as she loudly claims his suggestive actions are practically considered an actual kiss in her book. Shu is completely baffled by her intense reaction, while Yuika is left stuttering and shaking in absolute embarrassment as the reality of the situation fully sinks in. Shu frantically apologizes, explaining it was simply an old habit from their childhood days, while privately kicking himself for letting the comment slip. Yuika quickly reassures him that she is not upset at all and was merely caught off guard by his sudden behavior. Trying to break the awkward tension, Yuika quickly shoves more food his way and urges him to keep eating, silently marveling at how his sheer airheadedness managed to completely bypass and ruin her carefully thought-out plans. As they wrap up their outing, Shu works on packing up their blanket while Yuika takes care of the trash, but their routine cleanup is suddenly cut short when Shu notices an unexpected change in the weather. Out of nowhere, a sudden downpour of rain begins to slam down on them, catching both of them completely off guard. Shu yells for them to run and suggests they head straight to his family's main estate nearby to seek shelter from the storm, deciding it makes the most sense for them to just spend the night there. Arriving soaked at the grand estate, Shu sighs with relief that they made it home, while a polite Yuika reflexively starts to greet the house like a guest, before quickly catching herself. Eager to set the right tone, Yuika happily corrects herself and announces her arrival, prompting a gentle chuckle from Shu, as he notes that she is simply unused to treating his family home as her own, though a familiar voice suddenly cuts in from the hallway. The person greeting them is Shu's younger sister, Kazuha, who is delighted to see her brother and new sister-in-law, but wonders why they dropped by so suddenly. Shu explains they got caught in the rain, prompting Kazuha to mention that no one else is currently home and offer to grab some dry towels, which they gratefully accept. While visiting his parents' home, Yuika casually mentions that she is completely soaked from the rain, which instantly causes Shu to freeze in absolute shock, as he takes in the sudden embarrassing sight of his wife's damp clothes. Shu immediately looks away and apologizes, but Yuika playfully teases him by telling him he is completely welcome to stare all he wants, prompting an exasperated lecture from her flustered husband. Determined to set some boundaries, Shu seriously reminds her that he is still a man, leaning in close to whisper what she plans to do if she actually succeeds in making him feel strange. A blushing Yuika quickly tries to play it cool by claiming he is just all talk, but their intimate moment is suddenly cut short when they realize Shu's younger sister, Kazuha, is standing right there in complete silence. The sudden appearance of his younger sister leaves both of them completely startled, prompting a sweating Shu to nervously ask what is going on. Kazuha coldly mutters that it is nothing as she flatly hands them a stack of clean towels, immediately turning on her heel to leave them behind in a deeply confused and awkward silence. Shu sadly reflects on how his sister used to be incredibly sweet and follow him everywhere, but ever since his marriage was decided, her attitude has become completely unreadable, leaving him to wonder if he is just overthinking things. Meanwhile, Yuika's heart is racing as she frantically reflects on how close she came to getting caught blushing by his sister, secretly squealing over Shu's sudden manly behavior, and how his close whisper made her almost instinctively close her eyes, expecting a kiss. Shu decides to drop the awkward subject and suggests they head up to his old room so she can dry off, leaving Yuika to silently worry that his sister has disliked her for a very long time, though she genuinely wants to find a way to get on her good side. While Yuika quietly wonders if his sister simply feels like her beloved older brother is being taken away from her, Shu opens up his closet and kindly tells her she is welcome to borrow any clothes she wants, offering to wait outside so she can change in peace. Yuika starts panicking and trembling with a mix of excitement and embarrassment as she holds onto one of Shu's button-down shirts, preparing herself to make a bold move. She calls out to him from the hallway, casually declaring that she is borrowing the shirt and thanking him as she heads off. When Shu steps out, he is completely shell-shocked to find Yuika wearing nothing but his oversized white dress shirt, leaving him to frantically demand why she is only wearing a shirt, while Yuika secretly apologizes to Kazuha for refusing to let this perfect teasing opportunity slip by. Yuika tries to ease his panic by pointing out that she actually put on some underwear, but when Shu argues that is not the real issue, she counters that his pants would never fit her anyway, leaving him completely at a loss for words. Their chaotic banter is suddenly cut short as Shu's stepsister, Kazuha, silently emerges from the hallway and stares at them with a completely blank, unreadable expression. As Kazuha continues her silent stare down, Shu sweatily wonders what is going through her mind, but quickly decides to push the awkwardness aside and addresses her directly. Shu nervously asks Kazuha to lend Yuika some clothes, and after she calmly agrees, she invites her new sister-in-law to follow her, leaving Yuika sheepishly thanking her while Shu watches in quiet relief. Shu silently watches them go, hoping they can get along despite Kazuha's unreadable personality, while Yuika clumsily apologizes only to be told that she has done nothing wrong. Yuika nervously asks Kazuha if she is mad at her, internally kicking herself for acting so bold and wearing such a provocative outfit with her stepsister-in-law in the house. Kazuha quickly reassures her that she is not angry at all, but Yuika is still filled with anxiety, desperately hoping her new sister-in-law does not think of her as a complete degenerate. Kazuha looks extremely thrilled, declaring that she is incredibly eager to see what their next move will be and is looking forward to it with high anticipation. Shu stammers as they transition into the main house, completely flustered by his sister's intense teasing. Kazuha repeats her playful prompt directly to Yuika, saying she wants to see what kind of romantic move they will show her next and eagerly anticipating it. Yuika observes her sister-in-law's highly provocative attitude, silently wondering if Kazuha is intentionally trying to keep her in check or test her boundaries. Shu's sister stands confidently in the hallway, leaving the young couple sweating in complete bewilderment as they silently wonder what on earth is going on in her mind. Having transitioned to the spacious living room, Shu casually asks Kazuha where their grandfather is today, only to learn that the elderly man plans to be out drinking with his friends until morning. Kazuha giggles that their grandfather won't even think of returning home until noon tomorrow, leading Shu to marvel at how incredibly lively he still is. Yuika then chimes in to confirm if Shu's parents are currently out of the country as well. Kazuha confirms that Shu's parents are indeed traveling somewhere in Europe, leaving Shu to dryly note how unspecific that description is, while Yuika realizes with a happy smile that they are practically unsupervised in the massive house. Yuika excitedly points out that being alone in his room means they can have a gaming match all night long, but a flustered Shu quickly reminds her that they are not kids anymore, and can easily play games at their own home too, especially with his younger sister Kazuha silently listening nearby. Observing them from behind, Kazuha silently notes that they probably chose a safe topic, like gaming, out of polite consideration for her, yet she cannot help but feel slightly left out as she watches them immediately fall back into their fun, effortless chatter. Kazuha lets out a heavy dramatic sigh that goes completely unnoticed by the happy couple, leaving her to silently complain to herself about how completely wrapped up in each other they are, as she struggles to hold back her goofy grin. As Kazuha watches them, she quietly reflects on how bizarre it is that these two childhood friends decided to get married the very moment they reunited after a decade apart. She listens as Shu advises Yuika to sleep early since she woke up early to pack their lunch, while Yuika warmly counters that she will stay up to accompany him until he gets sleepy. When Shu strictly proposes, they set a firm bedtime of 10 o'clock. Yuika pouts and complains that is absolutely no fun, showing a sweet and incredibly feminine expression that completely captivates a watching Kazuha. When Shu tells Yuika to bear with the early bedtime because he treasures her health more than anything, a flustered Yuika laughs that his phrasing is completely unfair. Meanwhile, a completely starstruck Kazuha struggles to contain her excitement, privately admitting that she has fallen completely in love with Yuika's charm and questioning why she ever tried to hide her true feelings. Kazuha looks at Yuika with a newfound determination to protect her cute expressions, cheerfully embracing her secret identity as a troublesome enthusiast who gets incredibly hyperactive just watching the pure innocent interactions between her older brother and his new wife. Kazuha's mind drifts back to her childhood, recalling that she actually did not like Yuika, or Yu-kun as they called her back then, very much at all when they were kids. She remembers how her beloved older brother would constantly be dragged away on wild adventures by Yu-kun, leaving young Kazuha to watch them from a lonely distance. While she was initially thrilled to hear that Yu-kun was moving away, seeing her brother sink into a deep, silent depression afterward was etched deeply into her young heart, especially since she never saw him look that sad ever again in the years that followed. Kazuha questions the sudden reunion, privately wondering how someone who vanished for a decade could suddenly reappear, demanding marriage and questioning just how much she intends to disrupt her older brother's life. Kazuha originally intended to confront her and speak her mind, but seeing Yuika express pure genuine happiness just to talk with Shu again, immediately made her realize that those feelings were far deeper than simple friendship. Although her brother desperately tries to downplay his own reaction by labeling it as simple friendship, Kazuha notices him struggling to keep his composure in the face of how incredibly feminine Yuika has become. While both of them likely convince themselves that their connection is strictly a pure, innocent friendship, Kazuha can clearly see that Yuika undeniably wants much more than that. The moment she recognized this uniquely complicated dynamic, Kazuha found herself unexpectedly moved, finding their unspoken connections so heartwarming and precious that Shu looks over at her in complete confusion. When Shu and Yuika worry that she might be feeling sick, Kazuha happily assures them that she is actually feeling better than ever, leaving her brother to awkwardly accept her overly enthusiastic response. Shu questions what Yuika is doing when she suddenly makes an excuse about having an itchy nose, but Kazuha silently laughs at her, realizing she is only trying to hide her massive smirk after recalling Shu's previous sweet comments. Shu completely buys the itchy nose excuse, leaving a highly amused Kazuha to privately conclude that her brother's cluelessness is absolute comedy. Yuika grows increasingly self-conscious of Kazuha's constant knowing glances, and quickly announces that she wants to go take a bath since it is starting to get chilly, hoping to find a quick change of pace to escape the silent pressure. Yuika asks if she can borrow a spare top from Kazuha, which instantly triggers Kazuha's inner matchmaking instincts as she eagerly agrees, promising to gladly lend Yuika her most alluring clothes to help her make an even bigger impression on Shu. Observing them from the doorway, Kazuha-chan is highly confused about why Yuika chose to wear a thick sweatshirt that significantly reduces her skin exposure, noting to herself that simply exposing oneself lacks any real artistic strategy, and wondering what her sisterly figure plans to do next. She silently watches them, concluding that, while there is absolutely no romantic or provocative tension in the room, their cozy childhood friend dynamic is actually quite charming in its own way. Kazuha calculates that Yuika has already attempted to set the mood twice without success, making her wonder if some hidden obstacle is blocking their progress, and reluctantly deciding that she might need to intervene despite it going against her strict personal principles. The moment Shu heads out to use the restroom, Kazuha seizes the golden opportunity to step out and address Yuika directly. When Yuika asks what is wrong, Kazuha bluntly points out that she expected her to start flirting immediately after getting home, especially after her brilliant play of wearing Shu's shirt expressing disappointment, that Yuika has suddenly become so uncharacteristically meek. Yuika is left completely speechless, sweating in intense embarrassment at being so accurately called out. Yuika sheepishly asks if she is being sarcastic, apologizing for acting so forward in front of her, and promising to restrain her behavior from now on, which completely shocks Kazuha. Kazuha frantically begs her not to hold back at all, imploring Yuika to simply pretend she is empty air, because she has absolutely zero intention of doing something as incredibly tactless as getting in the way of their romance. Kazuha launches into a rapid-fire, highly passionate lecture advising Yuika that changing her approach just to suit someone else's opinion will only weaken her core beliefs, urging her to completely ignore any haters and adopt an entirely confident, unapologetic mindset instead, which leaves a bewildered Yuika marveling at how incredibly fast she speaks, until Kazuha quickly apologizes and excuses her outburst. Kazuha apologetically bows out, expressing regret for not realizing she was in the way and promising to move completely out of their sight line to erase her presence, while a highly flustered Yuika desperately tries to convince her that she is not being a nuisance at all. Yuika explains that she thought Kazuha would not want to see that kind of thing as a family member, but Kazuha quickly corrects her, declaring that it is actually her absolute favorite thing. Yuika is taken aback by the comment, though Kazuha quickly brushes it off as nothing. Relieved, Yuika admits she thought Kazuha hated her because she felt like she was glaring at her the entire time. Kazuha frantically explains that she was staring because she did not want to miss a single thing, reasoning that real life cannot be archived like a stream. She excitedly adds that every moment is a once-in-a-lifetime broadcast, leaving Yuika completely bewildered by the strange terminology. Calming down from her sudden outburst, Kazuha apologizes for screaming and acting like the careless commenters she usually despises. She then honestly confesses that she used to hate Yuika for taking her older brother away when they were little, but clarifies that it is all in the past, and she does not harbor any ill will now. Taking Yuika by the hands, Kazuha warmly embraces their new bond, explaining that Yuika is officially family now as her older sister. Hearing herself being called an older sister brings a bright, heartwarming smile to Yuika's face, leaving Kazuha in total awe of her gentle reaction. Kazuha internally swoons over Yuika's overflowing motherly expression, even wishing she could be reincarnated as her baby before suddenly snapping back to reality and shifting the focus to something much more pressing. Reaching into her pocket, Kazuha pulls out a 10,000 yen bill and apologizes that it is all she has on her right now. A shocked Yuika desperately questions what the sudden massive amount of cash is even for. Kazuha completely seriously declares that the money is a real-life superchat, leaving Yuika utterly baffled by the absurd statement. Kazuha later notes that she tried to explain the concept of live-stream donations, but Yuika clearly failed to grasp the idea and ended up completely refusing the cash in the end. As Shu approaches the room hoping Yuika and Kazuha are getting along without any fighting, he overhears Yuika gushing about how touched she was that Shu remembered their childhood. Inside, Kazuha comments that those kinds of pure memories really hit hard, prompting an innocent Yuika to ask what exactly she means by hard. Kazuha mischievously explains that the term is just used for emphasis, causing an oblivious Yuika to loudly declare she is incredibly hard. This makes Shu realize they are getting along completely fine, while Kazuha privately gets a massive kick out of teaching dirty slang to an innocent girl. Shu enters the room to ask what they are discussing, and Yuika explains that Kazuha was just asking about their plans for the day. When Shu wonders if their schedule is really that interesting, Kazuha enthusiastically chimes in that the story of their relationship is so good she wants to send them red super chats, leaving Shu completely bewildered. Kazuha quickly rephrases her internet slang to sound more normal, and while Shu decides to let her weird comments slide, he cannot help but question how the two girls managed to become so close in such a short amount of time, a mystery that Kazuha playfully dodges. Kazuha leans in to boldly whisper a threat about causing a chaotic love triangle drama that will drive Shu insane, before quickly covering it up by loudly declaring her sibling love for him, leaving both Shu and Yuika sweating in absolute confusion over her bizarre behavior. While Kazuha secretly boasts that she could satisfy Yuika much better, a helpless Shu admits he has absolutely no clue what his little sister is talking about. Kazuha then reassures Yuika that she does not actually harbor any weird thoughts right now, which Yuika easily accepts. Kazuha jokingly offers a special double package deal if Yuika ever changes her mind, leaving Yuika highly flustered but politely promising to keep the offer in mind. Reflecting on the night, Kazuha notes she stayed up late watching them chat until morning, and as the rain finally stops and the next morning arrives, she bids the couple a safe trip and jokingly thanks them for the entertaining live show. Yuika enthusiastically pulls Shu along and announces they are officially heading out, declaring how excited she is for their childhood nostalgia tour, leaving a quiet Shu to agree as Kazuha watches them leave. Kazuha misses the fun from the previous night and notes how easily the two are already touching each other in the morning. Though she desperately wants to stalk them, she exerts some self-control, silently hoping her incredibly dense brother will finally notice Yuika's blatant feelings and take their relationship to the next level. The couple embarks on the second day of their nostalgia tour, wandering all over their old childhood spots together before finally arriving at their final destination. They arrive at the park where they first met, and Yuika remarks on how small it feels now compared to when they were kids, prompting Shu to point out that they have simply grown up. Standing by the swings, Yuika reminisces about how they used to compete to see who could swing the furthest, confidently bragging that she always won, while Shu can only offer a silent, awkward reaction. Moving on to the sandbox, Yuika recalls how Shu always used to play there completely by himself, which he quietly confirms. A flashback shows young Shu constructing a sandcastle alone, while young Yuika watches from a distance, as Shu admits that he really did not have any friends to play with back in those days. Yuika confesses that she actually lacked close friends back then as well, explaining that other kids always teased her and called her weird because of her boyish look, despite being a girl. Shu remains completely silent, listening quietly as she asks her childhood memories. Turning to her with a gentle, warm expression, Shu sincerely thanks her for being the one to find him on that fateful childhood day. With a bright and happy smile, Yuika graciously accepts his gratitude, but immediately returns the sentiment, thanking him for finding her too, and leaving a puzzled Shu wondering what exactly she means by that. Flashback panels show their childhood interactions as Yuika explains that seeing him alone reminded her of her own isolation, confessing that she could only ever be her true self when they were together, and revealing that he has been incredibly special to her ever since. Shu assures her that she is also very special to him, though Yuika silently acknowledges that his idea of special is slightly different from her deep romantic feelings, reflecting on how her mother's advice on the day she moved away made those true emotions perfectly clear to her. Yuika looks back to the moment she first learned that her father's work would be taking their family overseas, remembering how her mother broke the sudden news to her that they would all have to relocate together. Though she desperately wanted to stay behind on her own, she was just a child with absolutely no power to change the situation, leaving her with no choice but to follow her mother's advice and find a way to break the painful news of her departure to Shu. Sitting together on a park bench, Shu made her a solemn promise that no matter how many years passed and how much they changed, he would recognize her in an instant, and their bond would remain completely unchanged. She remembers how he directly confessed that he really liked her, swearing that his feelings would never change for the rest of his life. Hearing those words from her gentle, hard-working, and occasionally clumsy friend was incredibly comforting, prompting her to warmly return the sentiment and admit she felt the exact same way. She threw her arms around him and loudly declared her affection, fully realizing even at that young age that her deep feelings for him were undoubtedly true love. Back in the present day, Shu proudly notes that he successfully fulfilled his childhood promise of instantly recognizing her, and while Yuika admits she was highly surprised by his sharp intuition, she confesses she was actually just incredibly happy. Shu agrees, prompting Yuika to softly speak up and gently remind him that he had actually made another crucial promise to her on that very same day. She looks him straight in the eye and asks if his current feelings for her are still the exact same type of love he had for her back when they were children, to which he instantly and confidently replies, of course they are. Seizing the moment, she boldly challenges him to actually say those sweet words out loud, sending a flustered and blushing Shu into a state of total embarrassment. Shu gathers his courage and attempts to confess his feelings to Yuika, stuttering out that he likes her, but she instantly shoots him down with a flat, merciless failure grade. Shu is utterly bewildered that she was actually judging his performance, but Yuika points out that he used completely different, less dramatic words compared to his original proposal, even though he still performed the exact same nervous gestures he did back then. Shu awkwardly tries to find an excuse, but Yuika employs some bulletproof logic, questioning why on earth he is struggling to say the words now when he was able to deliver his proposal so easily back then. Unable to find a proper response, Shu falls into a quiet, blushing silence while Yuika keeps her playful, expectant gaze locked onto him. Suddenly casting aside all of his lingering hesitation, Shu pulls her close for a warm, protective embrace right there on the park bench. Holding her tight, Shu passionately pours his heart out, confessing that his deep feelings for her have never changed since the moment they parted as kids and will continue to last forever. Overwhelmed with sheer happiness, Yuika lets out a warm, emotional smile and softly returns his confession, admitting that she really likes him too. They hold each other close, both silently realizing that the deep, loving bond they forged back in their childhood days has only grown infinitely stronger with every passing year. The romantic intensity is suddenly cut short as a pair of nearby teenagers giggle and tease them for being so openly lovey-dovey in public, catching a flustered Shu completely off guard. Deeply embarrassed by the public attention, Shu frantically tells her it is time to wrap up the date, proudly reminding her that he has successfully kept every single promise they ever made. As a satisfied Yuika simply giggles at his cute panic. Yuika playfully notes that Shu's feelings only barely pass her mark, wishing his definition of liking her perfectly matched her own deep affection, but she confidently resolves to slowly and surely capture his heart anyway. Meanwhile, Kazuha overhears this intense declaration and internally panics wondering if she somehow managed to miss a massive milestone in their relationship. The arrival of summer vacation is finally around the corner, promising a much-needed break and plenty of exciting seasonal adventures for the high schoolers. With July officially underway, the blackboard in the classroom proudly announces that their long-awaited summer break is finally right around the corner. Takahashi-san enthusiastically proposes that the entire group of friends should head out on a vacation together for their summer break, a fun idea that Yuika immediately supports, while Ida is pleasantly surprised to find himself included in the travel plans too. The group debates their ideal summer destination, with Yuika voting for the beach, and Takahashi-san preferring the cool mountains, prompting Shu to propose a neat compromise of visiting another town entirely, which Ida readily agrees to. Ida suggests Kyoto as the perfect middle ground since it boasts both sea and mountains, a brilliant idea that Shu surprisingly gets incredibly enthusiastic and analytical about, prompting Yuika to tease him over how unusually eager he is to plan the trip. Shu privately reflects on how acting this excited is completely out of character for him, silently acknowledging that, until Yuika came back into his life, he never could have imagined himself happily planning a group trip with friends, even as the girls officially declare Kyoto to be their final destination. Back home, Yuika boldly asks Shu if the two of them can go on their own private beach trip, and when Shu mentions he lacks a swimsuit, she eagerly suggests they go shopping for new swimwear together. Adjusting their weekend schedule due to predicted rain, Shu proposes they stay in to watch a movie tomorrow and push their shopping trip to the day after, privately noting that their classmates will likely be busy with summer supplementary lessons anyway. Shu is excited about a movie recommendation, while Yuika is thrilled that they are no longer just planning for a distant hypothetical reunion. They are happily talking about their immediate future together, from tomorrow to the day after and beyond. Sharing these casual, mundane morning routines feels like an absolute dream come true for them, making Yuika wish that this peaceful everyday life could last forever. Unfortunately, reality is never that simple, and Yuika finds herself bitterly wondering why she was ever naive enough to innocently believe that such perfect happiness would continue. When Shu returns home and calls out for Yuika, he is met with a quiet apartment, suddenly realizing that those happy days can vanish in an instant, a painful lesson he already knew better than anyone. Finding the place completely dark and silent, Shu's concern grows as he realizes that she definitely should have returned home long before him. His anxiety spikes when he spots a mysterious letter waiting for him, specially addressed to him. Shu is left reeling in absolute shock and confusion as he reads her brief farewell note, which bluntly states that she is going back to her family home. The next day at school, Shu is completely consumed by panic, desperately wondering if he somehow made her angry or if she hates him, which leaves him looking so exhausted that his classmates immediately notice. His well-meaning classmate aggressively lectures him on the vital importance of sleep, even hilariously recommending the perfect boring lecture to take a quick nap in. Desperate for answers, Shu tries calling both her cell phone and her family home, only to be repeatedly blocked by house staff, who offer nothing but a cold, highly formal response. Ida notes that it is highly unusual for Yuika to take a day off, while a sleep-deprived Shu silently laments that he only dragged himself to school in the hopes of seeing her. To help lift his spirits, Ida loudly suggests they head to the restroom together, but Shu flatly refuses, muttering that he is absolutely not in the mood. Ida leans in and mysteriously whispers that he actually has a pretty good idea of why Yuika went back home, sending Shu into an immediate state of shock. Before explaining further, Ida casually announces that his bladder has officially reached its limit and walks off laughing, leaving a highly frustrated Shu and their classmate completely in the dark. Cornering Ida outside the restroom, Shu frantically begs him to explain if he did something wrong or messed up their relationship somehow. Ida calmly tells him to take a breath, acknowledging that anyone would start spiraling into negative thoughts when a situation drops out of nowhere like this. Ida firmly advises Shu to calm down and think rationally, questioning whether he honestly believes Yuika would just pack up and abandon their home over a silly little misunderstanding. Ida explains that Yuika's grandmother, the family matriarch, suddenly returned to the country yesterday after years of traveling abroad. This crucial bit of news immediately calms Shu down, making him realize that Yuika's sudden departure was not because she was upset with him. Ida reveals that because of the Karasuma family tradition, their secret marriage has not actually been approved by the grandmother yet. He explains they rushed into the union under the assumption that the matriarch would remain abroad for a few more years, which Shu points out was an incredibly sloppy plan, though Ida highlights that it was Yuika's desperate top-secret strategy to lock things down before any other arranged marriage could be forced on Shu when he turned 18. Ida theorizes that the grandmother likely caught wind of the secret marriage and immediately ordered Yuika to return to the family home. Shu is left to process the harsh reality that her grandmother actively disapproves of their relationship and wants them apart. Ida points out that while he was not there to witness Yuika being taken back, this is the only logical explanation for the sudden turn of events, leaving Shu to stare in grim silence. Instead of breaking down under the depressing news, Shu suddenly lets out a dark, quiet chuckle, catching Ida completely off guard. Shu suddenly bursts into maniacal, roaring laughter, declaring that if her family wants to pick a fight with him, then the solution is incredibly simple. He fiercely vows to play along with their game, leaving a sweating Ida to wonder if his sleep-deprived friend has officially lost his mind. After school, Shu carefully weighs every possible scenario and restrains his urge to rush in blindly, before finally arriving at Yuika's family estate, where he is formally greeted at the entrance by one of her security guards. Deciding to face his obstacle head-on with a direct frontal approach, Shu introduces himself and politely requests a meeting with Yuika. However, the guard apologetically declines, explaining that various family circumstances currently prevent her from seeing anyone. While Shu simply stands there with a knowing smile, the guard's earbud suddenly rings with an incoming call, forcing him to pick up and report that their unexpected visitor is indeed standing right in front of him. The guard quickly apologizes for the miscommunication and immediately welcomes Shu inside. Shu politely thanks him, privately celebrating how easily he managed to bypass their tight security by pulling a few strings behind the scenes. Shu sheepishly admits that his impressive breakthrough was actually just him asking Yuika's mother for assistance. Since Yuika's parents are currently away on a business trip, her strict grandmother has put the entire house on lockdown, prompting Shu to utilize his mother-in-law's authority to gain entry. While discussing his strategy, Shu's classmate playfully teases him that relying on his mother-in-law is a bit lame, but Shu shrugs it off, declaring that he does not care about looking cool as long as his scheme successfully reunites him with his wife. As Shu walks through the estate, he admits to himself that he actually expected bypassing her family's strict lockdown to be much more of a challenge. Meanwhile, inside the manor, Yuika desperately confronts her grandmother, loudly pleading with her to finally sit down and listen to what she has to say. Her grandmother coldly advises her to cool her temper before speaking, and although Yuika initially insists she is perfectly calm, she quickly takes a deep breath. She sincerely acknowledges her grandmother's anger and formally apologizes for rushing into a marriage arrangement behind her back. Yuika explains that she has worked tirelessly to keep her childhood promise and grow into a refined feminine woman before directly begging her grandmother to look past the secrecy and officially grant her blessing for their marriage. Yuika is confronted by her grandmother, who remarks that she indeed kept her promise to become more feminine, before casually presenting her phone and asking if Yuika also got her latest wild idea directly from her. Yuika is instantly frozen in absolute shock, her eyes widening in pure horror as she looks down at the screen. She stares at a viral social media video showing her and Shu playing on the swings together, with their playful voices calling out to jump on the count of 3, captured perfectly for the internet to see. As the video shows Yuika launch herself off the swing on the count of 2, her grandmother dryly questions if acting so recklessly and launching herself into the air is what Yuika actually considers being more feminine. Her grandmother asks if she really thought she could keep this a secret, while the internet comments fawn over how handsome Shu is. While Yuika internally screams that she only got that hyperactive on the swings to hide her extreme embarrassment from his sudden hug earlier, she frantically tries to defend herself by admitting she simply got a little too excited. Her grandmother delivers a cold, devastating truth, pointing out that the very fact Yuika chose to keep her marriage a complete secret is undeniable proof that even she secretly believes she is totally unqualified to be his wife. Yuika tries to fire back a defense, but the painful accusation strikes deep, leaving her completely speechless and biting her lip in agonizing silence. Standing quietly, Yuika is forced to admit to herself that she cannot deny her grandmother's words, though a deep, quiet resolve still lingers within her. Yuika's resolve only deepens as she silently promises herself that she will never let anyone else dictate who she is or define what she is capable of. She reflects on how her mother named her Yuika in the hope that she would bloom like a gentle flower, but she remains fiercely determined not to be a passive bystander who merely smiles by Shu's side while doing absolutely nothing to support him. Yuika's grandmother points out that Yuika had the choice to remain in Japan with her back then, but decided to leave anyway, prompting Yuika to explain that she only left because her grandmother was always trying to control and correct her. As Yuika worries that the same lecturing is about to happen again, her grandmother frantically begs her not to go down that path of argument. Their tense conversation is suddenly shattered when the sliding doors are slammed wide open, revealing a completely out-of-breath and determined Shu standing in the doorway. Shu gasps out to ask if this is the room he was looking for, while the panicked maid desperately begs the grandmother for forgiveness for failing to stop him. A completely stunned Yuika can only yell out his name in utter shock, while her grandmother watches the intrusion with mild amusement. The grandmother immediately recognizes Shu as the Kano family's heir, dryly calling him a total delinquent for barging into her estate without permission. Shu casually offers his excuses, while Yuika silently sweats in sheer panic, sensing that the two are about to throw hands right then and there. Shu confidently fires back, declaring that her accusation of delinquency is incredibly rich, coming from someone who literally kidnapped his partner and locked her up in a secluded place. The grandmother is amused by his bold choice of words, but counters that she wouldn't have to resort to such extreme measures if he actually came from a more proper and prestigious lineage. Shu firmly stands his ground, declaring that he does not care about things like family status or prestigious lineages, a defiant statement that deeply touches Yuika, even in the middle of their heated standoff. The grandmother mockingly questions how they expect to have a happy marriage if they completely disregard family expectations, but Shu fires back that, while he respects the family, he refuses to blindly follow outdated customs. When she laughs and points out that he himself followed his own family's arranged marriage rules, Shu firmly counters that even if it felt forced initially, they ultimately chose this life together on their own terms. Shu proudly declares that he was never forced into this marriage and has made absolutely zero compromises, leaving a deeply moved Yuika to silently marvel at his words. Trying to maintain her composure, the grandmother calmly fans herself and asks Shu what exactly brought him all the way there, to which Shu dryly replies that she is clearly playing dumb. Looking straight at her grandmother with absolute determination, Shu boldly declares that he has come to take back his most precious treasure. Yuika is completely swept off her feet by how incredibly cool Shu is acting, while Shu boldly and politely asks her grandmother for her blessing, making it clear that getting her approval would mean the world to them. The grandmother calmly accepts their request, noting that she has no intention of rejecting their values, since her granddaughter feels exactly the same way, believing they can all happily coexist without conflict. Meanwhile, Shu candidly points out Yuika's tomboyish nature, which only makes Yuika fall even harder for his directness and honesty. Shu reflects on how Yuika has always possessed the incredible strength to guide him toward exciting and unfamiliar horizons, opening up his quiet world from the moment they first met as kids. He credits her vibrant personality with helping him break out of his shell and form wonderful new connections with others, realizing that he is only the person he is today because she never changed. Returning to the present, Shu begins to explain exactly what Yuika means to him, leaving a highly flustered Yuika in suspense as he prepares to make a grand declaration. Shu completely throws all restraint out the window and passionately proclaims that Yuika is absolutely his ideal beloved wife, causing the grandmother to quietly snicker in amusement at their dramatic display. The grandmother bursts into a fit of hysterical laughter, playfully teasing the young couple for turning what was supposed to be a serious persuasion session into an outright flirting contest. Finding the entire situation absolutely hilarious, the grandmother continues to chuckle, while the young couple is left completely bewildered by her sudden shift in attitude. Shu and Yuika find themselves facing Yuika's grandmother, who lets out a deep, heavy sigh and bluntly admits that their sudden behavior is seriously irking her, demanding to know what on earth has gotten into them. She points out that they are reacting with so much shock and panic that it makes her feel as if they are treating her like some kind of dangerous kidnapper. The grandmother calmly explains that Yuika merely assumed she was being dragged back home by force, clarifying that she actually never forced her to return or did anything of the sort. Blushing and flustered, Yuika quickly cuts in and protests, telling her grandmother to wait and arguing that the way she is framing the entire situation is completely unfair. Her grandmother swiftly taps her on the head to quiet her down, instructing her to calm down, think about it rationally, and finally be completely honest about what actually happened, leaving a thoroughly confused Shu to watch the family bickering. Shu tries to piece together the chain of events in his head, remembering how Yuika had asked him to run out and buy some groceries while she went back to the apartment first to wait for him. While waiting inside the apartment, Yuika suddenly hears the front door unlock and turns around, expecting Shu to walk through the door with the shopping bags. She cheerfully calls out a warm welcome back, only to freeze in absolute wide-eyed terror as she realizes that the person standing in the entryway is actually her grandmother. Panicking, Yuika stammers out a series of questions about why her grandmother is suddenly back in the country, and firmly declares that she refuses to leave the apartment, only to be completely baffled when her grandmother calmly tells her to do whatever she wants before turning to order her bodyguard to get started. Yuika is caught completely off guard when her apartment is suddenly flooded by a group of unfamiliar workers, enthusiastically responding to her grandmother's orders, leaving her to wonder who on earth they are. As her grandmother calmly instructs the moving crew to start removing the furniture first, Yuika freezes in absolute horror, struggling to comprehend what is unfolding right in front of her. Seeing the movers actually lift the couch, Yuika's panic reaches a fever pitch as she desperately wonders if her grandmother is planning to seize all of their belongings and force her to move back home. Unable to bear the thought of their space being dismantled, Yuika finally breaks down and begs her grandmother to stop, promising that she will willingly return home if they just leave the apartment alone. She internally realizes that she is completely powerless whenever her grandmother gets serious, concluding that her only choice is to sacrifice her own freedom to protect the home she built with Shu. Her grandmother can only let out a heavy sigh as Yuika desperately pleads with her to leave everything in the room exactly where it is. Her grandmother admits that she is partially at fault for how Yuika has turned out, sighing as she tells the moving crew she is sorry for dragging them all the way out here, but asking them to go home for the day. Yuika feels an intense wave of relief for successfully defending their special place, knowing that losing this apartment would mean having no real home to return to, a reality she simply cannot accept. Later on, a deeply confused Yuika presses her grandmother on the issue, pointing out that she explicitly stated she had come to take her back, only for her grandmother to innocently wonder if she ever really said those words. With Shu standing silently beside them in utter disbelief, Yuika can only sweat in pure confusion, weakly insisting that her grandmother definitely said something along those lines. Yuika demands to know why her grandmother had her movers carry the furniture outside if she wasn't scheming anything, but her grandmother calmly insists she wasn't scheming anything at all. Yuika stands completely stunned, letting out a confused gasp as she struggles to process her grandmother's calm response. Her grandmother explains that she only had the movers adjust the furniture to make room to deliver Yuika's marriage trousseau, clarifying that the truck has absolutely nothing to do with any refusal of their marriage, which leaves Yuika completely baffled. Her grandmother explains that she heard Yuika barely moved any belongings into her new home, which she felt would bring shame to the family name, so she decided to send over a proper trousseau herself. While Yuika awkwardly thanks her for the gesture, her grandmother dryly adds that she tried to do something nice only for them to barge in and cause a massive scene. Her grandmother chides Yuika for failing to listen, and instead jumping to wild conclusions, digging her own grave while playing the victim, leaving a flustered Yuika to wonder how her elegant grandmother even knows such modern slang. Yuika desperately tries to explain herself, slowly realizing that her grandmother never actually ordered her to do anything at all, which the older woman dryly confirms. Overwhelmed with sheer embarrassment, Yuika whimpers that she wants to find a deep hole to bury herself in, while Shu awkwardly steps forward to ask the grandmother a question of his own. Shu hesitatingly asks if she was never actually opposed to their union from the very start, and the grandmother calmly confirms she never once said she was against their marriage. Completely mortified by his own massive misunderstanding and rude behavior, Shu immediately drops to the floor in a deep bow of apology, while Yuika continues to hide her face in embarrassment, and her grandmother giggles in amusement at the chaotic turn of events. The grandmother cheerfully forgives them, admitting she doesn't mind their behavior since she got to witness such a hilarious spectacle in return. She points out that if they had just stopped to think, they would have realized that, as a retired matriarch, she doesn't even hold the authority to sever ties between their families, leaving Shu and Yuika to realize they let Ida's wild theories completely mislead them into starting a dramatic, unnecessary war. The grandmother agrees with Yuika's point, but then throws out a mysterious question to keep her guessing. Yuika assumes all her strict training was just to prevent her from embarrassing the Karasuma household, which her grandmother freely admits is at least partially true. However, the older woman confesses that her main goal was actually to ensure Yuika would have absolutely no regrets once she finally found someone she genuinely loved, though she dryly notes that her harsh methods totally backfired. Yuika sincerely apologizes for her past rebellion, while her grandmother admits that her own approach was completely wrong, concluding that they were both just way too stubborn to listen to each other. Bringing things back to Shu, the grandmother explains that his love at first sight is all that truly matters, and that she never had the right to judge Yuika's worth anyway. She warmly praises Yuika for blooming into someone's one and only flower, exactly as she had always hoped. Giving Yuika her heartfelt blessing to go and be happy, the grandmother receives a tearful, deeply grateful thanks in return. When Shu jumps in to apologize for their fake act, the grandmother casually reveals she actually figured it out halfway through but approved of it anyway, leaving a betrayed Yuika wondering why she kept the act going. The grandmother playfully defends her actions as just a tiny bit of revenge, since Yuika completely failed to inform her about the marriage, dragging Shu into the banter. Shu quickly hits the nail on the head, awkwardly pointing out that the older woman is just sulking because she wanted to hear the big news directly from her granddaughter. Deciding to let it slide, the grandmother admits the whole mess was worth it since she finally got to properly evaluate Yuika's new husband. She confidently declares that she can safely leave her precious granddaughter in his care, earning a massively relieved and grateful thanks from Shu. Shu instinctively wants to promise that he will make Yuika happy, but he privately admits that his current self still isn't quite capable of that grand claim. Instead, he settles on a more realistic but deeply sincere vow. Looking right at his new wife, Shu boldly promises to absolutely treasure Yuika for as long as he lives. Addressing her grandmother with complete sincerity, a deeply moved Yuika declares her absolute determination to find happiness, starting to voice her resolute promise. With a radiant, heartfelt smile right beside Shu, she proudly proclaims that she is actually already incredibly happy right now. Softening her stern expression, Yuika's grandmother offers her warm, sincere congratulations on their marriage, a blessing that Yuika gratefully and happily accepts. As they walk back through the estate, Yuika quietly apologizes to Shu for causing him so much stress and worry, prompting Shu to admit he genuinely feared she wanted to end their relationship through her departure letter, an idea she instantly rejects as completely impossible. Yuika reiterates that breaking up is completely out of the question for her, though Shu gently points out that given the frantic situation where she left with nothing but the clothes on her back, it was only natural for him to assume the worst. After Yuika frantically apologizes once again, Shu warmly reassures her, admitting the scare was actually a valuable wake-up call because it made him fully realize just how incredibly important her presence is to his life, a sweet confession she shyly agrees with. A comfortable, quiet warmth settles over them as they look at one another in silence, completely lost in their own little world. Their romantic moment is suddenly shattered when Yuika's grandmother peeks out of a sliding door and dryly tells them to stop flirting on other people's doorsteps, and to finish their sweet talk back at their own home, sending the startled couple into a total panic. The couple happily agrees it is time to head back to their own apartment, And a few days later, Shu wakes up to find Yuika has already prepared breakfast on her own. When he gratefully thanks her but asks why she woke up early since they usually cook together, she enthusiastically explains that today is a very special day of celebration. With a dazzling smile, she happily wishes Shu a very happy birthday, catching him completely off guard with the sweet morning surprise. Shu politely acknowledges a birthday greeting, reflecting on the fact that today is officially his 18th birthday. Shu privately assumes that aside from their planned celebration today, will play out just like any other normal day, though he would soon realize how completely wrong he was. The moment Shu arrives at school, his classmates burst into the room to throw him a surprise birthday party, showering him with enthusiastic wishes. Feeling a bit overwhelmed but genuinely touched, Shu warmly thanks his friends for the unexpected and energetic celebration. Takahashi happily brags that Yuika had secretly let them in on his birthday beforehand to make sure he would be thoroughly surprised, leaving Ida to dryly grumble about cleaning up the mess. Word quickly spreads through the classroom when a classmate loudly announces Shu's birthday to the entire class, prompting a wave of warm congratulations from everyone around him. Deeply moved by their warmth, Shu realizes how much he has grown, reflecting on how he used to feel so out of place, but now feels far more approachable and less guarded around others. He offers a sincere, silent thank you from the bottom of his heart, fully aware that this positive transformation is entirely thanks to Yuika's influence on his life. Later that night, the couple winds down in the quiet comfort of their apartment, sharing a toast as she wishes him a happy birthday once more, and he softly thanks her. Yuika happily admits that while the day was incredibly fun, all the excitement was also quite exhausting, which Shu readily agrees with as they laugh. Shu explains that after school, Ida and Takahashi treated them to a lively karaoke session to celebrate, which was followed by a traditional family dinner at his parents' house, though he admits he had quite a hard time handling Kazuha because she was so energetic and excited. He wraps up his brief recap by noting that they finally returned home, and as they relax together, Yuika suddenly gets up and eagerly shifts the conversation toward her birthday present for him. With a playful flourish, Yuika proudly holds up a long, dark ribbon, leaving Shu staring in complete confusion with a giant question mark floating over his head. Tying the ribbon into a large bow across her chest, she looks at him with a warm smile and suggestively announces that his birthday present is actually her. Shu laughs and teases her for using such a cliché trope, but a blushing Yuika quickly fires back that her sweet gesture is absolutely not cliché. Her playful tone turns incredibly soft and sincere as she quietly confesses that she genuinely wants to give her entire self and her everything to him. Deeply moved by her heartfelt confession, Shu steps closer to her, taking her hand as he gently asks if all of him will be enough in return. Yuika softly mutters her agreement while Shu smiles warmly, holding her hand firmly in his. With tears of happiness in her eyes, she eagerly reassures him that his love is more than enough, prompting Shu to suggest they finally take the next step together, which she happily accepts. Arriving at the city office under the moonlit sky, Shu gently asks if she is absolutely certain about making this official, reminding her that there is no turning back from here on out. Yuika giggles and reassures him that she has had no intention of ever turning back since the very day they were reunited as kids, and they confidently step up to the night counter to submit their marriage registration. The young couple receives official congratulations, marking the monumental moment they finally submit their marriage registration. As they stand at the bus stop waiting for a late ride, Shu asks without thinking if they are officially married now, reflecting on how incredibly natural the whole process felt. Looking over their official certificate, Shu notes that a single sheet of paper won't magically change their daily routine, prompting him to ask Yuika if she has any plans. With their schedule completely clear, they both enthusiastically agree to head straight home to do their favorite activity. Back home, they immediately start up a video game, with Shu happily concluding that keeping their daily life exactly the same is perfectly fine by him. He reflects on the unique nature of their bond, enjoying how they can seamlessly shift from acting like best friends to behaving like sweet, affectionate lovers. Surrounded by the comfortable, cozy atmosphere of their home, he happily reminds himself that their newlywed life has only just begun. Later, Yuika dreamily calls out his name, quietly declaring that she thinks they finally did it, which catches Shu completely off guard before she excitedly confirms the news. In the middle of their co-op gaming session, Shu praises her skills, but nervously asks how they are going to survive their current predicament. Yuika confidently points out a massive wyvern squad charging straight toward them, leaving a slightly baffled Shu wondering what her master plan is. While playing a game together, Yuika suggests hitting the enemy with full force right from the start to manage the reinforcements, but Shu worries they might get completely overwhelmed by the sheer number of opponents on the other side. Shu agrees that it is a solid plan, prompting Yuika to explain how they can lure the enemies one by one into a narrow path to defeat them before surrounding and taking down the boss. They realize they are finally on the verge of clearing a difficult stage they have been stuck on for 3 days, noting that baiting the overconfident enemies into a trap was their key to victory. Thrilled by her brilliant strategy, Shu decides to reward Yuika with an anything ticket, which she happily and enthusiastically accepts. With the screen displaying a victorious clear message, Shu praises her plan for working perfectly, while she credits his quick-on-the-fly adjustments for their success, as they celebrate a rare item drop. Feeling a sudden rush of proximity, a flustered Shu quickly denies that anything is wrong, reminding himself that they are supposed to be just best friends, even though they officially submitted their marriage registration. Shu desperately tries to banish his inappropriate thoughts, lecturing himself not to get distracted by her captivating eyes or her soft cherry-colored lips as she walks away to grab a drink. Meanwhile, Yuika is also internally screaming with embarrassment, realizing she got way too caught up in the game and did something incredibly bold, forcing her to use all her strength just to keep herself from grinning. She admits to herself that while she always knew Shu was cool, being so close to him makes their relationship feel incredibly real, leaving her highly flustered over how dangerously close she came to actually kissing him. Yuika is determined to keep her romantic feelings completely hidden from Shu. She reminds herself that Shu only agreed to their marriage because he considers her to be his absolute best friend, not because he is actually in love with her. Still, she wishes she could indulge in her secret desires just for a tiny moment. However, she quickly checks herself, realizing that letting her thoughts drift like that could easily lead to some highly inappropriate and wild imaginations. Tonight, Yuika treats them to a summer dish of kamatama sum, explaining how easy and perfect it is for the hot season. Shu goes absolutely wild with praise, declaring that if he had to choose only one food to eat for the rest of his life, it would easily be sum, which prompts a playful laugh from her over his dramatic exaggeration. With the first school semester officially wrapping up today, the happy couple enthusiastically claps their hands together and prepares to dig into their delicious summer meal. As they eat, Yuika mentions how incredibly relieved she is that Takahashi-san successfully avoided summer makeup classes, proving that their group study sessions paid off. Shu dryly points out that despite studying with the exact same group, Ida still managed to fail and get stuck with supplementary lessons. Shu quietly reflects on how a year ago he never would have imagined having close friends to gossip about like this, before happily praising the meal as absolutely delicious. Yuika proudly notes that she learned the recipe directly from her grandmother. The grandmother joins them via video call, sharing that she also taught the recipe to Kazuha, who loved it, and she praises them for getting along so well. Though the grandmother playfully advises Yuika that the key to a man's heart is through his stomach, Yuika nervously admits to Shu that she still feels a bit awkward talking to her. The grandmother is left deeply bewildered after revealing that Kazuha tried to hand her cash like a virtual super chat, questioning what on earth Yuika's household is teaching the girl. Yuika can only sweat in embarrassment and claims she knows absolutely nothing about it. After wrapping up their meal, Yuika confirms that she is scheduled to head out the door first today. Shu readily agrees and promises to take care of the rest of the cleanup. They prepare for their morning commute, fully aware that maintaining their strictly secret marriage at school requires them to follow a tight set of rules to ensure absolutely nobody finds out they are living together. To keep their marriage a complete secret from their classmates, Shu and Yuika have to leave their apartment at different times every morning. Yuika heads out first with a cheerful goodbye, leaving Shu to wait several minutes before following her. Shu privately reflects that, while he understands the necessity of this routine, he actually much prefers the mornings when he gets to leave first, and has someone special waiting behind to send him off with a warm farewell. As soon as Yuka arrives at school, Takahashi-san immediately ambushes her with a giant celebratory tackle, complaining that they will not see each other for a while and declaring how lonely she will be. While Yuka breathlessly asks what kind of greeting this is, and reminds her they are meeting tomorrow anyway, Ida and Shu watch the chaotic display from a distance, with Ida noting how much Yuka has comfortably lowered her guard around their energetic classmate. They run into Shiratori-san in the hallway, exchanging polite morning greetings, though Ida immediately turns up the charm and loudly compliments her as always. Another classmate, Amami-san, joins them and curiously asks Shu if he is skipping the upcoming summer training camp, teasingly wondering if his decision stems from his sheer confidence as the school's top-ranked scholar, which a slightly embarrassed Shu quickly downplays. Shu warmly explains that he simply wants to spend his summer vacation experiencing all sorts of new activities, which Yuka silently supports with a knowing smile, internally agreeing that they should focus on doing absolutely anything except studying. Amami-san immediately teases Shu by asking if these experiences are something highly inappropriate, prompting Shu to blush and tell her to save those kinds of jokes for Ida, who is more than happy to play along with the banter. Hoping to join in on the fun, Takahashi-san and the girls walk over to greet Shu and Ida, but Takahashi-san suddenly trails off in deep disappointment, leaving Shu to wonder what is wrong. Gathering the group together, Takahashi-san solemnly announces that she wanted to discuss their upcoming summer vacation plans, but has a highly tragic piece of news too. With dramatic flair, Takahashi-san loudly reveals that their snack budget for the trip is strictly capped at 5,000 yen per person. While Ida points out that this is an absurdly massive amount for snacks and Shu notes that carrying that much food would just be a huge hassle, the girls are left utterly dumbfounded by their practical reactions. Takahashi-san humorously explains that she was fully expecting the wealthy Shu to complain that 5,000 yen wouldn't even buy a single grain of caviar, leaving Yuka to sheepishly apologize for missing the joke, while Ida helpfully lists off the actual weight of the world's most expensive caviar you could buy for that amount, prompting Shu to dryly point out that absolutely nobody eats caviar as a casual snack anyway. Takahashi-san playfully teases Shu about his overly rigid logic regarding school trip snacks, which Shu quickly and exasperatedly tries to deny, leaving Yuka completely bewildered, as she silently wonders when the teasing even started. Turning their attention back to their upcoming summer vacation, Takahashi-san s her top 3 lodging choices on her phone, but when Yuka enthusiastically votes for the one closest to the station, Shu frantically stops them to point out that the cabin only features a single D bedroom. Takahashi-san happily laughs off his concerns, joking that they will just have to sleep cramped together, an idea that Yuka finds highly amusing, while Shu nervously wonders if that setup is actually a massive problem. The decision is finalized despite Shu's desperate attempts to object, leaving Ida to silently marvel at how much his usually distant friend has changed since they first met. Back in the comfort of their apartment, Yuka happily collapses onto the sofa to celebrate the start of summer vacation, stretching out as she declares how incredibly liberating it feels to finally be free from school, a sentiment that Shu wholeheartedly agrees with. Shu immediately tries to ground them by bringing up their summer homework, but his academic focus is instantly derailed when Yuka, holding her phone, dramatically announces that it is time for a major gaming marathon instead. Yuka playfully scolds him for being far too serious on their very first day of freedom, arguing that if he gets restless without doing homework, she has the exact same right to feel restless without her gaming reset marathon, though Shu insists he could never understand her gaming logic. Knowing how clever she is, Shu has no doubt she will finish her schoolwork easily on the very last day of vacation. But when he politely asks if he should head back to his room, she blushes and asks him to stay beside her to bring her good luck, prompting Shu to silently predict that Ida and Takahashi-san will definitely be the ones crying for homework help at the end of the break. They end up spending the rest of the day quietly pursuing their own hobbies side by side, finding a peaceful and deeply comforting rhythm together, without a single trace of awkward silence. The next morning arrives with a calm, peaceful sunrise easing the newlyweds into another comfortable day of their long-awaited summer vacation. One morning, a sleepy Yuika greets Shu completely oblivious to the fact that her sweat-drenched shirt has become highly see-through, prompting a flustered Shu to nervously point out the wardrobe malfunction. When Shu asks why she is so sweaty, Yuika casually explains that she never turns on the air conditioning while sleeping during the summer, though Shu tries to argue that this still does not justify walking around in such thin clothing. Yuika teases him by pointing out that he has already seen her body once before when she had a fever, leaving Shu completely exasperated by her bizarre logic, while she remains entirely unaware that she did not actually remember that feverish night. An awkward, heavy silence falls over the kitchen as the reality of the suggestive situation finally sinks in, causing a highly tense atmosphere between the newlyweds. Breaking the silence, Shu reluctantly gives in and tries to take control of his racing thoughts. Trying to stay calm, Shu firmly orders her to go take a shower and change her clothes so she does not catch a cold, prompting a playful giggle from Yuika as she happily agrees to his demand. As she heads inside, Shu frantically warns himself that since summer is the season for light clothing, he is going to have to be incredibly careful to keep his composure around her. Safe inside, Yuika completely loses her cool, her face burning red as she realizes her guard was totally down because of summer vacation. She beats herself up for showing him her uncoordinated casual underwear instead of wearing something much cuter. Putting her damp clothes away, she resolves in sheer determination, boldly declaring that her ultimate motto for this summer will be to intentionally serve him some lucky, suggestive views. Her grand scheme immediately takes a backseat when she realizes she forgot her shampoo, calling out to Shu to fetch it from the kitchen bag, which he quickly obliges. Shu politely knocks and enters the bathroom to drop off an opened refill pack for Yuika, while she is in the middle of her shower, leaving him completely startled by her casual attitude. Yuika apologizes for forgetting the package earlier and casually reaches out to take it, while a flustered Shu tries to play it cool and pretend that nothing is wrong as he quickly looks away. When Yuika accidentally drops the package, Shu desperately tries to control his wild imagination, scolding himself to calm down and stop picturing what is happening behind the glass door. Yuika steps out safely wrapped in a towel and playfully teases him about whether he was expecting something more scandalous, prompting Shu to frantically deny it while silently begging his brain to forget the sight. Shu hastily excuses himself and leaves the bathroom, allowing both of them to finally let out a sigh of relief once the door is safely closed. While Shu slaps his face in the hallway to clear his mind, Yuika stands alone in the bathroom, blushing, furiously mortified that she basically faced him completely exposed despite wearing a towel. Shu rationalizes that she only acts so casually because she completely trusts him as her best friend, while a flustered Yuika wonders if her actions were a bit too daring this time. Later, Yuika joins Shu in the living room while drying her hair, noting that being able to take a relaxing bath early in the morning is one of the best perks of their summer vacation. When Yuika complains about what a massive hassle it is to dry her long hair, Shu casually offers to do it for her, catching her completely by surprise. Shu suddenly panics as he remembers doing this easily when they were children, wondering if touching a girl's hair at their current age might actually be seen as too intimate or unwelcome. Shu quietly notices how genuinely grateful Yuika seems when she hands him a hairdryer, prompting him to wonder if he will be fine drying her hair now that it is much longer than it was during their childhood. Shu confidently assures her that he can handle it, though Yuika casually replies that she is already completely used to managing her long hair anyway. Just as Shu prepares to help, a sudden dark and intense aura suddenly surrounds Yuika, catching Shu completely off guard as he sweatily wonders what on earth has suddenly triggered this ominous mood. Yuika demands to know exactly what Shu meant by claiming he is used to drying long hair, prompting a flustered Shu to frantically explain that he only knows how because he has helped his sister dry her hair in the past. Shu quickly adds that his familiarity actually comes from simply watching Yuika herself dry her hair all the time, which leaves her looking completely stunned. Teasing him with a smug grin, Yuika asks if this means he is constantly keeping his eyes on her, to which a blushing Shu awkwardly argues that they live together, making it practically impossible for her to ever be out of his sight. Shu silently admits to himself that the real truth is much simpler, confessing that he was completely captivated by her sheer beauty while watching her dry her hair. Out of nowhere, Yuika casually asks Shu if he happens to prefer long or short hair on a girl, leaving Shu completely speechless, as she secretly resolves to cut her hair off this very day if he prefers it short. Shu tries to be sweet by assuring Yuika that she would look absolutely gorgeous with both long and short hair, which only makes her let out a little chuckle. Yuika points out that she wasn't asking him to flatter her, but was simply asking for his personal preference between the two styles, leaving a highly flustered Shu completely panicking as he tries to figure out the right answer. As Shu carefully dries her hair with a hair dryer, he tells her to let him know if the air gets too hot, prompting her to reply that it feels incredibly nice, while she silently melts over how tenderly and gently he handles her hair as if she were a precious treasure. Sitting quietly, she reflects on how pampered she feels, letting her thoughts wander to how much she feels like a literal princess, and noting that more than anything his gentle care makes her feel deeply loved. When Shu curiously asks if she simply enjoys having other people style her hair like this, Yuika turns around with a bright, direct smile, and clarifies that she only likes it because he is the one doing it. Shu plays it cool with a quiet, slightly embarrassed acknowledgement, but Yuika giggles and softly reminds him that she is being entirely serious. Their trip down memory lane transitions to a nostalgic summer day in their childhood, where Yuika recalls excitedly dragging Shu along to go bug hunting in the woods, after claiming she found a secret tree absolutely crawling with beetles. Pushing through the thick bushes, a very energetic young Yuika triumphantly points out their target, while a slightly timid young Shu follows closely behind, holding a reference book over his head for protection. Young Yuika gasps in awe as she spots a massive stag beetle resting on the trunk of their secret tree, instantly firing up her competitive spirit to climb up and catch it. Before Shu can even protest about the danger of climbing the tall tree, young Yuika is already scaling the trunk, casually explaining that she has to do it, since she doesn't have a butterfly net anyway, leaving a helpless young Shu to realize his own family doesn't own one either, as he watches her climb. Shu drifts back to a fond childhood memory, recalling how he nervously warned Yuika to be careful, only for her to confidently brag about her tree climbing skills. He marvels at how Yuika managed to catch a bug with her bare hands back then, though they ultimately decided to set it free since neither of them could keep it. He warmly remembers how invincible they felt as kids, laughing off failures and scoldings to wake up excited for a new day. This peaceful morning reflection is suddenly shattered by a blood-curdling scream from the other room, instantly putting him on high alert. Fearing the absolute worst, Shu sprints down the hallway, shouting her name, slamming her door open to demand what happened as he frantically bursts into her bedroom. A terrified Yuika points, frantically crying out that she saw a horrible bug appear after opening her window. Shu quickly deduces that turning off the air conditioning and opening the window invited the pest inside, privately admitting that he is not exactly a fan of dealing with cockroaches either. Despite his own deep aversion, Shu realizes he has to step up and handle the situation, immediately steeling his courage to sneak up and deal with the intruder right there on the spot. To their immense relief, Shu discovers the terrifying intruder is actually just a harmless stag beetle, causing Yuika to realize she simply panicked after seeing a fast-moving black shape. Shu playfully wonders why she loves beetles, but is utterly terrified of cockroaches, questioning if it is their speed or movement that scares her. Yuika points out that Shu also hates dealing with cockroaches, highlighting how rare it is to find anyone who actually handles them willingly. When she asks if he was really prepared to take care of it for her, despite his fear, Shu gently explains that he would never make her deal with it alone, earning a sweet and heartfelt thank you from her. Yuika happily handles the stag beetle, confidently reminding Shu that she is perfectly fine with these bugs, and asks if he remembers the childhood day she climbed a tree searching for one, to which he warmly replies that of course he does. She playfully wonders if this little visitor is actually the very same stag beetle returning to repay them for setting it free back then, though Shu sweatily points out that the one they caught as kids was a giant one, and technically, they were the ones who captured it in the first place. Laughing softly, Yuika gently releases the beetle out the window, playfully telling it not to wander back inside, while Shu watches her with a warm, affectionate smile as they bid their little guest goodbye. Yuika proudly declares that she still has her charm and skills confidently showing off. Later that night, Yuika excitedly selects a movie that looks like a harmless comedy, but Shu warns her that it is actually a terrifying horror movie in disguise. Shu points out her notorious weakness when it comes to scary films, but is highly surprised to find Yuika completely unbothered and confident about watching it. Yuika laughs it off as a childhood phase, claiming she has totally grown out of her fears, though Shu reminds her of how she used to tearfully beg him for company during scary shows back in the day. Yuika playfully scolds him for bringing up her embarrassing past, and Shu tells her to just sit back and focus as the movie finally begins. True to the packaging, the movie starts out as a light-hearted comedy, causing Yuika to laugh and jokingly question if this could even be considered a scary movie. The light-hearted atmosphere quickly shifts with a sudden startling sound effect, and though Yuika is clearly startled, she tries to play it cool and insists she is absolutely fine. The movie suddenly takes a dark, gruesome turn with a terrifying development, leaving them both staring in silent shock. Completely overwhelmed by the sudden jump scare, Yuika lets out a loud scream and instinctively clings to Shu in sheer terror, sending him into a sudden panic. Thoroughly spooked, Yuika hysterically points at a noise in the room, forcing an amused Shu to assure her that it was only a tissue box falling to the floor. Still terrified after their horror movie, Yuika seeks comfort from Shu, frantically asking if there are really no ghosts. Shu calmly reassures her that ghosts are not real and there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Despite his reassuring words, she repeatedly asks him to double-check the room, but Shu patiently reassures her once again and tells her to take a look for herself. Finally, calming down, Yuika defensively claims she knew there were no ghosts all along, prompting Shu to tease her about why she acted so tough in the first place. She admits she thought it was embarrassing to be scared of horror movies at her age, but Shu kindly assures her there is no shame in it, gently pointing out that her decade-long avoidance of the genre was probably proof she never actually overcame her fear. Seeing her look highly dejected, Shu quickly backtracks and comforts her, warmly reassuring her that everyone has things they are not fond of and that it is completely fine to avoid horror movies altogether. Eager to end her misery, Shu decides to cut the movie short and suggests they head to bed early, though a highly nervous Yuika quickly calls out to stop him. Feeling completely vulnerable and terrified, a deeply flustered Yuika shyly asks if they can sleep together tonight, leaving Shu to internally wonder why she insisted on watching a horror movie in the first place if she was this incredibly bad with them. Seeing how genuinely frightened she is, Shu sighs and reluctantly agrees to her request, deciding to let her have her way for the night. He suddenly shifts to a highly confident, teasing tone, boldly declaring that tonight he won't let her get a single wink of sleep. His provocative declaration catches her completely off guard, leaving her blushing in absolute stunned disbelief. While Yuika's mind immediately runs wild, thinking he was suggesting something highly intimate, she quickly realizes her misunderstanding, as he reveals his actual plan, proving she fell victim to her own overactive imagination. Yuika's highly anticipated and suggestive reward for losing the bet ultimately turned out to be nothing more than a marathon of comedy films all night long. Despite laughing herself silly, she still couldn't completely shake off her lingering fears from earlier, prompting Shu to thoughtfully close the distance between them and snuggle up tightly to keep her feeling safe. Completely melting into his comforting warmth, Yuika quickly found her eyelids growing heavy and inevitably drifted off to sleep right beside him. Realizing she had totally passed out, Shu let out a fond sigh and accepted that their movie marathon was officially over. In her hazy, half-awake state, Yuika groggily wondered why she suddenly felt like she was magically floating through the air. The following morning, Shu woke up to find Yuika actively preparing a grand breakfast as a sincere apology for forcing him into an all-nighter and making him carry her to bed, an offer he gladly accepted. Her apologetic mood vanished in an instant, as she suddenly cornered him, intensely interrogating him on whether he had taken advantage of her sleeping state to pull any inappropriate pranks. Shu frantically swore that he hadn't done anything weird at all, though he immediately realized his overly defensive phrasing made him sound incredibly guilty. Yuika boldly teased that she would happily accept whatever he wanted to do to her anyway, forcing a completely flustered Shu to awkwardly confess that his only crime was carrying her to her room princess style. Shu immediately started overthinking his actions, deeply regretting picking her up without permission, while frantically trying to justify that his own sleep deprivation made it seem like the most practical solution at the time. Shu retrospectively realizes that he could have easily moved a sick Yuika by wrapping her up in bedsheets like a makeshift stretcher, a bizarre and unromantic carrying method that leaves her completely stunned. Instead of being offended by his highly unromantic stretcher idea, Yuika suddenly becomes incredibly thrilled and loudly demands to experience it herself, leaving Shu entirely dumbfounded by her enthusiastic reaction. She explains that she is genuinely jealous of her feverish past self because she missed out on the experience of him carrying her while she was fast asleep. Declaring it to be the ultimate dream of every girl, she eagerly begs him to reenact the carry, leaving Shu to marvel at how much her personality has changed since their childhood days. While Shu silently panics over the embarrassing physical closeness of carrying a fully awake Yuika, she strategically plays her ultimate trump card by cashing in her win-anything ticket from their exam bet to force his absolute cooperation. With no remaining path of escape, Shu finally surrenders to her demands and instructs his enthusiastic princess to go sit on the couch so they can begin her requested reenactment. Shu prepares to attempt carrying Yuika, letting her know he is ready to start, to which she casually agrees to let him try. Shu struggles to lift her up, finding the balance highly unstable and nerve-wracking, while Yuika expresses surprise that he can actually lift her, but kindly offers to help make things easier. Yuika suggests that wrapping her arms tightly around him will stabilize his grip, and as Shu nervously adjusts to hold her closer, she playfully teases him about whether this is how he embraced her the day before, leaving him flustered by her suggestive wording. Yuika confidently doubles down on her playful teasing, asking if she is actually wrong about his embrace, while Shu helplessly tries to deny her smug accusation. Overwhelmed by the embarrassment, Shu quickly ends the experiment and sets her down, trying to downplay the attempt as nothing special, but Yuika warmly objects and privately reflects on how experiencing her first princess carry was actually a deeply memorable and amazing moment. Shu admits that the movie was way better than he anticipated, while a blissfully happy Yuika reflects on how getting held and comforted by him during her panic fully made her realize he is no longer just a boy but a strong, dependable man. She silently continues her thoughts, getting highly flustered as she looks at him while they prepare to eat. She reminisces about their childhood when they used to climb trees, remembering how Shu was always so small, cute, and physically weaker than her. Watching Shu happily eat his meal, Yuika quietly marvels at how incredibly much he has grown and changed, finding herself deeply content with their heart-pounding newlywed life. Walking together on a scorching summer day, Yuika cheerfully explains how much she loves the summer season because the sheer heat fills her with a vibrant surge of energy, which Shu finds himself surprisingly able to relate to. Arriving at the local library, Yuika suggests they turn their visit into a playful contest to see who can find the most interesting book recommendation for the other, and Shu readily agrees to the challenge. They split up to search the shelves, agreeing to meet back up at the lobby sofa once they have each made their selection. Shu carefully browses through the rows of books before smiling as he finally finds the perfect choice to recommend to Yuika. While browsing the library bookshelves, Shu and Yuika reach for the exact same book at the exact same moment, prompting them both to apologize in sudden surprise. Stunned by the coincidence, they realize that they both reached the exact same choice, with Shu reflecting that because they have incredibly similar tastes, this kind of conclusion was bound to happen eventually. To avoid another direct clash, Shu suggests they first decide on a genre, leading them to compromise on their preferences, with Yuika wanting a mystery and Shu leaning toward a fantasy story. Yuika enthusiastically agrees to the hunt, and it is not long before she proudly announces that she has successfully found a great recommendation, while Shu quietly holds a book of his own. Deeply engrossed in reading the book, Yuika suddenly notices Shu staring silently from a distance, and asks why he is just standing there, prompting him to awkwardly explain that he was simply curious about her choice. Yuika grows playfully suspicious, wondering if he is hiding something, or if he was secretly captivated by her, though she quickly brushes off her self-consciousness as they quietly swap books and express their excitement to read them. Whispering that she prefers reading mystery books without any prior spoilers, Yuika notes that being in a quiet library gives them a perfect excuse to talk closely like this, an intimate conversation that leaves Shu's heart racing so fast he can barely process what they are talking about. Sometime later, they settle in to enjoy their chosen books, but the relaxing atmosphere soon gets the better of Yuika, who drifts off to sleep and ends up borrowing Shu's shoulder for a quick nap. Afterward, Yuika apologetically asks if leaning on his shoulder was a bother to him, but Shu quickly reassures her and confidently admits that he actually loved seeing her cute sleeping face, leaving her completely red-faced and flustered. While Shu casually changes the subject to their shopping plans for tomorrow, Yuika struggles to regain her composure, silently groaning over how easily her grand plan to remain on guard has completely fallen apart once again. Their latest date takes them slightly further away than usual to a large shopping mall to prepare for their upcoming trip. Inside an outdoor specialty store, Yuika holds up a heavy jacket and asks for his opinion, prompting Shu to admit she looks great but worry that the gear might be a bit too rugged for their plans. While Shu tries to reason that their upcoming group hike with Ida and Takahashi-san is not going to be anywhere extreme, Yuika firmly shoots down his relaxed attitude, warning him that one should never underestimate the outdoors. Realizing they are going to be out in the sun, Yuika points out that they absolutely need to buy some proper hats as well. As they compare options, Shu helps her choose the hat that best matches her hair, prompting Yuika to immediately find a matching one for him in a different color, which they happily decide to purchase together as a couple. While they add the hats to their shopping basket, Shu gladly agrees to her request to look for backpacks, next silently reflecting on how his only past trips with non-family members were stressful school outings where he constantly worried about being a burden. In contrast to those lonely school trips, Shu finds himself genuinely looking forward to this upcoming vacation, while Yuika happily offers to help carry their basket, confident that Shu is feeling just as excited as she is. Their peaceful shopping date is suddenly interrupted when Yuika suddenly senses a familiar presence and hides, leaving a startled Shu to look up and realize that Takahashi-san is shopping in the exact same store. Takahashi-san spots Shu and cheerfully asks if he is also gathering supplies for their upcoming trip, which he nervously confirms while privately praising Yuika's quick reflexes in keeping herself out of sight, knowing how incredibly awkward it would be if they were caught shopping alone together. Takahashi-san dramatically teases Shu for not holding a shopping basket, jokingly asking if he simply bought out the entire store, while Shu awkwardly laughs off the joke and resolves to keep Yuika's presence a secret to avoid a massive storm of endless questions. Shu asks Takahashi-san for her advice on picking a good-sized backpack, and she enthusiastically agrees to give her input. Takahashi-san declares that a bigger backpack is always better because of its sheer convenience, prompting Shu to compare the giant pack she selected to a food delivery bag. While Shu puts the massive pack back, Takahashi-san advises him to bring sunglasses to block the intense UV rays during their summer hike, unaware that Shu is frantically trying to prevent her from running into Yuika. Shu's worries come true as he spots Yuika standing nearby, already trying on a pair of sunglasses. Yuika dramatically poses with the sunglasses, causing Shu to chuckle at how she looks exactly like one of their teachers, which leaves a clueless Takahashi-san completely confused. Takahashi-san demands to know why Shu suddenly burst out laughing, forcing him to quickly come up with a cover story to keep their relationship a secret. Takahashi-san winks and declares Shu to be the top-ranking laugher in her mind, which only makes him laugh even harder at her bizarre ranking system. Shu covers his tracks by claiming he was laughing at Yuika's incredibly accurate impression, which leads Takahashi-san to dismiss them as mysterious rich kids and walk away. Takahashi-san bids them farewell, promising to see them on the day of their upcoming trip, leaving Shu to realize she had simply stopped by to say hello. Once Takahashi-san is gone, Yuika asks if the coast is clear, prompting Shu to gently suggest that maybe they should just tell her the truth about their relationship, which Yuika admits might actually be a good point. Shu admits that Takahashi-san is definitely trustworthy enough to keep their marriage a secret, But he warns that they still risk bumping into other classmates if they drop their guard around the mall. Yuika completely agrees, adding that she already feels guilty enough for interrupting their friend's shopping spree. Instantly shifting gears, Yuika excitedly reminds Shu that they still need to prepare for their completely private couples getaway, enthusiastically declaring that it is officially time for them to go swimsuit shopping. Arriving at the massive summer sale section, Shu calls out to Yuika as they prepare to dive into the overwhelming racks of seasonal swimwear. Shu immediately starts overthinking the situation, internally debating if a mature tankini would suit her best, while simultaneously turning bright red at the highly embarrassing prospect of actually seeing her wearing one. Much to his surprise, Yuika specifically asks for his personal recommendation instead of just picking out whatever she wants, prompting a highly flustered Shu to nervously select a cute ribbon-tied piece that she happily agrees to go try on. Yuika is secretly amused inside the fitting room, confident that Shu was definitely eyeing the more revealing tankini option, despite his reserved words teasingly wishing he would just be honest about preferring a sexier style. Meanwhile, Shu stands outside trying to mentally prepare himself and take deep breaths, highly aware that unlike past encounters with poor lighting where he quickly looked away, he is about to see her outfit front and center and will be expected to give his thoughts. Yuika proudly steps out of the fitting room to show off her new look, asking Shu if the outfit suits her well. However, when Shu ends up staring completely blankly at her, instead of giving a quick reply, a slightly embarrassed Yuika playfully calls him a pervert, causing a highly flustered Shu to instantly look away and frantically apologize. A quick explanation reveals that because the fitting room floor is elevated, the couple's usual height difference has been completely reversed, meaning Shu's natural line of sight is now perfectly level with Yuika's chest. Yuika gently reassures Shu that he has absolutely no reason to apologize, because she actually wants him to look at her, though a highly polite and flustered Shu stubbornly insists that staring like that is still incredibly rude of him. Brushing the awkwardness aside, Yuika asks for his actual opinion on the outfit, and Shu's sincere confirmation that it looks great on her easily convinces her to purchase it. Hoping to find a quick escape from the tense situation, Shu suggests she try on some other options as well, letting out a massive sigh of relief once she happily agrees and goes back inside. Trying on her new swimsuit leaves Yuika in an absolute state of blushing embarrassment. Even though she was the one who told Shu to look, she is mortified by how intensely he focused on her, playfully cursing him out as a total pervert for his undivided attention. Hanging up the clothes, Yuika quietly admits to herself that she doesn't actually hate Shu's reaction. In fact, she secretly loves those brief moments when he looks at her as a real girl rather than just his childhood friend. Later that evening over dinner, Shu brings up the swimsuit purchase and suddenly makes a dramatic announcement. He declares that he needs to start dieting immediately, leaving a completely silent Yuika staring at him in utter confusion. Yuika jokes that the dieting line is usually her role, but Shu insists that the scale does not lie. Even though she reassures him that he looks perfectly fine and not fat at all, Shu is determined to face the reality of the numbers. Shu looks incredibly sheepish as he begins to put the pieces together, realizing there is a very specific reason for his sudden weight gain. Yuika is absolutely thrilled by the revelation, happily teasing him about getting a bit softer. When she cheerfully promises to love him even if he gets fat, Shu can only sweat drop and beg her not to develop any strange fetishes. Pointing at their clean dinner plates, Yuika notes that his weight gain is simply the result of eating so much of her daily cooking. Shu laughs and readily admits that her meals have indeed been too delicious to resist. Shu firmly requests that she keeps his food portions exactly the same, proposing that he will simply work out more to compensate. He resolves to kick off his new fitness routine with an early morning jog starting the very next day. Eager to join in, Yuika asks if she can tag along on his morning runs. Shu warmly accepts, noting that exercising together sounds exactly like what a real married couple would do, which leaves a blushing Yuika trying to play it cool. True to their word, the next morning finds them out on the streets early for their jog. As they pick up the pace, they both agree that the brisk morning air is incredibly refreshing and the perfect start to their day. While out on a morning jog, Shu announces their next turn only for Yuika to suddenly get distracted by a stray cat. She apologizes for interrupting his workout routine, but Shu warmly reassures her and suggests they take a quick break to play with the kitty, which she happily agrees to. The elusive cat suddenly takes off at high speed, keeping just enough distance to stay ahead, as if it is actively setting the pace for their run, leaving a highly amused Yuika to note how fast it is as they chase after it. The chase finally leads them to a peaceful local shrine, which Shu realizes must be the clever feline's true destination. Yuika is thrilled to find a whole group of stray cats gathered in the courtyard, playfully declaring that they seem to be holding a meeting, prompting Shu to suggest they also take a well-deserved rest right there. As soon as Yuika sits down to rest, a friendly stray boldly climbs up and settles right onto her lap, leaving Shu to wonder if it simply wants to be petted. Yuika giggles and teasingly apologizes to Shu for giving away her very first lap pillow to a cat instead of him, to which Shu insists he would never get jealous of a feline. Seizing the opportunity to tease him, Yuika playfully asks if he would get jealous if it were an actual person, leaving a flustered Shu to desperately stammer that it was just a figure of speech, while Yuika playfully mocks him with cat puns. When they finally get up to head home after their relaxing break, they look around only to realize they have absolutely no idea where they are or how to get back. Yuika admits that they got far too caught up in chasing the cat and are now completely lost, and since they left their phones back at the apartment, they are in a serious bind. Fortunately, Shu spots a local resident walking their dog nearby and suggests they ask for help. They politely approach the woman to explain their predicament, and she kindly smiles and reassures them that she is more than happy to help them find their way. The helpful resident points out the correct direction to lead them back to familiar streets, and Shu quickly catches on and thanks her. Just as they are about to set off, the observant woman suddenly asks how long the two of them have been together, catching a blushing Shu completely off guard. While petting a friendly neighborhood dog during their jog, Shu and Yuika find themselves in an awkward spot when the dog's owner seemingly starts getting curious about their relationship status. Yuika hastily runs cover for them, nervously blurting out to the older woman that she and Shu are simply best friends from childhood, an excuse the lady easily accepts. Bidding the older lady a quick goodbye, Shu and Yuika make a hasty, panicked retreat to avoid any further uncomfortable questions. As they jog away, Yuika privately realizes that they have completely let their guard down over summer vacation. She silently worries that they actually look like a real couple now, dreading the absolute disaster it would cause if they accidentally bumped into any of their classmates while acting so cozy. Still hyper-aware of their close dynamic, Yuika suddenly calls out to Shu and trails off, preparing to ask him a rather bold question. She boldly asks if he hates the idea of people mistaking them for a couple, prompting a blushing Shu to immediately and honestly confess that he absolutely does not hate it. Yuika giggles in satisfaction at his sweet answer, though she practically points out that if anyone they actually knew saw them together like this, the school rumors would spread like wildfire. Shu quickly agrees with her assessment, declaring that they need to be much more careful when hanging out in public from now on. Yuika sets a firm boundary for their outdoor excursions, which Shu readily accepts. She cheekily winks and teases that they absolutely do not have to hold back, while at home privately celebrating his sweet confession. She silently dreams of the day they stop merely looking like a couple and actually become a real one, deciding to keep that ambitious hope completely to herself for now. Back at the Kano residence on the morning of their big trip, a frantic Yuika calls out to Shu as she desperately searches for a specific item they need to pack. Unable to locate it, Yuika anxiously wonders aloud where on earth they could have stored the item as she hurriedly searches through their belongings. Shu quickly comes to the rescue with his excellent memory, precisely detailing where to find both the insect repellent and the motion sickness medicine. Relieved, Yuika thanks him as they both continue to rush around the apartment, finalizing their packing. With the clock ticking, the apartment is filled with the hectic sounds of footsteps as they both run around, finishing up their last-minute preparations for the journey. Finally ready, the couple heads out to meet up with the rest of their classmates at Ueno Station, officially kicking off their highly anticipated 2-day, 1-night summer vacation with the entire group. Meeting up at the station, Takahashi-san excitedly declares that it is absolutely the perfect day to start their big trip, completely full of energy, while Shu looks on with a slightly nervous smile. Despite Takahashi-san's infectious enthusiasm, a glance at the sky reveals a thick layer of gloomy gray clouds. But rather than letting the overcast weather ruin her mood, she insists that a cloudy day is actually far superior. She logically explains that traveling under a blistering hot summer sun would have been completely miserable and exhausting, leaving Shu to agree with her reasoning as the excited group officially begins their summer journey. Setting off on their group trip under a gloomy and overcast sky, Ida optimistically declares that any weather is perfect for traveling, prompting a slightly skeptical Shu to reluctantly agree and prepare to rally the group. As the rest of the group energetically cheers and prepares to set off, Yuika playfully advises a reluctant Shu to just go with the flow rather than feeling awkward, which he quietly accepts. As they easily breeze through the station's ticket gates using their electronic passes, Takahashi-san is left completely stunned, prompting a confused Shu to ask what is wrong. Takahashi-san frantically asks if they actually know how to ride a train, leaving Yuika and Shu completely bewildered by her low expectations of them. Takahashi-san admits she fully expected them to get stuck at the gates like clueless, sheltered rich kids, while Shu silently grumbles that even if they are a bit out of touch, they certainly aren't that incompetent. Takahashi-san notes she has only ever seen rich kids struggle with trains in manga, while Ida casually spins their train seats around so the group can sit together, impressing a quiet Shu. As they settle into their seats, Ida jokes about breaking out of his own comfortable shelter, while the group passes the time on their journey eating snacks and playing a specialized word game using high school terminology. They continue their journey by bus after a highly entertaining round of word games, pleased that their summer trip has officially gotten off to a wonderful start. Their perfect start is instantly shattered by a sudden violent summer rainstorm, forcing a soaked Takahashi-san to frantically take back her optimistic words as they run toward a nearby lodge for shelter. As they dash up to the cabin in the pouring rain, Takahashi-san yells that she already instructed the staff to leave the front door unlocked, leaving a shocked Shu to scold her for such incredibly careless security. Upon opening the door to their summer lodging, Shu and the group are met with a massive shock when his little sister Kazuha unexpectedly greets them in a maid uniform and dramatically announces that she has been waiting for all of them. A completely bewildered Shu demands to know what she is doing there, to which Kazuha casually explains that she came to archive some precious summer memories after being personally invited to the trip by Takahashi. When Shu questions Takahashi's sudden decision to bring her along, Takahashi simply reasons that it made perfect sense to invite his little sister, while Kazuha immediately dotes on Shu with a towel while completely brushing off Ida's request for help. Shu can only watch in absolute horror as the girls hit it off, internally panicking over Takahashi's bizarre logic of treating a friend's younger sister as her own instant best friend. His friends are incredibly confused as to why Shu was the absolute last person to find out his own sister was coming, leaving a defeated Shu to question how he was left in the dark, while Kazuha happily declares it a successful surprise. Kazuha insists she only dressed up to make her brother happy, but Shu dryly points out that her completely deadpan expression makes the joke fall entirely flat. Meanwhile, Ida begins to suspect that Shu has some highly questionable preferences, much to Yuika's quiet dismay in the background. Desperate to clear his name, Shu frantically pleads with his friends to stop making false accusations, loudly denying having any such tastes. However, his highly energetic defense only makes the girls more suspicious, as they smugly point out that his desperate attempts to deny it are clear proof he is trying to hide his true feelings. The mystery of how Kazuha ended up here is finally solved when a flashback reveals that Takahashi found out Kazuha attended their school and started digging for info, leading Kazuha to suggest making her arrival a total surprise, instead of asking Shu directly. Sensing the awkward mood, Kazuha politely apologizes for keeping the secret and dramatically offers to pack her bags if she is getting in the way of their trip. But Shu quickly steps in to assure her that he would never find his own sister to be a nuisance. Shu warmly tells her that she is more than welcome to stay and join in on the summer fun as long as the rest of the group does not mind instantly winning Kazuha over and earning a highly enthusiastic cheer from his little sister. Shu's attempt to clear the air backfires when Kazuha playfully accuses him of trying to raise her affection points to unlock her sister route. Feeling that her usual quiet support through silent super chats previously caused misunderstandings with her stepsister, Kazuha decides to take an active role as a helpful side character for their big group trip, guiding everyone inside. With the group officially settled in, it is finally time to figure out their plans for the rest of the day. After dropping off their luggage, the friends gather to figure out what to do next, though everyone is completely stumped on how to spend their afternoon. When asked why she is not joining them, Kazuha explains that she takes her maid roleplay extremely seriously, immediately offering them her tea recommendation for the day as they prepare to relax. The relaxed mood shifts when Yuika notices that the rain has finally stopped outside, bringing a sudden wave of excitement to the group. Seeing that it was just a passing shower, everyone rejoices that their outdoor plans might not be ruined after all. Relieved that they will not have to skip lunch, the group eagerly prepares to head out for their afternoon barbecue, glad that they do not have to rely on their backup plans. While the others excitedly discuss ordering delivery food like pizza or sushi, now that the rain has cleared, Yuika points out that they are likely outside any delivery zone, leaving Shu internally sweating over whether he should play along with the confusion. Ida boasts about modern science and drone delivery surpassing traditional delivery boundaries, though Yuika quickly points out that such advanced services only apply to very specific limited areas. The silly banter is too much for Shu to handle, and he fails to suppress a sudden snort of laughter, prompting Yuika to tease him about his laughing fits being back. As they hang out, Takahashi-san notices Shu holding back and playfully encourages him to just let it all out without being shy, assuring him that nobody in the group would mind. Ida enthusiastically agrees, admitting that he is actually quite intrigued by this mysterious laughing syndrome, leaving a flustered Shu to awkwardly clear his throat. Shu frantically insists that he is completely fine and quickly tries to change the subject, proposing that they all grab some lunch as soon as the rain finally lets up. While Yuika outwardly agrees with a calm smile, she secretly delivers a painful, vindictive pinch to his side to show her true frustration. Takahashi-san suddenly points out that Yuika's face is incredibly red, prompting Shu to internally gloat over his successful payback. A panicked Yuika frantically blames the warm room, which Takahashi-san easily buys, leading Shu to ask Ida to go hunt down the air conditioner remote to keep their cover intact. Turning around, Shu is startled to find his little sister, Kazuha, dressed in her maid outfit and staring directly at him. They lock eyes in a tense, silent standoff as she watches the couple's subtle interactions with deep suspicion. While the rest of the group carries on their casual conversation, Kazuha is secretly having an absolute meltdown of pure excitement in the background, desperately clutching her face to suppress a massive squeal of joy over their dramatic love life. Watching their secret physical contact, Kazuha internally panics over whether the rating for their real-life broadcast is still safe. She frantically wonders if their quiet secret touching is pushing the boundaries too far, terrified that they might actually get banned for being too lewd. Kazuha politely serves them tea, apologizing for the delay while keeping a completely calm exterior. Internally, however, she is absolutely thrilled by her brother's surprisingly bold actions, vowing to secretly monitor their every move and permanently record this legendary romantic episode in her mind forever. With the preparations finally complete outside the cabin, the group announces that the fire is fully ready and all the fresh ingredients have been chopped. Takahashi-san takes charge with her signature high energy, eagerly declaring that it is officially time to kick off their summer barbecue. Takahashi-san brings out the massive platters of meat and vegetables, instructing everyone to start grilling and to keep the food coming. As the delicious smoke rises, Shu quickly snatches a freshly cooked piece, happily digging in to taste their hard work. Takahashi-san is instantly blown away by the incredible flavor, loudly celebrating how delicious the premium meat is. She dramatically throws her arms into the air to describe the mind-blowing taste, leaving a sweat-dropping Shu and Yuika completely bewildered by her hilarious and over-the-top reaction. Kazuha happily serves everyone perfectly cooked food, taking charge of the grill and catering to everyone's needs. When the group tells her she doesn't have to work so hard just because she is dressed as a maid, she proudly declares that managing the barbecue is just her hobby. Declaring herself the official constable of the barbecue, Kazuha diligently continues her duties, prompting Yuika to try and feed the younger girl so she doesn't go hungry. Kazuha modestly turns down the offer, leaving Yuika completely bewildered by her strict dedication to her maid persona. Refusing to take no for an answer, Yuika playfully insists and feeds Kazuha a delicious bite of meat directly, which the young maid finally accepts. Kazuha politely thanks Yuika for the meal, but accidentally calls her older sister, a sudden slip of the tongue that leaves the entire group completely stunned and confused by the highly intimate family title. Scrambling to cover her tracks, Kazuha quickly claims it was just a slip of the tongue because she was thinking about how nice it would be to have an older sister like Yuika. Amami totally buys the excuse and excitedly begs to be called older sister, only for Kazuha to instantly shoot her down with a blunt and merciless apology. Kazuha ruthlessly adds that Amami simply doesn't give off any older sister vibes whatsoever, leaving the energetic upperclassman completely devastated by the harsh reality check, while Shu silently watches the chaotic exchange unfold. A defeated Amami sulks on the ground, lamenting that she is an only child and assuming Yuika is in the same boat. Her assumption is instantly shattered when Yuika casually reveals she actually has a younger sister, a bombshell that leaves Amami utterly shocked, as she finally understands why Yuika naturally radiates such strong older sister energy. Yuika explains that her younger sister is actually planning to transfer to their school for the upcoming second term and promises to introduce her to everyone, then noting that she will be in the exact same grade as Kazuha. When Ida curiously asks if her sibling also lived overseas, Yuika confirms that she did and has already graduated from junior high school abroad, adding that her sister will be staying there for the duration of their current summer break. Hearing about the impending arrival of Yuika's little sister Karasuma, Kanon Shu silently reflects on the surprising fact that despite his deep lifelong connection with his wife, he has actually never met her sibling before. While discussing their family plans, the group notes how a certain someone unfortunately couldn't make it to their previous family gathering. They collectively feel a bit guilty for taking up so much of her limited free time during her last visit. Shu gets lost in thought, wondering what kind of person she is, and hopes she is just as cute as Yuika, but his real sister Kazuha instantly calls him out for cheating. She dramatically accuses him of thinking about other little sisters, while his actual sister is standing right next to him, forcing a highly embarrassed Shu to quickly apologize. To make peace, Shu gives her a soothing head pat, which immediately melts Kazuha's annoyed mood. She happily accepts the gesture, blushing as she praises his older brother powers for being exceptionally strong today. Kazuha enthusiastically explains her dilemma between choosing a short-made skirt or a classic long one, proudly admitting she even wore knickers underneath to go all out. When she casually suggests heading to some nearby bushes so she can show him, a completely dumbfounded Shu questions her lack of filter while his friends look on in disbelief. The situation only gets worse when Takahashi-san and Ida chime in to assure Shu that they completely understand him, leaving a sweating and deeply confused Shu to frantically ask what on earth they are even talking about. Takahashi-san brightly reassures him that they will never judge him regardless of what kind of unusual hobbies he might have, prompting a highly defensive Shu to immediately and loudly deny whatever weird assumptions they are making. Amami-san directly asks him if he has a thing for maids, forcing Shu to sweatily plead his innocence and try to explain that the entire situation is just a giant misunderstanding. Amami-san quietly whispers that the way he looks at Kazuha today seems rather suggestive, but Shu firmly argues that he would never feel that way about his sister no matter what she wears, prompting her to slyly plan a little test for next time. To his absolute shock, Amami-san boldly declares that she will wear a maid dress next time and call him master, leaving a completely flustered Shu totally speechless as the others watch the dramatic proposal unfold. Desperately needing an escape from the overwhelming teasing, Shu quickly excuses himself to go fetch some drinks, leaving the girls behind to gush over how incredibly adorable and precious the siblings are. Kazuha internally scores their relationship, points excitedly hyping up their growing chemistry, and Shu's reaction to imagining Yuika in a maid dress. While the group enjoys a barbecue at the lodge, Kazuha mischievously reveals she snapped a photo of Shu's blushing face to save in a special folder on her phone. With their meal finished, Yuika reminds her seniors that it is nearly time for their scheduled courage test, prompting Takahashi-san to confirm she already scouted a perfectly spooky nearby forest path. While Takahashi-san gets excited for the test, Shu and Ida exchange a knowing look, completely aware that Yuika is actually a massive scaredy cat who is absolutely terrified of anything spooky. When Takahashi-san teases Yuika about looking uninterested and questions if she is simply too scared to participate, Yuika defiantly puts on a smug front, leaving a sweating Shu to reluctantly agree to go along with it. Kazuha instructs the group to split into pairs, explaining that she will act as the designated scare actor for the test, which makes Takahashi-san worry she won't have any fun, though Kazuha insists she has a special plan in mind. Kazuha intensely declares that being the one doing the scaring is the true ultimate test of courage, leaving Takahashi-san completely baffled by her bizarre logic. During the planning for their test of courage, Kazuha explains that the challenge takers have it easy since they can chat in pairs to distract themselves, whereas the person doing the scaring has to wait completely alone in the dark. She gets so carried away describing the terrifying anticipation of standing in the quiet dark that Takahashi-san has to nervously try and calm her down. When Takahashi-san points out that they probably shouldn't let her do it, then Kazuha passionately objects, claiming that the sheer randomness and suspense make the scaring role the ultimate realistic experience that no virtual reality game could ever match. The test of courage officially begins with Shu pairing up with Yuika while Takahashi-san pairs with Ida. As they enter the dark forest, Yuika desperately tries to pretend she isn't terrified, but Shu immediately calls her out for tightly clutching his shirt, hem prompting her to defensively accuse him of trying to abandon her. Yuika confesses that she only tries to act brave in front of their classmates because she doesn't want him to see her weak side when they are alone. Shu jokingly points out that it is far too late to worry about that after her complete meltdown during their recent horror movie marathon, earning himself a playful scolding. Shu quickly softens his tone and warmly assures her that it is perfectly fine, sincerely promising that he will protect her no matter what happens, which immediately sends Yuika's heart into a flutter. While Shu internally cringes at how cheesy and embarrassing his protective line actually sounded, he resolves that he does not care about looking silly as long as it keeps her safe, completely unaware that Kazuha is already lurking nearby. Watching them from the shadows, Kazuha's inner internet brain completely self-destructs with excitement, as she wildly overanalyzes Yuika's hand on his shirt hem as a lewd metaphor for being connected and hilariously brands their sweet conversation as literal pillow talk. As Kazuha compares their cute interaction to an all-ages visual novel scene that would definitely be rated adult in a different version, she accidentally makes a noise in the brush, instantly triggering a terrified scream from Yuika and putting Shu on high alert. Having blown her cover due to her own overexcitement, Kazuha is easily spotted by Shu, who sweatily asks if her intense heavy breathing is just part of her scaring performance, while Kazuha privately wonders if her ragged breathing from pure excitement was really that obvious. Declaring her scaring mission a complete success, Kazuha sends the relieved couple on their way to wait for Takahashi-san's turn, while she happily saves the precious mental footage of her stepsister's cute, terrified reaction into her private collection. Once the test of courage wraps up, the group finally reunites back at the cabin. Yuika confidently boasts that the whole scary ordeal wasn't a big deal after all, leaving Ida and Shu to sweatily agree with her highly unconvincing display of bravery. Shu asks Ida how things went on his side, noticing how incredibly drained his friend looks. Ida explains that while they didn't encounter anything supernatural, managing Takahashi-san's hyperactive energy as she sprinted around was basically identical to taking a wild puppy out on its very first walk. Refusing to let the fun end, Takahashi-san enthusiastically declares that the night is still young. She dramatically pulls out a massive bag of fireworks, declaring that a proper summer trip is completely incomplete without setting some off. After setting up the necessary safety buckets, the group dives into the fireworks. Takahashi-sen gets super excited playing with 2 sparklers at once, only for Ida to immediately show off by holding 8 sparklers in his hands, leaving the rest of the gang to watch their competitive antics. Ida playfully warns everyone not to copy his dangerous stunt, claiming it requires professional training. Meanwhile, Takahashi-san and Yuika excitedly coordinate setting up a row of fountain fireworks to create a giant light display, while Kazuha quietly relishes her perfect front row seat to watch her favorite couple. Shu quietly questions if watching snake fireworks is actually entertaining, but the mood quickly shifts to a peaceful one as they light up sparklers. Yuika finds the glowing sparks incredibly calming and asks Shu to some of his flame to light hers, prompting him to note that people don't usually light sparklers off each other. As the tips of their sparklers finally touch, a brilliant and intense light bursts forth. The sudden glowing reaction leaves them both in a comfortable, silent awe of the simple beauty. Watching from nearby, Kazuha completely misinterprets their innocent fireworks chat as highly suggestive double entendres, quietly screaming over how lewd their dialogue sounds. She panics about whether their broadcast needs to be censored or blurred, frantically trying to compose herself over the imaginary scandal. Later, the group moves inside for a card game where Kazuha completely dominates by pulling off a sudden revolution to secure her victory. Shu can only sigh in exasperation, questioning why his little sister always has to stir up absolute chaos at the very last second of the game. Kazuha eagerly launches into a highly detailed explanation of her favorite romance tropes, detailing a bankrupt noblewoman and her loyal butler who secretly harbors intense feelings for her. When Shu questions her bizarre logic, she quickly apologizes and pivots to an equally detailed young master and older maid scenario, leaving both Shu and Yuika sweat-dropping at her highly specific tastes. The group is deep into a chaotic card game where the revolution rule has turned the standings upside down. Takahashi-sen absolutely loves the sudden shift in power, prompting Shu to jokingly compare her to a chaotic deity who lives for creating disorder, which she happily accepts as a compliment. Yuika is thrilled that the new rules finally give the lower-ranking players a fighting chance, but Ida immediately shuts down her excitement with a stronger play. However, Ida's smug victory is cut short when Shu drops a double joker, keeping the highly competitive game going late into the night. Once the card game finally wraps up, the group retreats to their bunk beds, and Ida asks what time they need to get up the next morning. Shu informs everyone that breakfast is scheduled for 9, prompting them to say their goodnights and settle in to sleep. Despite the late hour and the quiet room, Shu finds himself completely unable to drift off, restlessly waiting for sleep that refuses to come. Realizing that lying in bed is not helping, Shu decides to slip out of the room to get some fresh night air in hopes of relaxing his mind. Out in the hallway, Shu runs into Yuika and is surprised to find that she is also awake. They realize that they are both too restless to sleep because of how much fun they had during the day, even though the rest of their friends fell asleep almost instantly. They quietly reminisce about their journey, recalling how they barely had any time to buy lunchboxes when switching trains, but ended up having a wonderful time exchanging and tasting each other's food anyway. Stepping outside to enjoy the cool air, they find themselves quietly captivated by the stunning beauty of the star-filled night sky above them. Unbeknownst to the couple, Kazuha is secretly watching them, completely overwhelmed with excitement over how sweet they look together and quietly celebrating the romantic moment like a dedicated fan. Although she cannot hear what they are talking about, Kazuha is deeply touched by their relaxed, affectionate vibe, comparing the intimate scene to a couple of streamers who forgot to turn off their broadcast and let their true feelings show. The next day arrives with a clear itinerary, scheduling the group to head down to the foot of the mountain for a sightseeing tour right after breakfast, having already mapped out a rough route beforehand. However, the group ends up taking much longer than anticipated due to various unforeseen requests, including Kazuha aggressively directing Shu and Yuika to stand closer for photos, leaving Takahashi-san in absolute shock when she finally checks the time and realizes how late it is. Takahashi-san frantically urges everyone to rush so they do not miss their entry time at the art museum, lamenting how the massive line at the ramen shop ate up their schedule, while Ida suggests skipping the museum entirely, and Shu chalks their bad timing up to sheer bad luck. Takahashi-san feels incredibly guilty since Shu was the one who was most excited to visit the art museum, but a gentle Shu quickly tells her not to worry about it at all, quietly whispering to Yuika that she probably predicted this chaotic outcome from the start. Moving on to the next activity, Ida and Takahashi-san immediately regain their high spirits and loudly announce that it is finally time to shop for souvenirs, setting a strict 30-minute timer for everyone to explore before regrouping. As they browse the souvenir shop, Yuika asks Shu if he has found anything to buy, but he explains he is just looking, prompting Yuika to point out that she does not have many people back home to buy gifts for anyway, since almost all of her close friends are already on this trip with them. Yuika notes that she has already received so many edible souvenirs from other people that she cannot possibly finish them all, a sentiment that Shu completely which suddenly inspires Yuika with a brilliant new idea. Yuika proposes that they buy souvenirs specifically for each other and exchange them later, an exciting challenge that Shu gladly accepts, turning the trade into a playful competition to see who can choose the better gift. Once their summer vacation officially wraps up, the newlyweds finally return to their quiet apartment, finding a deep sense of comfort in being back in their own space, before a highly confident Yuika immediately challenges Shu to finally reveal and trade their secret souvenirs. The couple simultaneously pulls out their packaged gifts, only to freeze in a long, silent stare as they realize they have bought each other the exact same item. Sifting through their souvenirs from the trip, Shu and Yuika discover they bought the exact same stone keychains. They both laughingly agree that choosing identical gifts for each other resulted in a perfect draw. Yuika explains that she selected her stone with Shu's birthstone in mind, making him feel incredibly touched as he offers his warm thanks. Although she playfully grumbles that she might have chosen a different one had she known they would match, Shu prepares to explain his own deeply personal reason for picking that exact stone. Shu confesses he chose the stone simply because its color matches her eyes, sending an intensely blushing Yuika into a silent state of romantic shock. He reassures her that matching is actually perfect, prompting her to warmly reflect on how keeping her childhood pebble made her feel like Shu was always beside her, giving her endless courage. Looking at her childhood key ring and the newly purchased keychain side by side, Yuika happily realizes that these stones are now beautiful proof of their deep feelings. She resolves that whenever she looks at them, she will always be reminded of this wonderful trip and feel incredibly happy. A few days later, with summer break still in full swing, Yuika returns from her family manor with bags full of belongings. Shu is highly intrigued to find that her grandmother insisted she take all of her old childhood photo albums, a forced hand-me-down that Yuika playfully complains is a bit mean. Yuika questions why her grandmother wouldn't want to keep her cute granddaughter's baby photos, while Shu laughs and settles onto the couch to flip through them. He quickly realizes how carefully the albums preserve the story of Yuika growing up, before pointing out a specific interesting photo that catches his eye. Discussing who actually captured all of these childhood moments, Yuika suggests it was likely her parents behind the camera. Shu notes that many of the photos feature both of them together, leading Yuika to wonder if their family helper might have taken some of them instead, despite having not worked there yet at the time. Looking closer at the neat writing labeling her name in the margins of the album, Yuika is suddenly struck by a wave of shock. She instantly recognizes the distinctive handwriting, realizing that her supposedly cold and strict grandmother was the one who personally put this entire album together. Shu warmly points out that the meticulously organized album is undeniable proof of how deeply her grandmother loved and cared for her. He playfully notes how much her short hair in those photos reminds him of her tomboyish childhood days. As Yu-kun, though, Yuika wonders why the pictures suddenly became less frequent after that, jokingly guessing her grandmother simply grew bored of the project. Shu realizes that the photos decreased right around the time they first met, because she was always out playing with him, though her grandmother still never stopped recording her whenever she got the chance. Excited by the trip down memory lane, Yuika asks if Shu has any old photos of himself, eagerly looking forward to seeing how cute he was as a little boy, while a flustered Shu promises to fetch some from his family home soon. With their summer calendar clearly marked, Yuika enthusiastically suggests they start making their very own photo album to document their memories, though Shu notes they have a much more pressing matter to focus on first. They eagerly prepare for their upcoming plans, making a sincere wish for perfect weather to guarantee their big adventure goes smoothly. The long-awaited day finally arrives, and Yuika can't help but cheer in absolute delight upon reaching the beach. Since they are staying at one of Shu's private family villas, they are incredibly relieved to have the shore to themselves without any risk of their classmates discovering their secret living arrangement. After quickly setting up their beach gear, Yuika heads off to change into her swimwear, leaving Shu to suddenly realize she never actually told him what kind of swimsuit she bought, only teasingly telling him to wait and see. Shu's anticipation peaks when Yuika finally returns to the beach, politely apologizing for making him wait. Shu is left completely stunned and speechless when Yuika reveals her highly attractive and surprisingly revealing swimsuit, catching him entirely off guard. A heavy, highly charged silence falls between them as Shu struggles to process her stunning appearance, unable to take his eyes off her. Noticing his intense, speechless reaction, a curious Yuika asks what is wrong, prompting a deeply flustered Shu to quickly insist that nothing is the matter at all. Shu sheepishly admits that he finds her choice to be a bit too daring, which instantly worries Yuika into thinking it doesn't suit her, forcing a blushing Shu to quickly clarify that it actually looks incredibly good on her. Despite his reassuring compliment, a highly awkward and silent atmosphere settles over them as they sit under the parasol, both completely flustered by the overwhelming tension. Yuika is completely shocked to find that her new swimsuit is way more daring and revealing than she initially realized. While she originally bought a bold look to show off, Yuika admits that actually letting Shu see her in something that feels no different from underwear has left her completely flustered and embarrassed. At the beach, Yuika gets completely distracted admiring Shu's surprisingly well-defined muscles and wishes she could touch them, only to be snapped out of her trance when Shu suddenly calls her name. Shu looks at her with confusion, prompting Yuika to nervously cover up her embarrassing thoughts before he can notice. Shu suddenly suggests that they relocate their beach setup to a much quieter area with fewer people around, leaving Yuika to wonder why he wants to move. Shu honestly admits that he simply does not want anyone else to catch a glimpse of her in her swimsuit, leaving a flustered Yuika to wonder if his protective jealousy means something more. Delighted by his possessive side, Yuika decides that she is glad she chose a daring swimsuit since she only wants him to see her anyway, before catching him completely off guard by asking him to apply sunscreen to her back. Shu is utterly caught off guard when Yuika casually asks him to apply tanning oil to her back, leaving him internally groaning in absolute panic, while she enthusiastically insists on the favor. Shu frantically tries to steady his racing thoughts by reminding himself that he has already wiped her body down once before, though he quickly realizes that previous experience was through a safe towel, and he now has to use his bare hands. Reluctantly opening the bottle, Shu tries to play it cool while a highly amused Yuika enjoys his obvious panic. As Shu begins applying the lotion, the absence of her swimsuit string burns itself into his memory, leaving him with an intense sense of guilt as he tries to ignore how smooth her back feels. Forcing himself to stop staring and focus solely on protecting her skin from the sun, Shu begins to rub the lotion in, only to completely lose his composure when Yuika lets out a highly suggestive moan. While helping Yuika apply sunscreen to her back, Shu accidentally tickles her and quickly apologizes, but a flustered Yuika assures him that she is completely fine and tells him to keep going. As Shu continues to gently rub the lotion onto her skin, Yuika finds herself completely overwhelmed by the highly ticklish yet deeply heart-pounding sensation of his touch. Yuika softly admits that his touch actually feels incredibly good, completely breaking Shu's composure and forcing him to desperately recite Buddhist sutras in his head to keep his thoughts completely pure. Yuika enthusiastically praises Shu for his helpfulness, leaving a guilty Shu fighting off highly inappropriate thoughts about how alluring she looks, though his struggle is cut short when she casually demands that he apply sunscreen to her face too. Yuika trustingly closes her eyes and waits for him to begin, but when Shu completely freezes up at the extreme closeness, she curiously opens an eye to ask what is wrong, prompting a flustered Shu to quickly deny everything. With her eyes closed, Yuika melts under Shu's remarkably gentle touch as his hands move across her cheeks and forehead finding herself filled with overwhelming happiness while her racing heart pounds faster in anticipation of his next move. Swept up in the intense physical intimacy, Yuika softly wonders if it would be okay for him to give her a kiss, before quickly laughing it off as a joke to hide her immense embarrassment. Shu's thoughts shift to how a typical couple's beach date should play out, imagining them playfully splashing water at each other in the shallow waves like a classic romantic pair. Instead of a sweet romantic moment, their beach outing immediately devolves into a highly competitive war with a triumphant Shu loudly celebrating his victory, while a thoroughly defeated Yuika complains about her frustrating loss. Their sweet beach date takes a typical turn, spiraling from a romantic moment into an intense swimming race. Exhausted after making it all the way to a distant island, Shu suggests taking things much easier on the swim back, a slow pace that Yuika tiredly agrees is a great idea. While taking a quick break to catch their breath, Yuika suggests exploring the uninhabited island before they head back. Shu is a bit hesitant, questioning if sneaking around a deserted island is actually a safe or legally allowed plan. Yuika quickly reassures him that the tiny island is entirely safe to loop around on foot, even revealing she already got official permission to be there. She playfully suggests they could even camp overnight if they wanted to, prompting them to get ready to walk. When Shu worries about potential rain ruining their stay, Yuika proudly boasts that the chance of bad weather is absolutely zero since she checked the forecast beforehand. Shu internally sweat drops as she aggressively triggers classic survival romance tropes, but his heart completely melts when she sweetly confesses that she would be entirely happy spending the rest of her life stranded with him. Yuika quickly laughs off her stranded fantasy, admitting she would eventually miss her video games back home, a highly relatable sentiment that Shu completely as they continue their walk. As they stroll, Yuika playfully chides Shu for casually agreeing to spend the rest of his life with her, pointing out that such a statement basically counts as a marriage proposal. She then immediately remembers that they are actually already married, making the realization hilariously redundant. They're lighthearted, or is suddenly cut short when a loud rustling sound erupts from the dense bushes nearby, instantly catching them off guard. While Yuika curiously wants to investigate the noise, Shu quickly steps in to shield her, warning that it might be a dangerous wild animal and insisting she stay safely behind him. Shu intensely declares that he refuses to let even a single scratch touch her skin, a highly dramatic and protective display that instantly sends Yuika's heart into a wild flutter. His cool, heroic moment immediately vanishes when they peer into the foliage, only to find another couple locked in an extremely passionate wild makeout session, leaving Shu and Yuika standing in absolute speechless embarrassment. Playful laughter suddenly echoes from the nearby water, catching the attention of Shu and Yuika. Shu and Yuika quickly realize they are not as alone on the beach as they initially assumed, resulting in an incredibly awkward silence between them. The sight of another couple triggers Yuika's overactive imagination, making her realize how easily they could get into a romantic mood themselves, as she finds herself secretly wishing to be held in Shu's arms. Yuika gets incredibly flustered imagining their relationship progressing to that point, though she secretly admits that sharing such a sweet, intimate moment with Shu would actually be absolutely wonderful. Desperate to shake off her racing thoughts, Yuika enthusiastically challenges Shu to another swimming race on their way back, eager to channel all of her nervous energy into physical exercise. Fortunately, their intense swimming races successfully wash away all the romantic tension, though the sheer exhaustion of racing back and forth in the ocean leaves them both completely drained. Hungry and tired, Yuika suggests they grab an early dinner, which Shu eagerly supports as they both reflect on how nice it is to travel as a duo without being bogged down by a strict group schedule. Yuika pitches a trip to the nearby fish market for a seafood barbecue and sashimi, while Shu suggests buying different types of soy sauce for a taste test, leaving them both energized by how effortlessly their plans fall into place. Their seafood barbecue turns out to be a massive success, wrapping up a highly satisfying dinner that leaves them both completely content. To top off their eventful day, they head over to a private hot spring that Yuika had reserved in advance, allowing them to finally unwind and soak away all their lingering exhaustion. During dinner, Yuika reveals that she has already booked a private session at a quiet hot spring up the mountain path, earning some warm praise from Shu for her incredibly thorough planning. Yuika teasingly points out that since they have the entire place to themselves, they could easily turn the private session into a mixed bath together. Shu completely ignores her provocative suggestion and silently continues eating his dinner, leaving a thoroughly defeated Yuika to sigh and blow bubbles in the hot spring alone after her bold mixed bath proposal is met with absolute silence. Sitting in her side of the bath, Yuika calls out to confirm Shu is on the other side, but his immediate and incredibly close response startles her, making her intensely flustered, as she realizes they are both bathing completely naked with only a thin partition between them. Fidgeting in the warm water, Yuika cannot help but overthink the entire situation, concluding that being separated by such a flimsy divider means they are practically bathing together in a mixed bath anyway. After finishing their baths, Yuika enthusiastically gulps down some fresh milk and declares it to be the absolute peak of the hot spring experience, which Shu warmly agrees with as they both relax in their comfortable yukatas. When Shu muses that some strawberry milk would have been a great choice as well, Yuika agrees before suddenly shifting gears to curiously ask if he uses any kind of skin lotion. Shu admits that he does not really use lotion, prompting Yuika to deliver a passionate lecture about skin health, explaining that the hot spring water actually strips away moisture and makes it essential to apply lotion immediately to prevent drying out. Yuika happily holds up her lotion bottle and insists on applying it for him, completely ignoring Shu's highly flustered protests that he is perfectly capable of doing it himself. Declaring it to be her official payback for him applying her sunscreen earlier, Yuika happily prepares to start, leaving a defeated Shu to nervously suggest that he should probably keep his eyes closed to make the application easier, which she playfully agrees with. An intensely heavy silence falls over the room as Shu and Yuika stand incredibly close to one another, both of them freezing up in sudden nervousness. Breaking the tense silence, Shu nervously asks if she is just trying to tease or mess with him again, catching a highly flustered Yuika completely off guard. Yuika plays it cool and laughs off his suspicion, but internally she is in a massive panic after realizing she was actually the one leaning in and was genuinely about to kiss him because it felt like he was waiting for one. Backing away, Yuika frantically scolds herself, desperately telling her racing heart that they need to make sure they do things in the proper order. To cool their heads after the hot spring, they head back to their room for a card game, but Shu can only watch in disbelief as Yuika effortlessly secures 3 wins in a row, playfully teasing him for being far too easy to read. Exhausted from their long day, Yuika stretches and lets out a giant yawn, while Shu packs up the deck of cards, suggesting they finally wrap things up and head to bed. Although Yuika lazily complains that ending their first night feels like a bit of a waste, Shu reassures her that tomorrow is the main event of their trip, sending them both back to their rooms feeling incredibly excited for what the next day has in store. The next morning arrives, and an excited Yuika immediately shows off her new tan lines, proudly thanking Shu for applying the tanning oil so carefully, which leaves Shu blushing furiously as he tries to politely compliment her. Yuika teasingly shows off her clean swimsuit, lines up close, leaving a heavily sweating Shu struggling to keep his composure while trying to explain that he is simply not the type of person who easily gets a tan. After breakfast, Shu and Yuika head out to enjoy some surfing. Thanks to Yuika's previous experience surfing overseas, she happily takes the lead as his personal instructor for the morning. Yuika praises Shu for his surprisingly fast progress, but Shu humbly credits her natural talent as a teacher. As they debate continuing into the afternoon, the drifting scent of yakisoba alerts them that it is already lunchtime, prompting them to postpone their decision until after they eat. On their way back to the villa, they debate what to have for lunch, with Shu suggesting they throw together yesterday's leftovers. Yuika enthusiastically agrees, but their casual conversation abruptly stops when they notice something strange. To their absolute shock, they discover that the villa door is completely unlocked. They both pause in panic, trying to wrap their heads around it since they are absolutely positive they locked it before leaving that morning. Yuika tries to rationalize the situation by suggesting that maybe someone from the villa's management came by to deliver a notice. While Shu admits that it is a possibility, he remains highly skeptical of the explanation. Shu reasons that management would have called them beforehand rather than entering unannounced, so he decides it is better to be safe than sorry. He firmly tells Yuika to stay behind him for protection as they cautiously prepare to investigate, earning a nervous warning from her. Upon entering, they are immediately hit with the delicious aroma of fresh cooking only to be enthusiastically welcomed home by a girl wearing a maid apron. The sudden cheerful greeting leaves both newlyweds standing completely frozen in sheer disbelief. A highly stressed Yuika demands to know why her sister is suddenly there, but her sister playfully ignores the irritation to celebrate their reunion and happily introduce herself to a completely speechless Shu as his new sister-in-law. Meanwhile, the perspective shifts away from the chaotic villa reunion to a massive, quiet, gated estate elsewhere. Back at her desk, Kazuha is casually browsing through social media when she suddenly remembers something important, realizing that she completely forgot to check her sister's account. Kazuha remembers asking her sister-in-law Yuika for her youngest sister's social media handle to see what kind of classmate she might be next semester, though she quickly forgot about checking it after they got distracted chatting. Finally, looking up the account, Kazuha finds the username incredibly familiar and suspects they might have already crossed paths online, but she is utterly shocked when she sees the account's bizarre posts about a highly obsessed childhood friend loving samurai. Kazuha is absolutely dumbfounded to realize that her sister-in-law's youngest sister is the exact same online user who constantly posts about her 10-year obsession with a certain boy. Connecting the clues from recent posts, Kazuha realizes this girl is currently heading in their exact direction. Panicking over the sudden realization, Kazuha rushes to warn her brother about the dangerous situation before the girl can arrive. Before Kazuha can deliver her warning, Yuika's youngest sister, Kanon Karasuma, suddenly makes her grand entrance and introduces herself with high-energy charm. Kanon immediately clings to Yuika, loudly declaring how much she missed her elder sister, though a deadpan Yuika points out they have only been apart for a few months and talk on the phone regularly. Watching the dramatic reunion, Shu introduces himself to Kanon, while privately wondering if there is some bizarre unwritten rule that every single trip he takes with Yuika must inevitably involve her little sister showing up. Kanon enthusiastically lunges at Shu to return the greeting, eagerly expressing her excitement to get along, which catches him completely off guard and leaves Yuika watching in stunned surprise. Out of nowhere, Kanon surprises Shu with a sudden kiss on the cheek, prompting an incredibly shocked Yuika to immediately demand to know what on earth she thinks she is doing. Kanon casually brushes off the outrage by claiming it was merely a friendly greeting, but Yuika fiercely orders her to get off him. When Kanon teases that Shu does not seem to mind anyway, Shu awkwardly laughs it off as her unique way of saying hello, only for Kanon to eagerly praise him as the absolute best. And increasingly jealous, Yuika aggressively interrogates Shu on whether he is actually enjoying the attention, but when Shu admits he does not mind having his new little sister-in-law act so friendly toward him, Yuika is left completely flustered and sputtering in protest. The tension rises when Yuika demands to know why Shu is casually patting Kanon's head, forcing a sheepish Shu to explain that the habit simply reminded him of how his sister Kazuha used to cling to him when they were younger, before quickly offering Kanon his apologies. Kanon happily tells Shu there is absolutely no need to apologize, and eagerly asks him to keep patting her head, leaving Yuika in a massive internal spiral as she jealously wonders if Kanon actually looks more like Shu's real sibling. Kanon boldly confesses that Shu is completely her type, sending Yuika into another wave of anxiety, though Yuika is momentarily overjoyed when Shu firmly confirms that Yuika is still his number one. However, Kanon quickly points out that she has no intention of getting in their way and is perfectly content with a secondary position. Kanon shamelessly begs Shu to love her as his number two, pushing a raging Yuika to instantly intervene and demand she let go of him. Meanwhile, Shu innocently agrees to build a strong family bond with her, leaving Yuika deeply torn over how completely wholesome Shu's intentions actually are. Kanon asks Shu to stop addressing her so formally, readily accepting Kanon-chan as a suitable nickname, while a highly suspicious Yuika watches in disbelief, wondering why on earth her sister is making the face of a girl hopelessly in love. As Shu steps away to prepare lunch, He receives a sudden text message from Kazuha only to freeze in sheer shock as he opens the screen and reads the unexpected warning. A deeply bewildered Shu reads Kazuha's message warning him to be extremely careful around Kanon, revealing that Kanon is a hardcore veteran fan who uses super chats to demand love messages online, while Kazuha hilariously asserts her own dominance as Shu's ultimate veteran fan. Kazuha reflects on how her relationship with an online friend began over a love for the same favorite creator, remembering the late nights they spent passionately discussing their interest in great detail, before a devastating truth came to light that created an unbridgeable chasm between them. For lunch, the group enjoys some yakisoba prepared by Kanon, and when Shu warmly praises her cooking, her adorable reaction is so incredibly charming that even Yuika finds her sister irresistible, worrying that any ordinary guy would fall for her on the spot. Kanon boldly asks if there is any better feeling than when someone you like praises your cooking, but a completely oblivious Shu simply agrees with a casual shrug, showing zero fluster as he likely dismisses her suggestive comment as simple sibling-like affection. Shu excuses himself to head to the restroom, and as soon as he is out of earshot, Kanon begins to cheerfully whistle to herself, earning a highly suspicious silent glare from her older sister. Yuika immediately pulls her sister aside to demand an explanation for her behavior, fully aware that her comment was a bold declaration of love. She argues that it is completely bizarre for Kanon to fall for Shu since they only just met today, pointing out that her sister has never been the type to fall in love at first sight. Kanon calmly corrects her, explaining that it was not love at first sight because she has actually liked Shu for a very long time, leaving a thoroughly confused Yuika to argue that makes absolutely no sense since they have never even met, only for Kanon to point out that she has been hearing endless stories about him for years. Kanon gushingly admits that listening to all of Yuika's nostalgic stories about Shu caused her to slowly fall for him too, declaring that finally meeting him in person has made her absolutely certain that her romantic feelings are completely real. Flabbergasted, Yuika questions how it is even possible to fall in love with someone solely based on verbal stories, without even knowing what they look like, dryly wondering if her sister is the type who cannot support a favorite creator without visual confirmation, leaving a confused Kanon to ask what she means. Kanon cheerfully explains that she is perfectly fine with just text and descriptions, pointing out that since official illustrations can often be highly misleading compared to reality, she almost prefers to let her imagination do the work, prompting a heavy, exhausted sigh from Yuika. In a sudden flash of insight, Yuika finally realizes why Kazuha's bizarre internet terminology always felt so oddly familiar and nostalgic to her, remembering that her own sister Kanon talks in the exact same way, a quirky trait she had simply forgotten after spending so much time apart. Kanon explains to Yuika that Yuika's constant stories about her new life with Shu sounded so much like beautiful love stories that over time her sister's feelings became her own too. She apologizes for constantly talking about Shu since she returned, but Yuika kindly tells her she actually loves listening to her stories, so she shouldn't feel bad. Yuika's quiet dinner is suddenly interrupted when Kanon passionately slams the table, confessing that, after hearing all those stories, she has developed a deep longing to experience a beautiful romance of her own. Kanon dramatically explains that while she used to be content with just watching from a distance in two-dimensional worlds, now that her stage has shifted to a reality that feels as immersive as a full-dive VR game, she is determined to finally join the fun herself. Yuika nervously points out that reality is definitely not a VR game, but suddenly stops as she has a sudden realization. The voice of Kazuha unexpectedly chimes in from a charging phone nearby, cryptically warning her older sister figure that she has yet to realize the actual truth of the situation, and offering a dramatic apology, leaving a highly unsettled Yuika to loudly demand that she stop using such an ominous tone. Ignoring the brief digital interruption, Kanon smoothly transitions back to her explanation, while a quiet Yuika remains lost in her thoughts, completely unaware that her phone has finally reached 70% battery. Kanon boldly reassures her older sister that she has absolutely no interest in husband stealing or any complicated drama, declaring that Yuika is Shu's rightful wife, and she has zero intention of trying to take over that role. While Yuika privately reflects on how serious her sister's potential first crush seems and tries to understand her point, she is left completely baffled by her sister's casual choice of terminology, silently recalling that Kazuha had used a very similar phrase not too long ago. Kanon directly asks Yuika if she would be alright with this setup, admitting that she is perfectly happy with just being his number two, because she simply wants a chance to experience this wonderful feeling of love herself. She casually points out that their arrangement is not exactly a real marriage anyway, which leaves Yuika standing in tense, silent conflict. Yuika is left in deep silent thought, struggling to find a reasonable argument to counter her sister's logic. She privately reasons that since Kanon is willing to respect their boundaries, she doesn't really have a valid excuse to ban her from approaching Shu, especially since she has no right to deny a friend the chance to find happiness, nor can she easily find a way to openly oppose her younger sister when Shu is around. Yuika's internal struggle deepens as she reluctantly admits to herself that she has been the one constantly labeling their marriage as a mere superficial and temporary arrangement, making it practically impossible to reject Kanon's request. Her complicated train of thought is suddenly cut short when Shu casually walks back into the room, prompting a highly tense reaction from Yuika, while Kanon cheerfully greets him. The scene shifts to a sunny day at the beach where Kanon excitedly runs up to Shu and asks him to play beach volleyball with her. A highly protective Yuika immediately tries to intervene, lecturing her sister that such a revealing outfit combined with that level of physical closeness is highly improper, and that girls should prioritize modesty, only for Kanon to laugh it off and point out that she sounds exactly like their grandmother. While a defeated Yuika groans over the old-fashioned comparison, Shu can only watch the sisterly bickering with a nervous sweat drop, privately reflecting on how his own past denials are finally catching up to him. Yuika lectures her sister about how her behavior could easily lead to misunderstandings or misinterpretations. Shu tries to back her up by adding that it is probably not a good idea to act that way around guys, hoping to help set proper boundaries. Kanon playfully teases Shu by asking if he might misinterpret her actions, too, prompting Shu to quickly declare that he would never think of his sister-in-law that way. Meanwhile, Yuika's intense gaze makes him realize just how protective she is over her little sister, drawing a parallel to how he would protect Kazuha. Since Shu claims he would never misinterpret anything, Kanon decides it is totally fine to get close to him, prompting Yuika to immediately do the same. This leaves Shu completely overwhelmed and frozen as both girls test his composure while claiming he should remain completely unfazed. Yuika notes that Shu's reaction to her is completely different from how he reacts to Kanon, prompting a flustered Shu to argue that a sister-in-law is a totally different story before a sudden realization completely stalls his train of thought. Shu enters a massive spiral of overthinking, wondering if Kanon is only comfortable around him because she views him as a safe brother-in-law. He worries about how much Kanon actually knows about their arrangement, realizing that if she is unaware, he must act like a naturally married couple with Yuika, yet getting too flustered over his wife might also raise suspicions, leaving him completely lost on what the right answer is. Yuika's competitive reflex instantly backfires as she realizes the overwhelming intimacy of her actions, sending her into a wild inner panic. However, her embarrassment quickly melts into secret delight when she notices that Shu is visibly flustered by her touch, while remaining completely calm around Kanon, though her sister's knowing smirk makes her wonder if she is being played. The romantic tension briefly dissipates as the trio transitions into a lively game of beach volleyball. Kanon kicks off the fun by passing the ball to Yuika, who eagerly sets it up and warns Shu that it is heading his way next. As Shu gets into the flow of the game, Yuika finds herself completely distracted by a sudden, unexpected bout of sibling rivalry. She silently reflects on their differences, reminding herself that while Kanon might have a much larger chest, she never felt insecure about her own shape or size until today. Her confidence completely crumbles when she notices where Shu's focus seems to be lingering during the rally, fueling her rising jealousy, as she suspects his attention is shifting away from her. Although Yuika repeatedly tells herself that she trusts her husband completely and knows he would never harbor inappropriate thoughts about her sister, she cannot ignore how his gaze seems glued to Kanon. Succumbing to suspicions about primal male instincts, she becomes increasingly frustrated and wary, especially as her sister continues to wear a highly mischievous smirk. Kanon abruptly drops a highly provocative question on Shu, asking him directly whether he prefers large or small chests. The completely unexpected inquiry catches Shu entirely off guard and leaves Yuika utterly speechless and shocked by her younger sister's extreme forwardness. An embarrassed Yuika immediately interjects, demanding to know why Kanon is asking such a weird question out of nowhere. Kanon casually brushes off the outrage, teasingly pointing out that Yuika must be secretly curious about Shu's preference too, while a flustered Yuika desperately tries to shut down the awkward conversation. To Shu's complete surprise, Yuika quietly looks away and sheepishly confesses that she actually is a bit curious about his true preference. Delighted by her sister's unexpected backup, a smug Kanon immediately presses Shu for a quick and honest answer to their simple either-or question. Feeling the immense pressure of both girls staring him down, Shu reluctantly delivers his verdict, admitting that he would prefer larger ones if he absolutely had to make a choice. His honest confession is immediately met with a heavy, awkward silence that sweeps across the quiet beach. Yuika quickly claims she knew it all along, accusing Shu of ignoring her to stare at Kanon's chest the entire time. While Kanon teasingly scolds him for being naughty, but happily offers to let him look as much as he wants, a thoroughly defeated Yuika quietly vows to start chest massages and consult experts to catch up, prompting a panicked Shu to desperately clarify that size had absolutely nothing to do with why he was looking. Shu desperately tries to defend himself by pointing out that Yuika's own chest was bouncing around quite a bit during the game, whether she realized it or not. The sudden blunt statement catches Yuika completely off guard, leaving her blushing furiously in sheer shock. Kanon quickly jumps on Shu's explanation, playfully asking if that means Yuika's chest was simply too sexy and distracting for him to even look at. When a sweating Shu reluctantly admits that is exactly the case, Kanon happily teases him for being naughty while Yuika turns away in deep embarrassment. Yuika enters a massive spiral of embarrassment, realizing that she has unintentionally used her body to attract Shu. She finds herself completely flustered by the fact that her deliberate attempts to get his attention in the past failed, yet this completely accidental moment worked on him. Kanon refuses to drop the subject and playfully asks Shu to describe his ideal cup size if it is not just about overall size. When Shu tries to keep his answers vague and evasive, Kanon mischievously suggests that he simply name the specific person who matches his ideal instead. Without a moment's hesitation, Kanon cheerfully announces to her sister that Shu named Yuika as his absolute ideal. While a panicked Shu desperately tries to explain to a completely frozen Yuika that he was merely cornered into a hypothetical answer, he reluctantly admits that the statement is not entirely untrue. After Shu's previous admission, Yuika feels incredibly pleased and playfully tells Shu that she will make sure to keep her current figure just for him, leaving a deeply flustered Shu to nervously stammer that such extreme dedication is not at all necessary. Kanon immediately swoops in to tease them, directly asking Shu if he likes her sister exactly the way she is, and considers her current size perfect, forcing a highly embarrassed Shu to reluctantly admit that maybe he does. While Yuika is secretly melting over Shu's sweet admission, Kanon enthusiastically proposes they go diving next to swim with the fish, though she immediately teases Shu again by asking if he is truly okay with his beloved sister's figure being completely covered up by a thick wetsuit. A deeply embarrassed Shu desperately demands to know why Kanon is teasing him so relentlessly, while Yuika continues to blush furiously, internally swooning over the fact that Shu practically confessed she is his absolute favorite. Trying to steer the conversation away from their embarrassing love life, Yuika suggests that instead of diving they should check out the local summer festival that seems to be happening nearby, which Shu quickly and gratefully agrees to. Kanon excitedly declares that they need to get their yukata ready for the festival, leaving Yuika to warily watch her younger sister's mischievous expression, and vow to finally find a way to regain the upper hand instead of constantly getting teased. The girls finally finish dressing and step out to meet Shu, politely apologizing for keeping him waiting while proudly announcing that they are fully ready to head out to the festival. Kanon eagerly runs up to Shu to ask how her yukata looks, happily accepting his polite compliment before he turns to Yuika to let her know that her outfit suits her beautifully as well. Shu casually adds that Yuika's yukata looks absolutely great on her too, catching her completely by surprise. While her sister watches, Yuika turns away with a deeply flushed face and quietly offers a shy word of thanks. Shu immediately begins overthinking her somewhat reserved reaction, nervously wondering if his compliment came across as a cold afterthought, or if she might actually just be deeply embarrassed and blushing. Shu quickly tries to shake off his worries, deciding she doesn't seem angry, before suggesting they finally get moving to the festival, which Kanon enthusiastically agrees to. Any hope of a peaceful walk is instantly shattered when Kanon boldly grabs hold of Shu's arm, casually arguing that since they were perfectly fine wearing swimsuits around each other doing the exact same thing while wearing traditional yukatas, should be absolutely fine too, leaving Shu completely flustered and sweating. To Shu's complete bewilderment, instead of stopping her sister, Yuika walks right up and takes hold of his other arm, leaving a panicking Shu to wonder why she didn't step in to stop Kanon. He quickly realizes that this highly competitive reaction is actually typical of Yuika, concluding that since she couldn't stop her sister's advances, she simply decided to join in to make sure Shu's attention wasn't completely stolen. To Shu's dismay, Yuika's sudden strategy is working far too well, as he desperately tries to focus on absolutely anything except the overwhelming feeling of her standing so close next to him. Trying to break the tense physical closeness, Shu awkwardly asks Kanon if the festival is straight down the current road, which Kanon cheerfully confirms. While Kanon happily chats about how incredibly excited she is to experience her very first Japanese festival, Shu finds himself in a complete state of inner panic, desperately questioning if they are actually going to walk all the way there with a girl clinging to each of his arms. The trio finally arrives at the festival grounds, immediately greeted by the energetic chatter of the crowd and a vibrant street lined with endless food stalls. Walking through the bustling crowd with Yuika and Kanon still clinging tightly to his arms, Shu immediately begins drawing intense stares from the onlookers, who loudly mutter about him having a flower in each hand and representing the textbook definition of a lucky guy. The relentless gossip from the crowd quickly shifts to calling him a complete scoundrel who looks like he has two gorgeous sisters serving him, leaving a deeply embarrassed Shu to suffer in silence while a startled Yuika looks on. Kanon eagerly breaks the tension by dragging them toward a shaved ice stall, requesting a blue Hawaii flavor, while Yuika opts for strawberry and asks Shu what he wants. Shu quickly turns down the offer, privately noting that, with both of his arms completely occupied holding a cup of shaved ice, would be practically impossible anyway, though he secretly harbors another much more important reason for skipping the treat. Kanon eagerly calls for Shu's attention, asking him to look and see if her tongue has turned blue from the shaved ice syrup. Shu takes a close look and confirms that it is definitely blue, casually observing how quickly the color changed. Kanon happily declares that she has always wanted to try feeding someone, eagerly offering Shu a bite of her treat. Though Shu is a bit startled by the sudden gesture, he reflects on how it has been years since he last had shaved ice, while observing how easily both girls managed to eat their snacks in the crowded festival. Kanon immediately insists that Shu stick out his tongue so she can check the results for herself. After Shu obliges, Kanon reacts with delight, laughing at how incredibly blue his tongue has turned from the D bite of syrup. After playfully sharing a bite of her blue raspberry shaved ice, Kanon happily points out that their blue-stained tongues make them a perfect matching pair. Shu, sweating nervously under the weight of the situation, can only offer an awkward laugh and agree with his overly friendly sister-in-law. Meanwhile, Yuika stands in absolute heavy silence, glaring at the two of them with an intense wave of jealousy, as she realizes just how easily her younger sister managed to slip into an intimate matched moment with her husband. Pouting over his refusal to get his own treat, Yuika stubbornly declares that Shu absolutely will not be getting a single bite of her shaved ice. Her stubbornness evaporates almost immediately, as she sweetly offers him half of her portion anyway, prompting Shu to laugh and admit he fully expected her to do exactly that. Just as Shu anticipated, Yuika quickly regrets the icy treat as her body starts freezing. Prepared for this exact scenario, Shu tells her to dig into his bag since his hands are occupied, allowing her to happily pull out a warm haori he packed just for her. Shu smoothly explains that he anticipated the chilly festival weather and planned ahead, earning enthusiastic praise from a highly grateful Yuika, while a stunned Kanon silently watches their flawless couple dynamic unfold. Kanon is genuinely impressed by how perfectly Shu understands her older sister, but Shu humbly admits he still discovers new sides to Yuika every day. He privately adds that if he could just read her mind to know exactly how she felt while holding his arm, he wouldn't have to overthink things so much. As the crowd shifts, Shu realizes the fireworks are about to start. Kanon suddenly urges the couple to go on ahead so she can grab more snacks, playfully brushing off their worries about her getting hit on or lost by insisting she is not a helpless kid anymore. Kanon is absolutely thrilled when Shu completely obliviously compliments her, leaving Yuika deeply annoyed as she witnesses his naturally charming, oblivious personality easily claim yet another heart. Watching Kanon's flustered reaction, a smug Yuika tells Shu that everything played out exactly as she expected, noting that she has taken plenty of direct hits from his devastating, oblivious charm herself, before turning to walk away. Kanon confidently heads off on her own, claiming she has her own ways of dealing with unwanted attention, which leaves Yuika worried but secretly hopeful as they realize they are finally being left completely alone to watch the upcoming fireworks. Yuika playfully accuses Shu of being far too soft on her younger sister, prompting a slightly embarrassed Shu to admit that he simply has a major weakness for little sisters and might be spoiling her a bit. Yuika points out that Kanon is technically her sibling, but Shu warmly counters that because they are married, Kanon is now his family and sister too. Though Yuika finds his instant familial affection for a sister-in-law he only met today to be highly unusual, she quietly accepts his sweet logic as Shu suggests they respect Kanon's independence for the evening. With Kanon off on her own, Shu comfortably shifts the focus back to their date, asking Yuika where they should head to get the best view of the upcoming fireworks show. Yuika remembers Kanon mentioning that a nearby shrine might offer an excellent, less crowded viewing spot that she scouted earlier, prompting Shu to readily agree that they should make their way there. As they navigate the growing crowd, Shu suddenly takes Yuika's hand to ensure they do not get separated in the throng, sending her heart into an immediate blushing flutter as she nervously agrees with his caution. As the surrounding crowd thins out completely, a nervous Yuika questions if they are still on the right path, but Shu reassuringly explains that the quiet, isolated atmosphere is exactly what makes this spot a perfect hidden gem. Having successfully navigated their way out of the chaotic festival crowd, Shu awkwardly agrees with her reasoning, privately reflecting that since they are no longer in danger of getting separated, they really should have let go of each other by now. Yet they continue to hold hands, with Shu desperately convincing himself that there is absolutely no deep meaning behind the gesture, and that they simply missed the perfect window of opportunity to release their grip. Their silent hand-holding is suddenly filled with color as brilliant fireworks begin to explode across the night sky. While Yuika looks up in absolute awe at the beautiful display, Shu quietly watches her with a warm, gentle smile. Standing quietly under a shrine archway as the fireworks light up the dark sky, Shu softly remarks that with this moment, he has finally fulfilled his childhood promise to her. This revelation catches Yuika completely by surprise, prompting her to ask if he actually remembered their old vow, which Shu warmly and instantly confirms. Shu chuckles as he brings up how much she had cried back, then teasingly recalling how a younger, feverish Yuika once sobbed in bed because she was too sick to attend the festival despite her stubborn insistence on going. A highly embarrassed Yuika immediately barks back, frantically telling him that he definitely did not need to remember that highly humiliating detail. Yuika grows quiet and gently points out that he didn't need to completely cancel his own plans to attend the festival back then just because she fell ill. She notes that he must have been looking forward to the event just as much as she was, leaving Shu to softly begin explaining his true perspective from that day. Shu simply explains that going to the festival without her wouldn't have meant anything to him anyway, leaving Yuika in touched silence. As the final bursts of fireworks light up the sky, they continue to hold hands, with Shu secretly trying to convince himself that they are only lingering in this sweet physical closeness because their trip down memory lane has temporarily brought back their comfortable childhood feelings. Their nostalgic and highly intimate mood is suddenly broken when Kanon finally returns, prompting a laughing Yuika to offer a quick, light-hearted apology for making them wait. Kanon cheerfully explains that she got completely carried away exploring the food stalls and ended up missing the entire fireworks show. When Shu jokingly asks if she had any trouble with pushy guys during her solo excursion, Kanon proudly explains that she kept herself perfectly safe by using a newly purchased fox mask to cover her face, though Shu privately questions if a simple mask was really enough of a deterrent. Declaring that it is finally time to head home, Kanon happily grabs Shu's arm again, prompting Yuika to quietly complain about how incredibly exhausting it is to walk in traditional wooden geta sandals she isn't used to. When Kanon notices her sister's subtle physical reaction and playfully hums in suspicion, a blushing Yuika quickly tries to laugh it off and pretend absolutely nothing is wrong. Kanon's playful teasing immediately turns to genuine concern when she points out that the strap on Yuika's geta sandal looks dangerously close to snapping, quickly stepping in to inspect the loose strap, and confirming that the worn material is indeed about to break. While they are walking, the strap of Yuika's wooden sandal suddenly snaps, prompting an apologetic Kanon to admit she accidentally broke it. Seeing no other choice, Shu kneels down and offers her a piggyback ride, leaving a startled Yuika completely frozen at the sudden proposal. Yuika immediately panics and protests that she couldn't possibly accept the ride, but Shu easily brushes off her hesitation by reminding her that they are certainly not strangers and tells her not to worry about it. Yuika stubbornly suggests that she can simply hop along on one foot instead, but Shu quickly shuts down the absurd idea as completely impossible, internally wondering why she is hesitating so much over a simple piggyback ride. Losing her patience with her sister's endless hesitation, Kanon decides to take matters into her own hands and forcefully shoves Yuika forward onto Shu's back to get them moving. As Shu stands up with Yuika on his back, he feels a sudden rush of nervousness but quickly forces himself to clear his mind, resolving to focus solely on carrying his wife back safely. Blushing as she settles in, Yuika quietly observes that Shu's back feels much broader now compared to when they were children, prompting him to warmly agree that they have both grown up quite a bit. Worried about being a burden, Yuika anxiously asks Shu if she is too heavy, but Shu easily reassures her and asks if she is eating enough. When she points out that he cooks for her and should know her appetite best, he agrees, completely unaware that a mischievous Kanon is listening in. Kanon drops a massive bombshell by casually announcing that Yuika isn't wearing any underwear beneath her yukata, sending Shu into absolute silent shock, while a mortified Yuika frantically explains that she only did it on her sister's fashion advice to keep the yukata's silhouette perfect. Kanon playfully pushes further, teasing her sister for wanting to look her absolute best for Shu, which only makes Yuika yell at her to shut up, while a highly flustered Shu tries to process the overwhelming information. In a desperate attempt to diffuse the incredibly awkward tension, Shu sweatily stammers that it doesn't matter at all, with a deeply blushing Yuika quickly agreeing that it is really not a big deal. Yuika finds herself completely flustered and embarrassed by the physical closeness, desperately trying to sort through her tangled feelings about Shu and Kanon, while wondering if her sister's happy smile means her playful prank worked. Upon returning to the villa after the summer festival, the three of them decide to visit the same hot spring as the previous night, but Kanon quickly points out that Yuika apparently only brought a bath towel with her. Kanon points out that Yuika can be surprisingly careless at times, which Shu quickly chuckles at, leaving a flustered Yuika to sheepishly realize her mistake. Yuika can only groan in sheer embarrassment, internally lamenting her unfortunate habit of constantly making silly, careless blunders whenever her mind is too distracted. Shu kindly offers to quickly run back and grab a towel for her, prompting Kanon to suggest that they head inside first to wait, while a puzzled Yuika stands alone, wondering how she could have possibly lost a towel she was absolutely certain she had packed. After undressing, Yuika slides the bath door open to apologize for keeping her sister waiting, only to completely freeze in utter shock when she sees who is actually inside. To her absolute horror, Yuika finds Shu sharing the bath with Kanon, prompting her to hysterically demand why on earth he is in the women's bath, while frantically panicking over the scandalous reality of her husband being completely alone in there with her sister. A panicked Shu desperately tries to explain himself, swearing that the sign labeled it as the men's bath when he entered, only to realize that the inn employs a daily swap system, and he had simply walked in out of pure habit because his mind was completely distracted. Kanon unexpectedly walks straight into the bath, startling Shu into frantically apologizing and retreating, while Kanon casually slides into the water next to her elder sister. Kanon teases Yuika about her classic mistake of walking into the wrong bath, prompting a highly embarrassed Yuika to lament that she can never get married now. However, Kanon quickly points out that she is already married anyway, which makes Yuika realize her dramatic reaction is actually quite unnecessary. Kanon cheekily asks Yuika what Shu's physical build was like, sending a startled Yuika into a sudden panic, as she loudly insists she did not see a single thing. Kanon teases Yuika about her deeply flushed face and playfully questions if she knows everything about Shu, specifically hinting at his physical measurements under the guise of asking about his athletic performance. When Kanon drops a highly suggestive double entendre regarding his measurements, a thoroughly flustered Yuika completely loses her temper and loudly barks back that there is absolutely no way she would know anything about that. Kanon smugly reveals she was only asking about Shu's marathon running time, teasing Yuika for being a major closet pervert for immediately assuming the worst. A highly defensive Yuika tries to clear her name by listing Shu's exact, incredibly specific marathon record down to the second. Kanon points out that memorizing his exact running time is actually incredibly intense and clingy, which Yuika desperately tries to deny by claiming she is entirely free of any such clinginess, all while a hiding Shu silently watches them from a distance, warmly reflecting on how close the sisters are. Kanon decides to wrap up her bath and leaves them with a playful farewell to enjoy their time together, leaving a deeply flustered Shu and Yuika alone in a sudden heavy silence. Yuika softly apologizes for her mix-up, admitting that Shu was entirely correct about the sign labeling it as the men's bath, while a gentle Shu reassures her that it is no big deal and tells her not to worry about it. A quiet, highly loaded silence falls over the hot spring once again, with only the slow drip of the water faucet breaking the quiet, tense atmosphere between them. Still flustered from their earlier awkward conversation, Shu frantically reiterates that he truly did not see anything, which Yuika quietly accepts. However, she softly whispers to ask if he ever actually saw anything of hers, reigniting the nervous tension between them. Shu immediately goes into a panicked, over-the-top denial, swearing that the towel covered everything and that he looked away instantly. He realizes almost too late that his frantic defensiveness likely only makes him sound incredibly suspicious. After a quiet moment, Yuika softly calls out his name and asks if he ever actually desires or wants to see her like that. She blushes and clarifies if he ever wants to see her in that intimate way, leaving a completely speechless and highly flustered Shu in tense, silent shock. Overwhelmed by her incredibly direct question, Shu remains completely silent, struggling to find any words as his heart races. Finding his courage, Shu quietly confesses that he actually would want to see her, admitting that he is indeed interested, which leaves Yuika completely stunned and speechless in turn. Delighted by his honest confession, Yuika playfully notes that while this sudden encounter caught her off guard, she would actually be open to sharing a bath if he gave her some advance warning. She smirks and promises to think it over and get back to him with her final decision. Following their intense conversation, the rest of the evening passes peacefully as the trio enjoys a long chat at the villa until late into the night, eventually retiring to their own rooms to sleep. Exhausted from the highly eventful and emotionally draining day, Shu lets out a wide yawn as he settles into bed, realizing just how tired he truly is after everything that transpired. Just as he is about to drift off, a quiet knock at his door prompts Shu to assume it is Yuika and tell her to come in, watching curiously as the door slowly creaks open. Kanon unexpectedly enters the room, politely apologizing for the sudden interruption. Although Shu and Yuika quickly tell her she doesn't need to get up and ask what is wrong, Kanon boldly tells Shu that it is far more convenient if he stays exactly where he is, walking right up to him. Kanon cheerfully announces that she has come to engage in some traditional night crawling, leaving a completely stunned Shu to desperately try to convince himself that she is absolutely joking. Kanon asks Shu if he remembers the very first thing she told him when they met earlier, and as Shu silently searches his memory, the most memorable statement that comes to mind is her claim about being fine with second place. Kanon triumphantly declares that he has hit the nail right on the head. Kanon directly confesses that she has come to receive his love, boldly asking if he has ever done anything intimate with Yuika. While Shu is far too mature to misunderstand her clear suggestion, her sheer confidence leaves him completely speechless and highly flustered. Kanon drops a massive bombshell, revealing that she already knows the absolute truth about his and Yuika's marriage being a complete sham. She points out that since they aren't truly married, Shu has no real intention of ever making a romantic move on her older sister anyway. Kanon continues her relentless advance, bluntly asking if he ever gets physically frustrated, since he is a young man, forcing a highly flustered Shu to awkwardly stammer in his own defense. Shu finds himself completely unable to deny his frustration, especially after all the highly suggestive mishaps with Yuika earlier that day. Seizing the opportunity, Kanon suggests that if he really needs a way to release his built-up tension, he should simply use her instead. As a bewildered Shu questions her offer, Kanon explains that he can simply hold her whenever he feels frustrated, noting that, while his social position prevents him from cheating openly, nobody would ever find it strange for the two of them to be incredibly close. Shu tries to make sense of the bizarre proposition, asking if she is basically suggesting that she offer herself up to him in place of her sister, which leaves a momentarily confused Kanon to echo his choice of words. Kanon lets out a playful chuckle and tease, telling him with a warm giggle that his self-esteem must be incredibly low to view her sweet offer in such a cynical light. Later in their room, Kanon unexpectedly gets physically close to Shu and makes a direct, serious confession that her romantic feelings for him are completely genuine, forcing a stunned Shu to realize she was not joking when they first met. Kanon desperately continues her pitch, offering to be his convenient backup girl who will do whatever he wants whenever he calls, even if she has to remain second to her elder sister. But Shu quietly silences her mid-sentence by placing a finger over her lips. Though Kanon is left thoroughly confused by his sudden gesture, Shu firmly and calmly tells her that he cannot give her the romantic answer she is desperately hoping for. When Kanon argues that he and Yuika are not truly married anyway, Shu explains that he made a solemn promise to himself never to betray Yuika, declaring that even if their marriage is purely for show, his deep feelings for his wife remain entirely real. Kanon desperately claims that she even asked Yuika directly and got her explicit permission to pursue him, but Shu calmly stands his ground, asserting that even if that is true, it does not change his loyalty or his final decision. Kanon questions if finding her cute and charming is not enough to make him change his mind, forcing Shu to reluctantly agree that she is indeed adorable, but still not enough to sway his heart. Turning his gaze away, Shu firmly confirms that while he meant those compliments, they are simply not enough to ever make him betray his commitment to her sister. Accepting her complete defeat, Kanon puts on a brave face, bids him a cheerful good night, and promptly leaves the room, leaving a thoroughly bewildered Shu completely baffled by the sudden dramatic confrontation. Walking alone down the hallway, Kanon quietly laments that her desperate gamble completely failed, despite throwing away all of her shame and exposing her absolute most vulnerable feelings to him. She sadly accepts the painful reality of his rejection, quietly crying over the fact that she truly, from the very bottom of her heart, is deeply in love with him. In a flashback to earlier that night, Kanon boldly informs a half-asleep Yuika that she is about to sneak into Shu's room, but Yuika groggily tells her to do whatever she wants, leaving a surprised Kanon completely caught off guard by her sister's unexpected lack of resistance. Kanon aggressively pushes the boundaries by teasingly asking what if she steals Shu's first time, but a completely unresponsive Yuika merely repeats her dismissal and mutters that it is pointless anyway, leaving Kanon to contemplate her sister's sheer confidence. Kanon realizes that her sister's absolute lack of concern stems from her deep, unwavering trust in Shu, though she cannot help but wonder if that trust is actually well placed. Kanon reflects on her belief that men are ultimately simple creatures of instinct ruled by baser desires, initially hoping she could easily sway Shu to get her own way, only to realize how terribly she underestimated him. Looking out the window, Kanon admits that Yuika's prediction was entirely correct, since Shu did not waver for even a single second, completely brushing off all of Kanon's charms and advances. Despite her own failure, Kanon is actually thrilled by his ironclad loyalty to her sister, proudly celebrating how perfect their relationship is, until a sudden buzz from her phone interrupts her satisfaction. Checking her screen, Kanon giggles over a barrage of panicked texts from her online rival Wanleaf, realizing her friend easily deduced her identity, her presence at the villa, and even her exact motives. Kanon scrolls through Kazuha's threatening messages ordering her not to interfere, demanding to know what she is planning, and fiercely warning her to check her direct messages. Kanon secretly agrees with Kazuha's suspicion that she wants to deepen her bond with Shu, playfully musing that turning a pure romance into a harem wouldn't be a bad ending at all, just as a groggy Umaku returns to the room. Having dozed off while mulling over his earlier conversation, Shu is startled awake by a noise at his door. He sleepily assumes that Kanon has snuck back into his room once again and starts to address her, expecting her usual teasing shenanigans. To his absolute shock, Shu realizes that the midnight visitor is actually his wife Umaku, who has crawled into his bed. He begins to panic, humorously wondering if night crawling is some bizarre family tradition before frantically trying to suppress his racing, inappropriate thoughts. Shu desperately reminds himself that they don't have that kind of relationship yet, but he can't help but wonder if he should respond to her advances if this is truly what she wants. Realizing his logic is still highly questionable, Shu tries to steady his racing thoughts, but gulps nervously as the sheer physical proximity to his wife completely breaks his resolve. Umaku looks up with a beautifully flushed face, softly asking if it is okay, making Shu wonder if they are finally about to take a major step forward in their relationship. As they lock eyes in the quiet, starlit room, Umaku repeats her question, letting the heavy romantic anticipation build as Shu gently cups her cheek. Completely swept up in the intense physical intimacy, Umaku waits breathlessly for his response as Shu continues to search her eyes. Shu remains completely breathless, unable to say a single word as his heart pounds violently in the heavy silence. The highly charged romantic atmosphere instantly evaporates when Umaku suddenly slips forward and falls fast asleep on his chest, leaving a thoroughly dumbfounded Shu to sit in complete silent disbelief at her sudden transition to dreamland. As it turns out, the whole late-night encounter was nothing more than a simple misunderstanding, as a half-asleep Umaku had simply stumbled into the wrong room by mistake. Shu can only let out an awkward laugh, realizing he should have figured this out immediately, since this is far from the first time she has sleepwalked into his space. Shu lies awake in bed with Umaku peacefully clinging to him, silently cursing his own brain for jumping to the absolute wildest and most embarrassing conclusion simply because her younger sister had paid him a visit earlier that night. All of his logical reasoning quickly takes a backseat when Umaku suddenly snuggles even closer against him in her sleep, completely throwing him off balance as his heart starts racing all over again. Trapped completely motionless beneath her comfortable embrace, Shu is left in a state of absolute silent panic, desperately screaming in his own head about what on earth he is supposed to do next. The morning sun finally rises over the calm ocean, waking up the local wildlife as a sleepy Umaku groggily lets out a quiet moan and begins to blink her eyes open. Umaku's hazy morning eyes flutter open, only for her to lock gazes directly with Shu, who is already lying awake right beside her, plunging them both into an incredibly tense and heavy silence. Still half asleep, Umaku comfortably convinces herself that she must still be trapped inside a very realistic dream, deciding that since it is only a fantasy, there is absolutely no harm in leaning close to gaze intently at his face for just a little bit longer. Leaning in incredibly close, Umaku marvels at how incredibly lifelike her dream feels before playfully reaching out to poke his cheek and lips, while silently wondering if his real lips would feel exactly like this. Completely swept up in her dream logic, Umaku boldly decides that since she is already here, she might as well take the opportunity to try a little practice kiss on him. Just as she is about to make her move, Umaku is suddenly hit by a wave of pure reality, frantically realizing that everything around her feels far too real to be a dream. Her panic spikes as she remembers that Shu has been completely silent this whole time, yet has been staring directly into her eyes the entire morning. Waking up in the morning, Shu calmly greets Umaku, who looks absolutely stunned as she realizes her dreamlike state of waking up right beside him is actually reality. Extremely flustered, Umaku apologizes for being completely out of it, and a sweating Shu gently reassures her that he understands. Shu reflects on how his physical exhaustion finally won over his initial inability to sleep last night. Having woken up first, while Yuika was still fast asleep beside him, he had no choice but to stay still and wait for her to open her eyes. When Yuika realizes she is in Shu's room, she asks if she accidentally sleepwalked and mistook his bedroom for her own, which Shu agrees is likely the only explanation. Offering a sheepish apology, Yuika decides to retreat back to her own room for now and suggests they meet up for breakfast in a bit, leaving Shu to agree as she slips away. Back in her room, Yuika lets out a massive muffled scream of pure embarrassment into her pillow, only to be suddenly interrupted by her younger sister Kanon, who casually asks what is going on. While Yuika desperately tries to run a mental recap of her embarrassing morning, Kanon directly interrogates her, pointing out that she snuck out in the middle of the night and only just returned. Yuika nervously confesses that she was with Shu, which prompts a smug Kanon to teasingly finish her sentence by asking if she was sleeping with her dear brother-in-law, sending Yuika into an absolute spiral of panic. Kanon mischievously asks if they had a classic morning after scenario and offers to cook some celebratory red rice to mark the occasion, forcing Yuika to frantically defend herself and declare it a giant misunderstanding. A flashback reveals that Kanon was actually the mastermind behind the entire mix-up, having waited outside the bathroom for her sleepy sister and whispered false directions to guide her directly into Shu's bedroom on purpose. It is revealed that Kanon has been secretly masterminding all of the suggestively fortunate accidents between Shu and Yuika, starting with her sweet, talking Yuika into ditching her underwear under her yukata, and even covertly using a blade to slice Yuika's sandal straps. She was also the mastermind who stole Yuika's towel before the hot spring bath, swapped the entrance banners so Yuika would accidentally enter the men's bath, and quickly switched them back to hide her involvement. Adding to her list of schemes, Kanon admits she even hired the couple to make out on the deserted island at the exact moment Shu and Yuika arrived, proving that none of those classic romantic accidents happened by mere chance. Kanon explains that her motivation for orchestrating these events was a nagging suspicion she had ever since her sister came back from overseas, and wouldn't stop talking about her best friend Shu, which clearly screamed mutual love to her. Finally, meeting them in person turned her suspicion into absolute certainty, leaving her to wonder how anyone could possibly be blind to the obvious attraction between them. She concludes that Shu is either completely oblivious to his own deep feelings for Yuika, or perhaps trying to suppress them. Regardless of whether Shu is in denial or deliberately holding himself back, Kanon finds it to be the absolute perfect setup for her to meddle and play matchmaker to her heart's content. Kanon expresses her utter disappointment that despite sleeping together in the same room, absolutely nothing happened between the married couple. Yuika shyly confesses that when she was half asleep, she climbed on top of Shu to hug him and even playfully poked at his lips before drifting off. Kanon cheekily calls her sister's bedtime antics pretty lewd, causing a blushing Yuika to hide behind her pillow in embarrassment. Armed with this knowledge, Kanon happily resolves to keep acting as the ultimate shipper, who will do absolutely anything to force her favorite unresolved couple into a steamy reality, before Shu's return snaps them back to their morning breakfast routine. The next morning at breakfast, Shu politely thanks Yuika as he reaches for the soy sauce, but their hands accidentally brush against each other. The simple contact instantly triggers a wave of heavy self-conscious embarrassment for both of them as they struggle to play it cool. Shu frantically stammers an apology for the brief contact, prompting a highly amused Kanon to laugh and assure him there is absolutely no need to apologize for something so minor. Meanwhile, a completely silent Yuika focuses intensely on her food, too flustered to say a word. Watching them closely over breakfast, Kanon quietly relishes the incredibly thick, charged atmosphere between the couple. She happily reflects that this painfully awkward tension is exactly the kind of post-night drama she has always wanted to witness. Kanon reminds herself that since they are technically already married, any intimate development is perfectly fine. She is absolutely thrilled to have a front-row seat to her favorite real-life ship, eager to keep stirring up as much playful tension between them as possible. Noticing her intense gaze, Shu awkwardly asks Kanon if something is wrong since she has been staring at them throughout the entire meal. When Yuika suspiciously questions what she finds so fascinating about their quiet breakfast, Kanon cheerfully chirps that she simply finds their interactions incredibly interesting. As Shu sheepishly accepts her answer, Kanon quietly notes his nervous expression, accurately guessing that he is still desperately trying to decipher her true intentions after everything she told him the previous night. She reflects on how she already made her feelings perfectly clear to him, reaffirming to herself that she genuinely loves him in a romantic way and has no intentions of hiding it. Kanon confidently reviews her ultimate master plan to first foster some incredibly awkward sweet tension between Shu and Yuika before eventually sliding her way into the relationship to secure a happy harem ending. For the time being, however, Kanon is perfectly content to quietly observe her favorite real-life ship develop at its own pace. She announces to the quiet couple that it is finally time for her to pack up and head out, satisfied with the progress she has witnessed. Shu warmly invites Kanon to stay longer if she wishes, prompting Kanon to happily decline due to her afternoon plans, while Yuika politely says her goodbyes. As she heads to the bus stop, Kanon reflects on how this trial run confirmed the unshakable strength of their bond, deciding that she is completely satisfied leaving them with some lingering romantic awkwardness, as she patiently waits for her feelings to slowly reach him. Kanon is seen waiting alone at a scenic bus stop overlooking the ocean with her suitcase, ready to make her departure for now. With Kanon gone, the perspective returns to the quiet seaside villa where the married couple is finally left alone to process their thoughts. Back inside, a highly flustered Shu gently slides the doors closed, letting out a heavy breath as he tries to calm his racing thoughts after the morning's chaotic events. Yuika breaks the silence by shyly calling out to him, prompting a surprised Shu to look back and wait for what she has to say. Yuika brings up their childhood sleepovers, reminding him of her old habit of sleepwalking and rolling into his futon in her sleep, which Shu readily agrees happened quite often back then, though he privately notes that such occurrences never used to make his heart race like they do now. Yuika suggests that her sleepwalking last night was simply her old childhood habit resurfacing, because this exciting trip has made her act like a kid again, an explanation that Shu politely agrees with, while realizing she is subtly telling him not to overthink the situation or read too much into it. Shu's thoughts then drift to Kanon's bold declarations from earlier, leaving him deeply conflicted over whether he should bring up her sister's secret with Yuika or just keep it to himself, since it seems like a highly personal family matter. His internal dilemma is instantly shattered when Yuika casually asks him if Kanon had paid a visit to his room last night, sending a completely startled Shu into a violent coughing fit, as she apologizes and hopes her younger sister didn't cause him too much trouble. A thoroughly panicked Shu frantically asks how she could possibly know about the secret visit, only for Yuika to casually explain that Kanon had actually asked for her explicit permission beforehand, which prompted Yuika to simply tell her to do whatever she wanted. Shu is left in absolute stunned disbelief upon realizing that Kanon wasn't lying at all about having her sister's full permission, while Yuika quietly admits that, knowing her sister's stubborn personality, she fully expected her to actually go through with her plans. Shu asks Yuika if she ever doubts him, raising the hypothetical scenario of him taking advantage of Kanon last night, but Yuika instantly brushes off his worries by declaring that she knows he would never do such a thing. The newlyweds sit quietly on the sofa together, the cozy physical proximity adding a soft layer of quiet comfort to their private conversation. Yuika proudly concludes that even if a cute wife like herself were to sneak into his bed, he still wouldn't try anything, but Shu's sudden sweating hesitation completely disrupts her confident assumption. Shu boldly confesses that if she were to ever sneak into his bed again, he might not have the restraint to hold back next time, leaving a completely stunned Yuika frozen in absolute disbelief. Knowing his words could radically alter the nature of their relationship, Shu stands his ground to warn her that even if they claim to be just friends, there are strict boundaries she shouldn't cross so carelessly, leaving a highly panicked Yuika struggling to process his blunt warning. Yuika's mind goes into a massive tailspin, wildly interpreting his warning as a bold declaration that he might actually lose control around her, and she nervously wonders if sneaking into his bed actually gives her a genuine romantic chance. Reigning in her wild imagination, Yuika realizes Shu's actual intention was simply to look out for her safety, warning her not to let her guard down too easily around any guy, though she still secretly hopes there is a deeper meaning behind his words. Yuika playfully calls his bluff by pointing out that he didn't actually try anything this time anyway, forcing a flustered and blushing Shu to awkwardly stammer through hypothetical scenarios to save face. Yuika quietly reflects on his uncharacteristic hesitation, noting that the old Shu would have instantly dismissed the idea without a single second thought, leaving her to wonder if his change in attitude means his feelings for her are truly shifting. Yuika softly tells him that she understands and appreciates that his warning came from a place of genuine care, gently squeezing his hand on the sofa, as a warm, comforting silence falls between them. Yuika reflects on all the embarrassing incidents and trouble she caused Shu during their beach trip. She wonders if these chaotic moments have actually made him view her more as a romantic interest, questioning if their relationship is finally making some genuine progress. Yuika sheepishly apologizes for her sleepwalking blunder, admitting she completely messed up this time, but a blushing Shu quickly reassures her that it is entirely fine, and there is absolutely no need to apologize. Yuika firmly resolves to never make such a chaotic mistake again, prompting Shu to nervously agree that they should definitely hope it does not happen again. Preparing to move on and put the awkward morning behind them, Yuika confidently gets ready to start their final day of vacation on a positive note. Brimming with high energy, Yuika eagerly rallies Shu to make the absolute most of the day, determined to fully enjoy whatever time they have left. Shu is instantly swept up by her infectious enthusiasm, warmly accepting her challenge to give their last day together everything they have got and focus on having fun. They spend the rest of their trip having an absolute blast with endless activities ranging from fishing and swimming to picking up souvenirs together. By the time they are finally on the train ride home, they are busy flipping through all the photos they took to capture their memories. Looking back at the trip, Yuika lazily laments that their wonderful honeymoon is finally coming to an end, prompting a surprised Shu to question her choice of words before she happily explains she has considered the entire vacation to be their official honeymoon all along, which he warmly concedes is a pretty fair way to look at it. Shu brings a massive blush to Yuika's face when he unexpectedly suggests they should go on another honeymoon soon, pointing out there is absolutely no rule restricting couples to only having one, an exciting idea she happily agrees with. While they discuss options like squeezing in one more trip before the summer break officially wraps up, or simply taking things easy for the remaining holidays, they both feel entirely satisfied with how close they have become, happily looking forward to whatever their future holds together. On their train ride back, Yuika happily reflects on the cozy reality that they will continue to spend all their time together, even after their vacation officially ends. They a quiet, incredibly sweet moment of mutual affection, silently enjoying each other's company as the train carries them closer to home. Both of them let out synchronized yawns of utter exhaustion, finally feeling the physical toll of their highly energetic summer vacation. As they sleepily tease each other about who will crash first, Shu is comforted by the promise of future trips together. Exhaustion quickly claims them both, and they drift off into a deep, peaceful sleep as the train sways along the tracks. Just when things seem completely peaceful, Kanon mischievously reveals that her supposed departure was a total lie, having secretly stayed behind to watch the sleeping couple from nearby while quietly giggling. Spotting the cozy newlyweds, Kanon happily plots her next move to shake things up, quietly whispering to herself about how incredibly suggestive and romantic they look while sleeping side by side. The very next day, after returning home, Yuika kicks off their highly anticipated photo selection meeting with high energy, ready to finally compile all the best memories from their getaway. Yuika is incredibly excited to sift through all their pictures, comparing the task to organizing a chest full of precious treasures, while Shu warmly reflects on a future filled with these exact moments of laughter and connection. Beneath the table, their feet comfortably touch as they work, showing their quiet and natural physical closeness even during a casual afternoon at home. They happily prepare to build a massive stack of photo albums over the years, eager to document every single step of their lifelong journey together. Looking through their newly developed photos together, Yuika warmly reflects on their deep, lifelong connection, realizing that as long as they are together, they will always find happiness. Shu silently agrees, though he admits to himself that even after all this time, simply being by her side still makes his heart race. holding a sweet photo of the two of them leaning comfortably against one another's shoe, reflects on how their journey has only just begun and is filled with endless hope that their life together as a married couple will continue forever. The sentimental moment is hilariously interrupted when Shu suddenly questions who actually took that incredibly intimate photo of them, leaving a sweating Yuika completely stumped as a familiar face proudly winks from the side to take full credit for her stealthy camera work.